Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Devil's Latest Issue podcast. I am your host, Mr. Vegas. I'm joined as always by my wonderful co-host, Mr. Fatman T.
Get off my property.
We are also joined by our regular recurring co-host extraordinaire, Blue Bitch himself. It's the one, the only, the STD. It's Echo. We... Fucking hell, you still do that. One of these days I'm going to train you at doing that fucking awu. We're also joined by our regular recurring DEI co-hire, whatever the fuck the word is. I'm tired, leave me alone. It's Soda!
Hello.
I know co-hire's not the word. What is the word I'm looking for?
Co-host?
No, the other one. You know when you hire a cunt but you don't pay him? Fucking...
Slavery?
Thank you, intern. That's the word I wanted. The DEI intern. There we are.
Yeah, because I'm not technically hired.
Thank you, intern, for reminding me what your job title is.
Unpaid intern, mind you.
Unpaid,
The DEI unpaid intern.
unpaid intern secretary.
To be honest, it's better than being the
Well, I
head of
was trying to
HR.
do that to you.
I don't want.
I still feel so bad for our HR rep.
Yeah.
Design my character.
We have an HR rep?
Yeah, there's a reason you don't know about them, because if you knew which one was the HR rep, you'd use them. What do we look like, idiots? No, we're British capitalists. We hide our HR resources.
Yes.
It's the British way. It's the colonizational way.
Hello, people. Welcome to the show.
Yes.
And today we are basically delving into the universities and the Young Americans Foundation Q&A sessions.
Or as I'm still willing to wager they call themselves behind closed doors, the Young Aryan Foundation. I would put
100% see that.
if I had a house, I'd put it on the line as a wager for that particular assessment. I put money on them calling themselves the Young Aryan Federation behind closed doors.
Now, where it's going to work tonight is I'm going to play the clip in full,
Yes.
uninterrupted, so you get the question, the answer, and then we'll discuss about it after everything's been said. Now, bear in mind, I have not watched any of these myself. So I have no idea what the question's going to be or how the answer's going to be.
Oh, dude, I could see some of these being
There's one
fucking
over here.
unique then.
But there's one.
Well, they're all put on YouTube, and as far as I can tell, they're all monetized, they're monetized, so...
Still, that doesn't mean they're not going to be interesting questions. Definitely doesn't mean we're not going to end up in a shouting match at some point, but you know, that's...
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Welcome to the internet.
Have a look around.
Do you happen to be a Nazi? If so, then you're home you have just found. It's called Reddit and 4chan, sometimes Tumblr. If you like to gas the Jews a brother, you'll find. Anyway, that's enough of that. Anyway. That was an opening. There we go.
So, we have our
Definitely an opening to remember.
first one. Are you ready?
Ready as well.
I suppose. I already don't like this by the look of that
We
blazer.
shall see.
Like, fucking...
Now,
fucking sheepskin of that. Jesus
Vegas has also
Christ.
promised me he won't rage quit this episode.
I said fucking nothing of the sort, cunt. Fucking nice try, dipshit. Your word against mine. See you in court, bitch.
I would quote HR, so you can't do it anymore.
Fucking watch me. Your word against mine. See you in court, bitch. Like, if you don't have it in writing, it didn't happen.
I do.
I didn't write shit, mate. I didn't write nothing. I didn't fucking sign nothing. You ain't got dick.
Right, here we go. I think the first one looks entitled Mount Walsh.
Oh no, not fucking Matt Walsh.
We'll start off strong.
No.
Yeah, starting out strong with Matt Walsh.
Oh god, why?
Yeah,
Why
I
do
know.
I-
I'm just.
Why do I let you pick these episodes?
You forget to do anything for the episodes usually.
Like, why
Because
do
you're-
I do this to myself?
Because you're a masochist.
Because it gives us money. It's content.
What money?
we get paid for
You guys are
this?
getting paid?
You're getting paid for this?
Like,
Imaginary
what fucking
YouTube
money? Yeah, where? What
Yeah,
money?
Why, it's imaginary.
We get 3 viewers a month. What fucking money? Fucking what?
Not to
You-
mention, this is
you're getting
there's
paid
no
in
way in hell
bankruptcy
this
or
can ever get
something.
monetized.
I don't know. A few of our episodes might just, but fucking it'd be tight.
I will 200 episodes we've done, I think about 5.
Maybe 5 are okay.
And those are D&D sessions.
No, there was that one D&D session that's not definitely never getting monetized. But
Oh wait,
Oh.
what happened with that?
Oh,
What
yeah.
happened there?
No racism.
no, it's the D&D session where about halfway through, it was like one of the ones where I was streaming from my end. I went to go for a piss and like knocked the stream to like a deaf alt page. Went to piss, come back and didn't put the stream back to the D&D game. So the rest of the show is just the audio of the D&D thing going, and no fucking footage of the game.
Yeah, that sounds about right for you.
It's just the audio.
In fact, I've done that a few times myself because it's yes.
Fucking.
Right. I've just heard this guy's quite quiet here, so it's gonna be a struggle to hear, fucker.
So every shut fuck up.
Okay. Playing now.
And your discussions do selectively ignore and misrepresent the recent burgeoning medical and behavioral literature that demonstrates that gender-affirming care and similar medical interventions demonstrate consistent improvements to mental health, suicidality, and general well-being.
Which study are those?
There are probably like 30 studies by this point, all produced in the last like 10 years or so. Anybody can look them up on...
Okay, well, just here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm not
Hold on,
impressed
hold on, pause real quick.
by
pause
just
real quick.
using.
Fatman, yeah, is it just me or is there like a little like blip that comes
Yeah,
through
every
like
once
that?
in a while, the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Discord.
It's this
Hey,
one.
No, I'm talking about the thing that like the click that comes through like Fatman T's mic or whatever.
No, I'm not getting an audio blip.
Don't
No,
hear me.
No, it doesn't happen often. It's just like
there's just no audio blip happening.
No.
At least not that I can hear.
We don't think
it's
it's
not
back
doing
on
it.
that might be the video. Because these videos aren't... Because although YAF has money, they don't budget very well on cameras or sound equipment.
Sure, like we can talk. The microphone I'm talking into right now was £20.
I think they paid less
Like-
for this.
Fucking like our asses can talk about quality of sound. Fucking. Like, I only sound passable because I've got about 5 plugins running on my computer to make this sound semi-decent.
We'll finish it off.
You saying a study?
No,
Okay,
there are
because
studies.
fine. Well, there could be 100 studies. There could be
You can
1,000
read
studies.
them.
Great. Yeah, and I have read them. Have you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So I'll give you one
No, we
example. I don't know
haven't.
if you can give me
Shut
an
the
example,
fuck
but I'll
up.
give you one example of a recent study.
I got $10 on that.
and
Soda
this was
Rage
just in the
Quiz
headlines.
episode.
It said that
You what?
I got $10 on that Soda Rage Quiz this episode.
I
Any takers?
No, I'm alright. No, I think Soda's got the with
no Echo.
Okay.
If I
Tell
do
you.
rage quit the episode, it's gonna be because of you or somebody else in the
I'm
podcast.
staying quiet. I'm staying quiet.
Yeah, for now. I'm talking about when we actually are talking about our own points here.
That's why you're the one that literally just bet $10 like she was gonna give up. Like
Yeah.
Okay,
you
fair enough.
you can't say shit then claim that you've been quiet. Like motherfucker, we got you in 4K ray trace footage saying shit. Like you did it live on air. Like we got you in 4K, motherfucker. You don't get to do that one.
I don't really care. Like, I shouldn't say I don't care. But
Oh,
I'm
you-
trying to word it- I'm
what's
trying
that?
to
You
word it.
What's that? You don't care about trans rights, do you know? Would you like to say that again, but on the record this time, closer to the microphone for
Would
me?
you like to say that in so I can show this to your trans girlfriend?
Shut the fuck. It's not what I meant.
Uh huh.
trying to word this correctly.
Echo, just stop digging.
Oh, yeah.
Stop
I'll
digging.
stop talking.
It's just.
Stop digging the hole and stop giggling.
Echo is just digging his hole.
Echo is just Echo. That's what's happening here. And as per usual, he's playing fucking cleanly into the palm of my hand like a little ball of dough that he is. And I'm going to make him into a pizza when we're done.
It's great. Like, as I go play this without any interruptions, 52 seconds in, it echoes up to it 3 times.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, someone played a pizza
this
time
is-
theme song. This motherfucker might get flat.
Yeah, Echo. That's also why I said if I rage quit, it's gonna be you because nobody else has said anything.
Get your pizza. Get your pizza here. Blue bitch pizza. Get your pizza. Blue bitch pizza.
Right. So,
Now with extra fur.
okay, well, try again.
Fucking tabbed out instead of clicking the goddamn out of full screen button.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, I did that earlier, to be fair.
Ready, everybody?
Yes.
It proved that double mastectomies for minor girls improves their well-being. And this was a study, and it was proven, peer-reviewed. Then you read how they actually conducted this study, and you find out that they interviewed a very small selection of girls in one region of the country, all from the same socioeconomic background, and they did their follow-up, I think it was 3 months later. And based on a follow-up a few months later, they've determined that, oh yeah, it improves well-being. You see the problem here? No, I don't.
There are many, but this is the exception to the rule. Many
I don't think it
studies
is.
use observational data with various follow-up from like 6 months to 5 years to 10 years, and they don't demonstrate what you claim.
Well, you can say the word study, but what I'm saying is when you
look them up.
Okay,
Or,
great,
like,
great.
You can Google them.
Yeah, and so can you. It sounds like you haven't.
I've done it a good bit.
Oh, you've done it a good bit. Okay, all right. Well, I just gave you an.
Transgender health, PubMed, NIH, gender affirming care, and I mean it's
Okay,
just
let
frustrating
me
because
ask you this.
Anybody can look at this.
What's your name?
Jacob.
Jacob. Let me ask you this. How do you think they would have large-scale, long-term studies about the effects of these drugs and these surgeries on children when we only started doing it to children at a large scale a few years ago? So how could that even exist?
Yeah, I think scale is probably
Fucking
one of the more prevalent challenges of these studies.
Okay, so we're already hearing that there are challenges in these studies.
Every study has challenges. Like any scientific truth, like all of the scientific truth that we take for granted today, they're built on methodologies that fundamentally have flaws. Like if you want to make a specific critique, you can do that. If you're talking about
I just did.
Well, if you're talking about sample size, there are very well demonstrated statistical results that you don't need 10,000 people to get like a statistically significant value.
Yes, you do.
Don't.
Here's
No, absolutely not.
No,
it's
you
like
don't.
a very basic statistical
Jacob,
fact.
here's
Like
Jacob.
a sample size greater than 1,000, that can that has very nice asymptotic properties. Like
Jacob, here's what I know. If you want to even begin to claim that a study has proven that castrating and sterilizing little boys helps them in the long run, then you would need to have a large sample size of children who've gone through these procedures, and we've checked back with them in adulthood to see how they're doing. Those studies do not exist. They can't exist because we weren't doing this to kids at anywhere near this scale even 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. What that tells us, Jacob, is that the kids we have right now, they are the sample.
Actually,
Okay,
that's not all
they
the
are
case.
the
There's a
experiment.
specific study
We
along
are experimenting on children right now.
Don't fucking applaud that, you idiots!
You can easily demonstrate that that's not the
And
case.
are you, Jacob, are you able to just use your common sense as well? I mean, you can rely on studies and you can just shout the word study at me and then start,
No, I'm not
you can start, let me finish.
Sorry.
You can shout about studies and list random medical organizations. That doesn't impress me. There was a time when every medical organization would have told you that, bloodletting is the way to cure every disease. There was a time when every medical organization told you that the vaccine, stopped transmission. So, but
Oh god.
I won't applaud that one either.
None of those statements are fucking...
Are we able to just
Don't
use
throw the
common
pen.
sense
Don't throw the
as
pen.
well?
Don't throw the pen. You need the pen. Don't throw the pen. You
And
require
based
the
on common
pen.
sense,
Hold on. Can we
determine-
pause this for a second?
Yeah.
Because I have figured out the perfect way to allow this Matt Walsh not get to you. Just treat him like a middle schooler, because that's what he is.
No,
He's-
even then,
I
even
have
then,
spoke
I
to
would hit
middle
him.
schoolers a lot. This is a middle school. This is when a 13-year-old grows up.
Yeah, even then, gamer. I've worked with kids around that age group, and if they said shit half this stupid, I'd backhand them. Like that's
I see.
This is a fourth.
there is no point in human fucking history where anyone would have said that bloodletting cures every illness.
Yeah.
A foul misunderstanding of what bloodletting was used for.
Yeah, I know
But-
the medieval text
Yeah,
for
What
surgery
was-
stuff. And it
What was bloodletting used for again?
bloodletting was used as a cure, as a type of medicine for removing one of the 4 biles out of the body for curing like medieval diseases. But again, that was a very narrow, specific point of medieval history, and that
Yeah, and even then, it was
just happens
used
to
to
be
treat
that it
certain
was-
illnesses.
Yeah, it just happens that bloodletting is such a scary concept to modern eyes that it has become almost like focal pointed in history and has been blown out of proportion.
And even then, it's only considered scary because most people woefully misunderstand the science behind it.
yes,
Yeah.
bloodletting
like,
was done in a
Because
very
there
surgical way.
is science behind bloodletting. It's not good, but it's still there.
Like, all I'm saying is most human bodies bloodlet themselves once in a blue moon to alleviate pressure in the skull. It's called a nosebleed.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yes, you
yes,
know,
that's
press
what
valve.
causes nosebleeds.
That's part of the reason why we actually thought that bloodletting was okay, I believe, was because of nosebleeds and other forms. I'm not exactly sure.
It's also one of
Uh,
the main things that was used to treat was extreme headaches and migraines.
Did it work?
Yes, actually, it
because
does.
it relieved blood pressure, Echo. That's why
Yeah.
bloodletting was a thing, is because all it did was lower your blood pressure.
So what
It was
you're
also
saying
used a lot of the time to
is-
treat like a blood infection.
No, Echo, I'm not saying that you should ever bloodlet, because it's incredibly dangerous if you do not know what you were doing.
Yeah, and most people don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You say back then they developed special
Exactly.
devices for bloodletting where you basically had a device you put on and clicked and you like 40 blades come out. You cut it at certain depths just to barely nick the veins to let a certain amount of blood out. You know, it was also used a lot, especially during the 14th century in France, to get the pale skin for women when they used to like the idea of having paler skin was a beauty aspect.
Yes.
Right.
I'd also like to point out that, at least to my understanding, there's been no point in modern scientific history where anyone would have said with a straight fucking face that having a vaccine will prevent the transmission of an illness, only the prevention of actually suffering the effects of said
Yeah,
illness.
Yeah, I know. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's almost like we figured out transmission before we figured out fucking vaccines or something. You know, it's almost like
Yes,
there's a
it did, yes.
timeline of progression for science. You know, like it's
Yeah,
almost
this
like
is-
it's almost like you can't cure a virus without knowing how it spreads first.
I think we
This is why I say conservatives are only misinformed.
Like I say, I think for transmission, that was like first discovered around the 17th century. Vaccines started coming in at the end of the 18th.
Because vaccines
Like-
are just like the dark, like it's like
It was the
Yeah,
early. The first vaccine was in the early 19th century, and it cured. It was for polio.
because if I remember correctly, vaccines are just like a very weakened like form of like what
We
the
got dead.
disease is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can
And
explain
so-
it really
so
well.
it-
I
it's
know this
actually-
one.
Essentially, it's like a training mission for your immune system. It's like
Yes,
it's
actually.
it's like a live fire exercise.
Echo, another really good way to put it is imagine you're trying to teach your little brother how to fight, and you go find the meanest looking guy you can, and you beat the shit out of him, and then you let your little brother beat the shit out of him. That is what a vaccine is.
Actually, yeah, that's a pretty good way of describing it. Yeah, it's a crude analogy, but it is actually an effective way to explain that. Yeah.
It's pretty much
Or
not far off.
Or it's like when I take somebody's breach and one thing,
Your son didn't give me a kiss.
They need it.
That sounds weird.
That's why some vaccines you can actually get symptoms of the disease. Weakened symptoms, we still
Yeah.
can't get them.
Which is also why
Yes.
people who are immunocompromised can be even more at risk if they get vaccines because
Yeah.
their immune system might be literally so weak that the weakened version is still stronger.
Yes.
Hence, that was the biggest
I
problem with the
know
COVID vaccine was. It's because they just
Yeah,
used the weakest
which is-
strain rather than the synthetic strain. With a lot more
I know
to
this is
do.
a bit off topic from the vaccines, but recently me and Starla were having a conversation about allergies, right? And
Right.
apparently, peanut butter and worms, like the parasite, have
Yeah.
extremely what's it
Close DNA structure.
similar
Protein molecules, you mean?
yeah, whatever the fuck the body, because the body uses I'm trying to remember all the
Are you
big
looking for the word
words.
pheromone by any chance?
No,
No.
it's not pheromones. It's
No, it's not
Protein
pheromone,
markers.
yeah, that.
There you
And
go.
then the way she
There.
explained it to me was your body's like, oh, that's a worm, and then it kills itself trying to fight the peanut butter.
Yes.
no.
Yes, pretty much. You're not even wrong. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You want to hear something even stupider about the human body, Echo, and how it works, right?
Starla probably already told me about it, but go ahead.
Right. You know, like when you get the flu, right, and you get a fever with the flu, right?
Oh yeah, that's your body trying to make it so that your body is.
It's too hot. It's too hot for the
Yeah.
virus to survive.
Oh no, it's
Yeah.
even stupider than that. Your body is literally challenging that virus to a race to see who will die of overheating first. Your body is literally cooking itself internally to challenge a virus into who will dehydrate to death first.
Essentially,
And
I'd
you
like to
know,
point out, imagine
the body
imagine
doesn't win
explaining
that
all of
fight
this
very
shit to
often.
an alien.
Yeah.
Imagine
Again,
explaining all the weird shit with the human body to an alien like that. Like, oh yeah, we just our body tries to kill itself in order to destroy whatever's inside of it.
Our body
Yeah,
tries to kill itself a body kills itself trying to protect it.
Yeah, and the worst part is the human body doesn't even win that fight a majority of the time. 9 times out of 10, your body will lose that fight if it does it on its own.
Yeah.
But it wins just often enough that Mother Nature never figured out to just evolve it away because it kind of works. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it works good enough.
It works
That's-
just often enough to not be considered a genetic problem, but not often enough to be fucking helpful.
what's worse than aliens' fact is the human body, instead of actually eradicating anything that harms it, it will go, you know what, that could be useful later on, and absorbs it and puts it away for later.
Yes.
Yep.
Like
Hey,
your body
hey,
literally
Echo,
has
you wanna
samples
actually
of
hear-
everything you've been infected with.
I actually do also have a really fun fact, and this is about this actually does relate to the current topic. It's about how our bodies are basically this genetic archive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Echo, we are literally encoded with the ability to. So I don't know exactly how to. There
Yeah.
is a specific type of immunocell that is supposed to identify bacteria and viruses and stuff by checking their DNA.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
the reason how it does that is it matches to a pre-made database that is encoded within your own DNA.
Yeah. I know about this. I knew that from Rome.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you know
and
about
that
antibody
encoded
science.
database gets and that DNA database it gets larger with each generation of human being.
I learned that
Yep.
from the anglerfish science man.
Yeah, you know about the antibody database. The body keeps encoding the DNA structure. I believe that's
Yes.
encoded on protein marker 17. I believe.
I believe so. And that particular DNA system is why horsepox wiped out the Aztecs and didn't do anything to the Spanish.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Spanish
Starla-
The
Starla
Spanish had
explained that.
experienced horses before.
Yeah.
Also, I think
the-
you'll
the-
find, Echo, it was me that explained that to you before, not fucking Starla, but hey ho,
I
here.
thought I don't know. It sounded like something she'd explained to me, but
No, it was while we were
Oh,
having
yeah,
a
because-
discussion about archaeology.
when you taught me about the cool stuff about the Aztecs. Yeah, I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's also one of the misconceptions about the American Indians that a lot of American history books get wrong with. Say the colonials brought up smallpox blankets to kill them off.
Yeah, it's
was-
like we did, but not on purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was accident. It was accidental biological warfare.
Yeah,
Yes,
from
we
the beginning,
literally
it
had
was
no concept of the illness because we had evolved to not be bothered by it because we grew
Yeah.
up around fucking horses for 300 goddamn
Yeah,
years.
It was
one-
just kind of
Like,
it was just kind of an inconvenience to us.
There's one thing that
The aspect-
its cinema got wrong was like Indians being like a horse culture society when they weren't. They never had
Yeah, they
horses
didn't-
over there.
Yeah, they didn't
Yeah,
develop.
no,
like,
horses weren't
after
introduced
colonization.
to North America until like the 1800s.
I'm gonna bounce because I believe my
That's
little
the only
brother's
reason
out.
why we depicted them with it is because we traded for them.
I
Yes.
will be back. I will be back after I shower.
No problem.
Nobody's.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know that I've read like American history books where they say like, you know, especially it's a common one for like Native American studies, like, you know, oh, the white man brought over the swamp blankets and wiped out the Indians. Like, no, we didn't. We had no idea about biological warfare at that point, even know what bacteria was.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't even discover what bacteria was until
That was mid-
17.
I think it was
It
the
was-
late
it was
1700s.
It was, if memory serves, the first theory of bacteria and virology was written in the 1600s, but it wasn't proven until the invention of the microscope, which was 1780 something off the top of my head. I want to say
Yeah.
86.
The first Lichten microscope was
No, that was already all done,
1757.
Was it 50? I remember it being like 80 something.
Yeah, was that one that basically like,
Oh, yeah.
two like small magnifying glasses put on the brass plate?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm on
that
about.
thing.
With that was about 50
I actually, my school actually promised my one teacher that they would get a set of those for him to use in his class, so he could teach teach that as a lesson. They promised it, and next year, they spent all that money on what was it?
Drugs.
No, they repainted the lockers.
Oh god.
Yeah, sounds about right for an American education system, yeah.
Although they're not very expensive, like about $3 a piece.
It's
Those
like that,
things.
yeah.
The modern equivalent of them. They're very cheap to buy. In fact, you can. Well, they should have done with like a sign class.
He actually made one.
Yeah. They're trying to make them.
He talked to the machine class teacher and got that done.
Also, sorry, I know. Again, I know you said like we're gonna go for it without interruptions. That
Yeah.
statement, that double up of historical inaccuracy, fucking tweaked a little nerve in me, and I had to get it out of my system. I didn't realize people could hear me shouting about it.
Like I say, we've got about 2 minutes of this one left,
like
and
it.
then because I've got one thing to say on it myself when it finishes,
Mm.
and that's mostly about the.
You want to go back
fine.
outside?
And I'll bring it up in a second. Right.
That it is certainly not a good idea to sterilize and castrate children and remove body parts from children before they are possibly old enough to consent to those procedures. Don't we know that just based
Hey,
on
can we
basic
stop this
moral
for a
decency
second?
and common sense?
Damn, that was fast.
No, because I like to point out that he keeps saying children.
Yeah.
It's been
I have never known anybody who was below the age of 16 who did not who was sorry, let me try. I've never known anybody who was under the age of 16 who wanted to get a sex change operation like within that time frame.
I have. I
Yeah,
worked with a kid that.
I
when
have
was
not.
doing
I have
youth work.
never met anybody who was like that.
I was working with a kid when I was doing youth work that was 14 that wanted the surgery done and had since they were 12.
Oh damn.
There's
Uh,
there's a hospital, I think it's either in California, New York, that specializes in transgender surgeries for under 10s.
Yes. I can't remember which state it is either off the top of my head, but
It's one of
there
the
are
two.
cases of like younger people wanting the surgery done.
I think there's an extent to how young it should be.
I mean, for me, like if they're old enough to know the difference between boy and girl and understand like what a permanent consequence means,
Yeah.
then
If they
fair
can,
play.
okay, I'll give you that. If they can understand the consequences of what they're doing and the fact that this is a permanent change.
Like exactly. Like they don't necessarily, to me, they don't necessarily have to be able to like explain it in perfect scientific detail of like, oh yes, you know, like one of the possible consequences of this is I may well become like worse in terms of genders. I don't need all that shit. You know, like so long as they can like explain to me that they understand, you know, like fucking, you know, a male is this, a female is this, a boy is this, girl is this. You know, if I make this decision, I get this surgery done, it means my penis goes bye-bye, I have a vagina, I become a girl, not a boy. If they can explain it that far, I'm happy for it to go ahead. You know, like, you know, if they can understand permanent consequence as a concept on its own and roughly how gender works, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to run the end. I'm going to say my comments towards the end of this.
Yeah.
Sure, but you're trying to make causal statements about the impacts of medical interventions. You need to demonstrate that with science, and I'm not mentioning, and I'm not like making an ethos argument. Oh, like look at this organization. I'm saying that there are like very rigorous ways to substantiate your claims, and the people that are spending lots of time are doing that, and they come to conclusions that are very different from the ones that you say. I'm not making an appeal to ethos. Anybody can look up these studies and just see how they're done.
Right, and these are also studies being done by the people who it just so happens are profiting from the procedures that they say work, which is really interesting. But
do you think your professors are getting paid by like some?
Yeah, a lot of them are.
You think there's somebody like paying your professors for? I think you should.
How do you think it works, Jacob?
Because that's very unrealistic.
Do you think they're not being paid?
No.
They ain't doing this for free, I'll tell you that.
No. They're definitely being paid. But like if
But not being bribed.
Organization paying them, like I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no third party.
Like, talk with your professors. That's like sort of silly.
Okay.
It's almost like he has no idea of like how the medical world works.
Oh, there's always some
He doesn't.
conspiracy of-
I think you can know things without asking for permission sometimes from professors to say that you know them.
No, I'm just saying.
And one of those things that you can know is that it's never okay to castrate a child. I mean, I don't need... Jacob,
Right.
Thank you, Matt.
I hate their
Okay.
wording. You know they do.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Pretend that
Fucking
one.
hang on.
Okay,
I'm writing
fine.
some
We're
notes
done
here,
with it,
so I know
right.
what I'm doing here.
Right. I'm gonna go first because there's a couple of points I want to make on this particular video. There's one of the ones I have done quite a bit of dive into before. Now, Mr. Brown quotes lots
Can
of
you do
his
this thing?
sites, and that's from what he's put down. I have looked at, and a lot of them aren't really a study; it's more of a survey they did on transitioned university students at the time, because that's where most of the stuff comes from. And again, they were done in a very unscientific way, mostly in a sociological way of gathering data. Again, there were quite small sample size, between 500 and 700 people on the study in a very small area. Now, the one study I have, a big study I have seen, it's outdated now because it's back from the 2012, was the Sweden study on transgender, which gets the service got generally the non-fall of suicide rates between pre-transition and post-transitioning being around the same level. And that was I believe, a 15-year study, and that was fully published in 2012. That's what most conservatives refer to. Now, I do know a new one was put in place, but hasn't quite finished yet. If I remember correctly. They're doing another one, and that finishes, I believe, in 27.
Yes.
If I understood it correctly.
If I'm thinking about the same study, then yeah, I believe that their findings are due to be collated and cross-referenced in 2027. Not cross-referenced, like peer-reviewed, sorry, and then published in 28.
It's the Sweden's Young Health and Transitioning Binary Survey study.
Yeah. I'm saying if I'm thinking of the same one, because I know there's two being run out of Sweden at the minute.
Yes, there is.
I'm actually kind of glad that you guys know more than I do here, because I don't go on my way for these studies. I specifically stay out of the political part of this shit.
I mean, the thing is, like, so, like, despite how much I like rip the piss out of like the trans people in the trans community and that, and it's like especially behind closed doors, just like as jokes, like between friends, I genuinely do care and support about the trans community.
Yeah,
Like I like
But
100%.
it's because-
I love you guys, but
But the difference is you weren't treating us as lessers. You were making fun of us as an equal.
Exactly. You know, I'm a very vehement believer in the sense of like I'd either like
No one
as a
human's
funny
above
fucker.
another.
Exactly, and as a funny fucker, for me, it's like either I can make fun of everyone, or I cannot make fun of anyone. It is one or the other. You know, because like it's like if I don't make fun of a disabled person because oh they're disabled, you can't make fun of them. All I'm saying to that disabled guy, that cunt in a wheelchair over there, is I'm not going to make fun of you because I feel bad for you, and I don't feel bad for that guy.
Yeah.
No, I know that sounds horrible, but I don't feel bad for the guy in the wheelchair because you know what? He's probably fucking happier than I am in life. He's probably doing a lot better than most of us.
Love you.
You know, like, you know, if I don't make fun of him just because he's different, I'm singling him out, and that's just not right. You know, like, I'd rather single him out and have him on his fucking knees pissing himself than single him out in a way that just makes him feel like shit.
Now,
Exactly.
one last thing I will make for like you before it's used to is I think what my watch is talking about here is the study that came out in Houston.
Yes.
Back in this was 2 years ago. This video, so that would put it 2018 study,
I believe it was the 18 study.
which showed the correlation, like the correlation between those who had people who had transition surgery below the age of 14, and then those who, when they reached the age of
What are you doing?
21, retransitioned back into the original sex. But
Yes,
again,
which
that's,
was a heavily flawed study because it literally only surveyed the ones that had transitioned back.
well, basically all it done was it took the like list of number of people that transitioned, and then number of people transitioned back, and then create a correlation point between the two.
Yeah,
I think it
and,
came down like 59% something like that transitioned back to the original gender.
and again, it was
type thing.
very heavily flawed how they did it, and I hate it.
Again, it's one of the ones I don't like because it wasn't done at a proper interval section. It was done like straight two data sets and compared to two, which is not how a study generally works.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's it,
overflow.
I said, like before you open the floor, I'm gonna quickly say, so I'm gonna let you go first because I have notes and bits written down.
Okay.
Mine might take longer, so I'll let you go first.
Okay. I'm going to appeal less towards the logic here. I want to talk about his wording specifically. Matt Walsh knows what he's doing, and I don't like
100%.
that. He knows how he's appealing to this audience. Because notice his repetitive negative connotations. He's never not talking about the negative part or the negative words associated with this, like mutilating,
Castrating.
castration, infertility, all things that we find gross and highly negative, which shadows this negative light onto the subject.
Mhm.
Because you're not castrating them. You aren't mutilating their body. Not to mention him not letting I don't remember who else who Matt was debating with here.
Guy from the university.
Well, no, I know he did say his name, but I don't remember what he said it was.
Unless it was Josh.
Was it Josh or James?
It might have been James. I think it was James.
Okay, James here. He's not letting him talk. He's talking over him a lot, especially again, hammering in his points because that's all he has. He's only got a couple points to talk about. So he puts all of his effort into hammering in child mutilation, this one study, and then what else was he talking about? There was a third thing. Oh, the sample size. Also,
I'm gonna get to the sample size.
Okay, I want to mention the sample size because that is such horse shit. Look at literally any study that has been done when it first started out. You will always see low numbers because nobody wants to be associated with it yet because they don't know what it's about.
I mean, you're right.
So
A lot of preliminary studies when it's preliminary come out have very small sample sizes for like a preliminary review of it, and that is for a competitive review you do need a relatively large size. But I think it's about I think you do need about 1,500 to 2,000 for a comparative study.
A comparative study would be better for about anything over 1,000. I usually say 1,000 because that deals with what's the word? Sorry, I already forgot that my alarm completely derailed my train of thought.
Regional deviation, was that the word you wanted?
I don't know. What was I even? What was my what was I talking about?
Sample
Where was
size.
I?
As a sample size of over 1,000 deals with, and then you got confused.
Oh, percentages.
Yes.
Percentages. It helps. 1,000 helps with percentages a lot better because you don't get funky. You don't really get funky ones, but that is a personal thing just for me.
Was that 1,000 eliminates what I call outlier syndrome?
Yes.
Yes.
Which a lot of because I've read a lot of studies, especially out from the socialism side, the social studies side of it, and they have a habit of only using a very small sample size of about 100 or 200, which leaves you a great deal amount of outliers, which can skew the results.
Yes.
In defense for that, though, when it comes to social studies in particular, there's only about 200 people on the planet that respect social studies as a science.
Yeah.
It's like fair play.
I will be right back. I'm going to be heading outside. I will be continuing.
Yeah.
But I might have to leave the podcast early because my parents are coming over for dinner.
No worries.
I have to be right back.
While sort of transitions to outside,
Yeah.
I'm gonna start my set here, because we kind of briefly talked about my first point, so I'm gonna pick up on that first point here, which is so like Matt Walsh basically bitching about the size of the study pool, which again we kind of talked about a little bit there for a second. I want to agree and disagree with him a little bit on it, which is why it's my first one. Yes, like a lot of the studies that have been done when it comes to sort of transitioned at young and like how they're doing later in life, a lot of them do have much smaller sample sizes than other studies for transgenders, mainly because there's less kids that not only want to do that transition but are even fucking allowed to. So you're gonna have a smaller data set to work with because you have a smaller fucking set of people that are actually doing that because there's less people that are allowed to fucking do it. It's almost like the right wing of the aisle have kind of purposely sabotaged that particular fucking study. But hey, that's just a theory and everything. Allegations and whatnot, allegedly.
All right.
Welcome back, Soda. So that being said, that's what there's also plenty of studies that the right wing rely on for plenty of other arguments to have even smaller study fucking group sizes, and no one complains about that. So, anywho, point number 2, right? And this is where people are probably gonna disagree with me a little bit here, but I don't give two shits. I'm gonna say it anyway, all right? Because Matt Walsh really likes and really enjoys using the word castration here to describe the transgender transition. So I'm going to go ahead and make a little point about that for a brief moment here. He's very clearly trying to condemn the act of castrating, specifically I'm assuming young men, because castration's done to fucking men, medically anyway. I'd like to point out that there are several medical treatments that are done for many different issues, almost all of which are mental health related in general, that involve castrating people that are under the age of 16. For example, a key one that requires, much like transgender surgery should, the consent of the young person in question, and it has to be them that requests it and or a court of law that requests it, which is chemical castration against a young person that is showing very, very concerning and troubling signs of becoming a sexual deviant.
Oh yeah, I know about.
Such as young people that begin having very adverse reactions to puberty and begin basically having thoughts of committing rapes and other sex crimes, where they willingly or in some cases unwillingly are chemically castrated by doctors. A thing that the right wing pushed to be made legal. So you can't have your cake and eat it here, Matt Walsh. Either you agree with castrating young people or you fucking don't. But I'm willing to wager Matt Walsh either doesn't know about that or just wants to ignore that. You know, it's
I
whole
generally
thing.
think it's one of the things. It's probably around context. We don't have context of his speech for this one.
Just
So I think he probably his speech was around the idea of the child transitioning more than anything else.
Even then, if you're going to use a particular word for a point that relates to the medical issue, at least look at other cases where it's being used and, you know, figure out your
because
dipshit.
if you're not,
I admit he's using very hyperbolic terminology
honestly, I wouldn't mind.
for the
Oh, he
audience.
really is.
Topic.
You know, and
I'm
if he's
only
going to use
Jared's
hyperbolic
resident
terminology,
expert.
I'm going to use hyperbolic points against him.
Yeah.
My next point, because this is a biggie, is I want to address the allegations being made there about professors and I'm assuming medical professionals being bribed when it comes to doing these studies. I'd like to point out something very, very clear. I bring up medical professionals for a very particular reason we'll get into. Matt Walsh very clearly doesn't understand how medical facilities and or study groups that do these particular scientific studies actually make their money. The answer is they don't day to day. They fucking just don't. You know, like scientific research groups make all of the money via donations, so they get a big lump sum of money. Say let's say October, right? They'll do a big fundraiser, get some rich cunts to throw them some money. They spend that money doing their research. Then they do another fundraiser to get the money because they don't get paid to do their shit, right? That's point A when it comes to the researchers, and this is true at the university level all the way up to like the government level. Most government researchers don't really realistically get a budget; they have to fucking crowd raise. When it comes to hospitals as well, it's a similar issue in hospitals. Out of every hospital in America, tell me, does anyone here know the percentage of U.S. hospitals that actually turn a profit annually?
What if I?
Isn't it only like 5%?
No, we're still on the video.
Yes,
39.
yes, we are.
39% usually turn a profit.
Thank you. It is 39%. Just over a third of US hospitals actually turn a profit every year.
And the ones that
Now-
do turn a profit are the ones who generally deal more in elective surgery, such as plastic surgery, hip replacements, that type of stuff.
Yep.
What if
that is
what
true.
If I come into? What if I
But
rejoin?
Echo, I'm trying to make a point, Echo. Shut up and listen. Right? I will explain what we're talking about when I'm done. Okay.
All right.
Fucking. Now, even with the ones that make the money via plastic surgeries and the ones that don't and somehow make a profit, do you know the number one way those hospitals actually turn a profit and the hospitals that don't turn a profit are able to stay afloat? Does anyone know? Can anyone guess?
Usually government subsidies for Medicare or
Nope.
generally conducting some kind of research base.
Nope.
Charging for medication?
Nope. In fact, but believe it or not, Echo, especially in the US, most hospitals lose money when they give you your fucking medication.
Yep.
Huh.
That's actually part of the reason why they have to charge so much.
Yes.
Oh.
And even with how much they're charging you for your medication, they're still losing money on it.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
The primary way most hospitals make any fucking money every goddamn year is twofold. Right? One of the more popular ways to do it, and it's one that I think is kind of smart, is essentially what the board of directors for the hospital will do is every couple of years they will just auction off essentially the head chair of the board to a rich guy.
Yeah, I remember that one.
He gives the hospital a lump sum money to like basically be in charge of the board of directors. He gets to feel nice, powerful, and important for a couple of months till he gets bored and fucks off. That's way number one. A lot of hospitals make some money. Way number two, that is a little bit more devious when it comes to a hospital, is the exact same way the research groups I mentioned earlier make their money, where they hold gala events, ball events, and or generalized fundraising, private and public, concurrently to make fucking money.
What are the research groups you mentioned earlier? I wasn't here for that.
It's like medical research groups that would do things like studies, like fucking how is this particular treatment for illness 17 affecting the people we're giving it to 6 months after they've been cured of the illness. Those kind of study groups that like do that kind of work. Right? They basically hold galas and dinners for rich cunts and talk them into giving them lots of money.
No,
This also isn't just true for the medical side of science. Damn near every science does this on a regular basis.
well, I mean, as far as I know how the generally get money for these studies works, is usually a professor would go and say, look, I want to do a study on this specific topic.
Yes.
You then apply for grants from various organizations. Now, admittedly, some of those organizations do have a bias of what they want out of the study,
Yes.
right? Now, if they believe that study is going to give them the bias they want to say, they're more likely to fund the study than not.
Yes.
That is true. That's Jim Matmosh's statement. It's true that some doctors are funded by special interest groups who want a study to go a certain way. Well, it doesn't
Yes.
matter entirely, but it is true they do it. Right? Now, not to say that the doctors are unethical and say, well, I'll skew my results to get the result you want. You know, I won't say that doesn't happen in the field. It does. But good makes 70% of most studies, because of peer review, come out as clean studies.
Yes.
Because, let's be honest, scientists are petty bastards, and if they could tear you down, they will.
Yes. Now, my fourth and
Sorry,
final
I
point
just
I'd like
came
to
back
make.
in. The fucking what?
Don't worry about it. My fourth and final point, and this is, I'll be honest, this is me just aiming to end Matt Walsh's career. Because I'm a son of a bitch. Because this is something I've noticed, not just in Matt Walsh's debates, but this is an issue I have with debates in fucking general a lot of the time. Like especially when it comes to like political topics. Is like in this video, you'll see like, you know, both sides of the argument basically bringing up studies and facts and figures and being like, oh, well, this university found this in this study. And they'll tell you the study. Never fucking once do they bring the goddamn study with them to show that they know what they're on about. They're just, like, they took the time to read it, memorize it, you know, fucking practice it, all that shit, get it in their fucking skull. Didn't bring a paper copy so they can be like, see, look, and this particular paper. No, just say it. Like, you had time to read that shit, but you didn't have time to fucking print it off. Like, motherfucking, hook up a goddamn projector, for God's sake. It's a university. You have one.
Right, I will admit, right, there's one guy, Stephen Crowder. He's a right side. He's like he classifies himself centrist, but he's more like right leaning. When he does his Change My Mind debates, he does have a binder with all his reference material. He's going to talk about in the binder, which will show people if they ask for it.
And that's exactly on it. That is great. I like it when debaters do that. Unfortunately, a majority of motherfuckers that do debates at the professional level don't fucking do it, and it bugs me.
No, because I find a lot of modern day debates are less about academic truth and more about, you know, can I bludgeon you to death? Yeah.
And still, it's some bullshit. If you're going to mention a fact or figure, at least have the common goddamn decency to pull it up, for God's sake.
Hold on, Scotty. See, professional debate isn't real debate. Professional debate is like professional wrestling.
I'm aware, but still.
Professional
it
debating
bugs
isn't
me.
debating. You're just arguing.
It bugs me. And even then, it's not like professional wrestling. Because if professional wrestling is going to mention a thing from 30 goddamn years ago, we have the common decency to play you a real package to remind you of that event. We have the common decency to show supporting figures for our statements in professional wrestling because we're professionals, goddammit.
Right. Can we move to the next question then? Or is
Bugs me. No, because I have one more little diatribe I want to go on.
What is it?
Right? Motherfucker. Matt, fuck you, Matt Walsh. You made me Google something, and I'm annoyed by that. I had to Google what a double mastectomy means. Right? Next time, Matt Walsh, just say titty removal or top surgery. Fuck you for making me Google a word that took me 10 minutes to figure out how to goddamn spell. Fuck you, Matt Walsh. I almost had to get my dictionary out, you son of a bitch. Use small words, you motherfucker. Or at the very least, use words that are easy to spell. And fuck your editor for not putting a little thing up on screen to tell me how to spell it. You son of a bitch. Fuck you and your editing team.
There's no comments available. That's what's evil.
Yeah, no comments.
What's comments here?
No,
Okay, captions, yeah. I was close.
Oh, because these are filmed live, then cut up off the live stream onto...
Oh, yeah, because YouTube doesn't have a function to, like, you know, have an AI automatically do closed captions on your video when you upload it, or to let you go in and manually do the closed captions. That's not a button on the YouTube Studio or anything.
I will admit, like,
Cough, cough, hint, hint, nudge, fucking nudge.
like, I feel like Matt Walsh do use a lot of medical terminology, knowing that it sounds more polished than it actually is in the debate.
Yeah, still, at least have the common goddamn decency to put up a little thing on the screen to tell me how to spell that shit.
Right. We're on to our next question.
Because I wrote it down when he said like double mastectomy, right? Here's how I spelled it the first time round, right? Fucking November Echo Sierra Echo Charlie Tango Oscar Mike Yankee. I was wrong at step 1.
Yeah.
It's not a November, it's a Mike to start. And it's an Alpha, not an Echo to start. I fucked up at steps 1 and goddamn well too.
Yeah, because
And it took me 10 minutes to go through all the spellings I could think of till Google gave up, figured out what I was trying to Google, and gave me it.
Yeah, because it's generally pronounced mastectomy.
Yes,
But a
still.
lot of people go mess. It's actually mass.
It's some bullshit. It took me too long to figure out how that's spelled. And frankly, fuck you, Matt Walsh, fuck your editor, and the high horses you both rode in on.
Okay, moving on to the next question.
As an American Jew, how can you continue to condone the actions of the Israeli government, condoned by the U.S. government, in the Gaza Strip, where over 40,000 people have died, including Palestinians and Israelis, and large numbers of children and civilians? How can you continue to condone those actions?
Okay, hold on. I want to correct you. I don't just condone the actions of the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government.
What?
I said, "Oh God, it's Ben Shapiro."
Oh no!
I didn't want to make fun of turn up some point.
Oh god, it's the guy that made the single worst movie about a school shooting in human history. Thank God, dear.
Real.
Not
Wait,
this
what was it?
dipshit. Oh, you didn't hear about that? That time Ben Shapiro made a movie about a school shooting that was simultaneously factually incorrect, offensive, racist, homophobic, and all-round just poorly produced, all in one foul swoop. You didn't hear about that particular fucking error of judgment.
Shapiro, Echo. That's
No, I didn't.
He's Ben fucking Shapiro. One
Like,
of
the
the
only-
worst single goddamn human beings to be on this goddamn earth right now.
Like the
He's
only
lawyer,
hate
so-
crime that film didn't commit was fucking anti-Semitism, and it came close at one point.
No, you're not getting it.
The only reason why it's not anti-Semitic is because Ben Shapiro is technically Jewish.
Exactly. But it was fucking close. It had a shot, but it gave up because he didn't have the balls to fuck off his own people. Coward.
I'm getting this movie about Palestine, so this should be
Yeah,
interesting.
they already did mention it.
I said, given they asked about it, I'm given to agree with you there.
celebrate and laud them. I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening. On October 7th, Hamas launched the most deadly war on Jews since the Holocaust. They killed 1,200 innocent people. They took 250 hostages. 100 of them are still being held hostage. I know members of families of hostages who are still being held, American citizens. Hamas could end this war today by surrendering. They've chosen not to surrender. Instead, they spent billions of dollars building terror tunnels below civilian areas. It is not incumbent on the Israeli government to surrender just because terrorists are evil enough to hide behind civilians. The Israeli government has gone through such extraordinary efforts not to kill civilians that it has managed the best civilian to terrorist kill ratio in the history of urban warfare, and it is not close.
Right. Don't pause a minute.
I personally know soldiers.
Pause, please. I'm trying to write notes, and this motherfucker talks too fast. I genuinely got how fast Ben Shapiro talks.
I think if I remember correctly, during the the global war on terror, America had a lot less civilians killed than
You motherfuckers literally broke the record on that number.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
we did.
Whoops.
Not even close on that one so far. I mean, Israel's catching up now, but
What did you say, Soda?
You don't just whoop mass civilian casualties. You don't just whoop that.
Listen, sometimes the JDAM gets a little swirly and gets off the bomb rack.
it does not.
It misbehaves.
That's not how JDAMs work. Motherfucker, you play War Thunder. You should know how a JDAM works.
No, because I haven't gotten up to those. I haven't gotten up to those JDAM plans yet.
Excuse me.
Yeah, neither have I, and I still understand how a fucking JDAM works.
What the fuck is a JDAM?
It's a type of missile.
Thanks. That's
I thought
very,
it was-
very
I thought
explanatory.
it was a type of bomb.
It's
No,
It's technically a missile. The thing is, I could explain in and out how a JDAM works, but we kind of have like a different topic for the podcast tonight.
hang on.
We'd be here till 2 a.m.
I'm gonna give
Bobby,
It's a type of self-guided. It's a type of self-guided bomb that is dropped but has engines so it can guide in on a specific target to eliminate it. It's usually used for base clearance or minor bunker busting, but America used them a lot as just to. There's one guy there in a market, just take him out with that. It's easier. Because JDAM.
I mean, they weren't wrong. It does fucking work. They weren't wrong about it being easier. Like, that guy's gonna die, but so's 10 other cunts nearby.
Yeah.
That's why we made. That's why we made the Hellfire knife missile, so we can just like if somebody's in like a civilian concentrated area, we just kind of yeet that thing at them.
Oh yeah, because
Yes, but,
the Hellfire missile doesn't kill literally double the
No,
number.
no,
of people in the surrounding
because
area.
the Hellfire.
no,
knife
the
missile-
Hellfire one is the one with the knives.
Yeah,
It's the one that doesn't explode. It's
yeah,
the one that just shreds the target.
I know, and it still somehow has a higher civilian mortality rate for the surrounding fucking blast region, in quotes, than a normal goddamn JDAM.
Well, yeah, because then it becomes a kinetic missile, which kinetic warfare is horrific.
It is.
Yeah.
Physics is a bitch.
Which I mean, technically guns are kinetic warfare, but I think you guys get my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like as well that the U.S. military was warned about that by several hundred engineers before they deployed the Hellfire, and were somehow surprised when it went fucking wrong. Like, dipshits that they are.
Yeah, there's a load of knives at the target that's running at 700 miles an hour, and hope the knives don't shear off the chassis.
Yeah.
Oh no, the
Well,
knives.
okay, no. The
sheared off
knives only
goddamn
deployed at
chassis.
the very last second.
Yeah, the knives only deploy right before it hits.
Yeah,
That's
when
even
it
worse.
works correctly, which is
Yeah,
never.
well, that's which is when it worked, Echo. Which that's the problem is it was too mechanically complex.
No, the real issue is Americans built it instead of Germans, so it doesn't work any of the time. It literally always detonates early or just doesn't bother releasing the knives. So either squishes a guy and explodes, or it just fucking throws shrapnel over a 5-mile fucking radius and kills everyone in it. Because it was built by a cheese-eating fucking Yank instead of a fucking bratwurst-eating German that knows how to do basic goddamn math. It was built by Yankee Danky Doodle Dada over here instead of Zayos Vizcare over there. One of them can do math, the other one eats cheeseburger.
No, that's Soviet. That you just did the Soviet.
Do I look or sound like a man who gives a fuck right now, you blue-haired bitch?
Let's finish off the thing and get into the discussion. You got your notes wrote out.
Yes, I did.
Who have gone door to door in the Gaza Strip, who have risked their own lives
Hold
to
on,
prevent
hold on,
civilian
I don't
death.
think
Israel has
the stream
complete and
Look.
What?
That's it. The stream isn't up.
Oh.
There we go. No, my Discord's bugging. We're good. I can hear everything.
Good.
Yep, we're good.
utter
Hang
air
on.
superiority over the Gaza
People-
Strip. Turns out that Hamas doesn't have an air force. They just had a series of tunnels where they hid all their leadership while their people suffered, after their people voted for them, and then they effectively established a dictatorship over the course of the last 20 years. Israel, with their complete air superiority, certainly would have had the ability to commit full-scale human atrocities had they wanted to. They have complete air superiority. They could have used F-35s and simply turned the place into a parking lot. They did not, in fact, do that. They moved vast scales of population. In fact, believe it or not, there have been more births in the Gaza Strip since the beginning of this war than there have been deaths in the Gaza Strip from the war itself. That is a very poor way to conduct a genocide. Israel is being more meticulous in the conduct of this war than any army in human history, and certainly than the United States Army in its vast role in the history of urban combat. That is uncontested.
Bullshit.
What is Israel supposed to do? Simply say that you get to play tag, you take Israeli citizens, you kill 1,200 people, you hide behind a baby, you hide behind a civilian, and now Israel has to preemptively surrender? That is a great way to make sure that terrorists always win. What Israel has done ought to be celebrated by the Western world because they've demonstrated that if terrorists decide to launch a war they cannot win, they will be eviscerated from the face of the earth as they ought to be.
Do you not want ceasefire now?
I do not want a ceasefire until Hamas is destroyed and all the hostages are back. And you know how that could happen? It could have happened October 6th. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. And then there wasn't a ceasefire starting on October 7th. And there could have been a ceasefire again on October 8th, even after all of the death. If Hamas had surrendered its top leadership to international justice, if it had released all of its hostages, and if it had turned over its rulership of the Gaza Strip to some sort of decent body that wouldn't have reinstalled terrorism at the top of the food chain. I mean, what exactly is the excuse for Hezbollah getting involved in the war? Hezbollah isn't even in Israel. Hezbollah has nothing to do with Israeli territory, and they've been launching 8,000 rockets between October 7th and now. Now it's more like 12,000 or 13,000 rockets, hundreds of them every week. What is the justification for that? There is only one way to defeat terrorism, and that is to win. You do not win wars with ceasefires. You do not win wars by losing.
In your speech, you mentioned that there are scavengers who like to tear down and there are lions who like to build up. Are there not some institutions we ought to tear down in society, potentially like the Israeli Defense Force?
I think it would be an act of the gravest evil to even make that contention, simply because the Israeli Defense Force stands between 7.5 million Jews in Israel and complete slaughter. And by the way, over 2 million Arabs and complete slaughter who are citizens of the state of Israel. The only security and peace in the region right now is being guaranteed by the Israeli military. That is the only force standing between that region and continued chaos. The destruction of the IDF is the destruction of Israel. That means a genocide, a true genocide. The thing that everybody likes to ignore in the Middle East while they're claiming genocide and while they are claiming apartheid is that there's only one area in that specific area that is free of one ethnicity and religion, and it is quote-unquote Palestine, which has 0 Jews living in it. If you drive through the West Bank, there are giant red signs if you drive into the Palestinian Authority areas saying Jews are not allowed in here. And if you drive there without the permission of the Israeli government as a Jew, you will be killed. If you're a Palestinian and you accidentally make your way into Israel, nothing will happen to you. You will go back to Nablus in the evening. If you make it through the checkpoint accidentally, you'll go back. And if you're a Jew and you accidentally drive into Ramallah, you will not emerge alive. That is not, if we are talking about which force here is a force for good and which force here is a force for evil, there is no question what the distinction is. If we're going to talk about institutions that ought to be torn down, we should start with the legacy media, which seems to have radically misinformed you.
Oh my lord, that was a statement right there at the end.
I have 8 entire points that I'm better educated on him in.
Oh boy, here we go.
I would have had 9, but one of his points I'm not well versed in, so I didn't bother.
Which one?
You might have 9 because there's a possibility that someone else here might.
It was the point about the birth rate and the death rate. I do not know the birth rate for Gaza at this time.
I don't really keep track of that shit.
I have no
birth
clue
rates
either.
and death rates are very much my folly point. I don't really look at them
Hang
very
on,
often.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think in Gaza it's currently run at something like 2.3 to 1.
Yeah, it's one of those points where I don't know the number off the top of my head, so I'm willing to just capitulate the point and let him have it for the sake of fun.
Right. I know the subject quite well, but I'll let you start first, then I'll come at the end of it.
So I'll let the visitors start first because I have a lot of points and it might take me a while to get
I
through
don't
them.
exactly have any points at this. I've just been kind of looking at that entire conflict with content.
Oh yeah, I've just been like keeping a mental note. Also, I just don't like Ben Shapiro.
But both sides have been doing pretty shitty stuff. I mean, I don't like terrorists by any means, but the Israelis haven't been doing the greatest.
Did you just shit out a can?
What? Who just shit out a can? Who just shit out a can?
And me and Inky were cleaning our bedroom, and he pushed the can out from under the bed. But with the way he's sitting, I looked over, and it almost looks like he shed it out. So
also, hold on. Can I turn on my camera real quick? Just this is completely off topic, but I want to show you something fun. I want to show you something fun.
Oh my god, I feel a part of we are cleaning the room. Do you not understand? What?
Look. It glows the funny colors.
What the fuck
Oh,
kind of
did you
camera
get
is that?
It's a shit
That's his
one.
laptop
I-
camera.
The shit from 2003 is what that is. I'm pretty sure the Xbox Kinect has a better fucking resolution. on it.
Oh no, it does. It actually does. The
Yeah, I know,
Xbox
the
Kinect
Kinect is
literally
actually-
does have a better camera quality than Echo's, and I know it
Yeah.
for sure because I used to have an Xbox Kinect.
I still have my Kinect in a box in Scotland somewhere.
I think 80p. Right. So, do you want to go Vegas or do you want me
As
to?
I'll go first.
Oh my god, this is my old Habibi. Jesus.
I'm gonna go first. I wrote my notes in the order that Ben Shapiro made them in.
Fair enough.
At least the ones were like I was angry about it. So my first point, and this, I'll be honest, my first point's a pedantic point,
Fair
but I'm
enough.
gonna make it anyway. And this is, as far as I can remember, this is the only point that isn't against Ben Shapiro, but against the guy arguing with him. And again, it's a very pedantic point, but an important point for me because I care about the English language and grammar, and I don't like it when Americans butcher the English language. Children count as fucking civilians, you gaggle fuck! For the love of God, you don't need to make the distinction between they're bombing children and civilians. Children by default count as a civilian. You
Actually, no,
fucker.
Scotty, I can point out the reason why. The reason why they point out the children is to make it sound more severe. By pointing out the children, you were acknowledging that that's why people say men, women, and children instead of just saying civilians. Because
Yes, I know it's like they do it for like a point of sympathy, but also from a grammar point of view, it is it's unnecessary because one category is covered by the secondary category, so there is no fucking purpose of the primary. It bugs me. It bugs me when people do that. Either give me all three of them or just use the category term.
I don't need to do.
I don't like it when people do that. Anyway, now my next point, and this is a point against
you
Ben
wanted a
Shapiro.
vacuum.
Hamas didn't start a war. Hamas committed a terrorist attack. Now, considering Ben Shapiro is supposed to be against fucking Hamas, you'd think he would have known to make that distinction, but somehow he fucked that up spectacularly, quite frankly.
That one also could be a bit pedantic with just wording. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not pedantic.
Because they didn't directly start the war, they indirectly did by. Hold on.
We
No,
didn't
it
stop.
was a direct starting of the war, but also it was a
Well,
terrorist
no,
attack.
yeah, I mean by indirect, as in they did it without the intention of starting a war.
I mean, but a terrorist attack can still be like something that like can cause a war, though. So
Yes, but
Yes,
it's not.
Echo, but do you think of how many
declaration of
terrorist
war.
attacks haven't started a war?
My point is more
fair
that
enough. I mean, fair enough, but you know.
my point is more that legally the definition of the phrase starting a war is formally writing and sending a war declaration, not just committing a terrorist attack that leads to a war
I'll help
beginning.
you move this over.
Also,
There is a
theoretically,
distinct fucking difference.
war is a journey forward between two nations.
Yes. Now that's a whole point that just we're not even going to fucking get into because we don't have time.
Yeah.
Right. My next point.
Let it go down.
And this is a biggie. Now I am willing to give Ben Shapiro the doubt on the matter, benefit of the doubt. Sorry, because I'm assuming that this particular interview was done before this information came out, because I'm working off slightly modern information when it comes to the Israel-Hamas war. Yeah, it was definitely before this became public knowledge. The quote-unquote so-called terror tunnels, a majority of them are fucking evac tunnels.
There.
That's why they lead to traditionally protected locations such as hospitals and schools, because Hamas quite literally cannot move soldiers or wounded personnel through the streets without being bombed from orbit. You know, like, that's why there's so many of the quote-unquote terror tunnels that go under hospitals and have openings into the hospital basements, so that Hamas can actually treat their fucking wounded. You know, still doesn't justify bombing the goddamn hospital. My next point. Israel is purposefully targeting schools and hospitals during this war. You cannot make the claim that they are trying to minimize civilian casualties when they are on purpose bombing legally protected civilian sanctuaries.
Yes.
Hey, Scotty, I'd like to Okay, put a pin in that for my own opinion, if you don't mind.
I happily, because I was going to move on to my next one anyway by default.
Good. So I believe the terror tunnels were a cover-up, and they knew that they were evac tunnels the whole time, and it was used as an excuse to for them to bomb hospitals and schools, because those aren't just protected places. Those are strategic places to destroy.
Correct.
Destroying schools destroys their their right to education, and hospitals destroys the ability for them to take care of their wounded.
Yes.
I hate to admit it, but that's kind of smart.
Right. I will make one point on this one.
No, it is
Strategically
smart, and that's
speaking,
why it's a
yes.
fucking war crime.
Like,
But that's not
strategically
good.
speaking, like it's really, really smart, but it's also really, really fucked.
Well,
Yeah,
make-
the fact that
it's
it's actually a
incredibly
smart tactic is why it's banned by the Geneva Convention, because it's that fucking
Yep.
effective.
I will make one
Yes,
point on this one.
Echo.
Is yes, the evac tunnels existed and have existed since the 70s, when the
Yes.
when the last major conflict between Israel and Palestine took up. Now, Hamas
Which is
have dug extra tunnels, which I have used as base of operations to launch attacks on Israel itself.
They have, yes, but those tunnels connect to the original tunnels.
Yeah.
And again, the majority of the original tunnels are being used as evac points. That's why they lead to, again, buildings like hospitals and schools.
Now, another point of this is
Yes,
that most of the
because-
funding for this was provided by America.
Yes.
Yep.
Now,
Which is why we are trying to defend it too, is because if not, we're also the bad guys.
yes. Now my fifth point, and this is a key point. Now, I will admit this is a point where I'm working on slightly outdated information, but it's still more up to date than Ben Shapiro's is, because that was 10 months ago. As far as I'm aware so far, the IDF still have not actually deployed any ground forces into Gaza itself. They're only holding defensive at the border. Have they?
Yeah,
Have they now
I
sent
was about to say, I
forces?
believe there is urban combat going on in the.
The last I checked was about 3 months ago when it came to the force placement reports,
No,
which was still a standing order of defense only.
So they started doing it
Right.
about 5 months ago. They're holding the whole northern province of Gaza with checkpoints. And that, but what they're not doing is they're not actually actively like going into the tunnels to flush out Hamas. They're just basically holding.
As I'm not just meaning the tunnel. I mean like above ground as well. Like when I
Yeah.
checked 3 months ago, the standing order was hold the border point.
No, they do have
so, like,
active
I will-
troops
I
inside
will admit
Gaza.
that I am a bit behind. Understandable. I'm still willing to hold that point though, because again at the time Ben Shapiro made the video and did this interview, they hadn't fucking sent troops into Gaza itself. They were still just holding the defensive line.
Yeah.
So get fucked, cunt.
All right. Unfortunately, I do have to leave the podcast now because my parents are going to be here in about half an hour, and I still have stuff to run out. So
You still got to play later, Soda.
yes, because my parents is not going to. My parents aren't going to be here for very long. It's basically going to we eat, we talk for a couple minutes, and then they leave because we do have stuff to do today, like
That's fair.
laundry again. But you guys have a good stream. Please tell me who rage quits and when and for what purpose.
If we
I'd like to know.
It's gonna be me.
if we have a last man standing situation, can I win something?
No.
You most likely won't be the last man standing because I heavily doubt that Fat Man T would rage quit. No, Fat Man T seems like me. He's like he doesn't really give that much of a shit about what's going on.
Like me and Fat Man T, like outside of the stream, have had full blown screaming matches in his kitchen before over topics, and like the motherfucker does not back down.
Yeah,
If
no,
Scotty-
he don't give a shit.
No. Here, what I'm going to do is Scotty rage quits. I'm going to buy myself another premium.
No, Echo.
Hey, what, if I
Scotty
rage
rage
quit
quits,
before you?
you can buy me a premium because fuck you.
No, I tell you
I already
what.
have one.
No, actually, no. If Scotty rage quits, I'm going to buy Starla the Vidar.
No, even better, Echo. Right? If I rage quit before you do, you can buy yourself that T-shirt off of the fucking merch store.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was gonna do that. Hold on, I'm actually.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go do that real quick. I'm
No,
sorry,
no. Use that as a no. Keep it as if he wins.
No. Do it. Like, give me your money. Do it.
Did I?
All right.
Did I-
Well, like I said, I do have to take out trash. So
Actually, I
you
will
guys
do
have
it.
a wonderful stream.
I will do it on the 13th because that's when I get my next paycheck.
Fair enough. And catch you later.
I,
So
I, I want to keep a little money in reserve so I can get like snacks at work and shit. From the
Goodbye,
vendors.
YouTube.
Right. Also, no, she's already gone.
By the way,
Anyway, so point number 6.
hang
Oh,
on, by
sorry,
the way,
go.
for the merch store, it's not fully active yet because I haven't like put out any information for us to get money from it yet.
That's okay. I
So
believe
I
it'll
can't
hold
buy
it.
anything. So wait, so I
Hold
can't
it
buy
in
anything from it yet?
I believe you can. We just won't get the money till we hook it up to a PayPal.
No, we can't, but it'll be more a
okay.
case of a sample sale.
Oh, it's only sample
Ah.
sales at the minute. It does.
Yeah, so you would have to like process the sale for like he give you your bank information, but you have to process the sale from our account.
Right.
Directly to his address, type thing.
I know. Fair enough then. Anyway, so point number 6.
So wait, hold on. What would I have to do? Hold on. Let's explain.
I'll
I'm sorry,
explain later. Shut the fuck.
It's at the end of the show.
Fuck off without the shirt for 5 minutes.
Now what the
Jesus
mug? Actually?
Christ. Point number 6 for the 4th attempt. Right. Well, yes, Hamas and as a result, Gaza is under a dictatorial fucking ruling. It's a hard word to say. Shut up.
Just
It's under
like
a
potato.
no. Fucking shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, stop laughing. Well, yes, Gaza and Hamas are being run under a dictatorial fucking system. They were elected in that position democratically for a start. I'd also like to point out that under the international community's understanding and definition of what a dictatorship, Israel is technically being run by not just a dictator, but an internationally wanted war criminal who is acting as a dictator. So get fucked, cunt.
Yes.
Point number 7. Israel in the last 10 years has broken more of the established ceasefires against Gaza than Gaza has. I'd like to make that very clear, so much so I'm going to say it again. In the last 10 years, Israel was the one that broke the ceasefire in more occasions than Hamas did.
Huh.
Point number 8, and again, this is a pedantic point about an analogy he used, but I'm gonna fucking say it anyway, because it's a stupid analogy. Since fucking when did lions build dick? Motherfucker, I've watched a lot of David Attenborough documentaries. Never once have I seen a lion parading around the fucking Serengeti building stick huts. Shut the fuck with there are scavengers that destroy and lions that build. Motherfucker, you clearly don't know what lions do. Lions kill and eat shit. They don't fucking build shit. That's beavers. Beavers build dams. Lions eat gazelle and zebra. Shut the fuck, you dipshit.
I think he was trying to refer to the British government at the time for that one.
I don't give a flying fuck who he's trying to refer to. Lions don't build things. Lions eat things. And also, scavengers don't destroy, scavengers recycle. If you're gonna use animals for an analogy, at least get your analogy fucking accurate to the animals in question. Fuck you and your fucking biological bullshit. You don't understand animals, go home, you're drunk.
What the fuck was that noise?
It was Fat Man T's phone.
Oh.
That's his text notification.
It is,
Oh,
yes.
Fat Man T, Fat Man T, tell your phone to go fuck itself.
That's all 8 of my points.
Right. Now, I'll dip into this one a little bit. And that is, I've stated before, is the Israel-Palestine issue has been a very dodgy issue for a long time.
Yes.
Right. Gaza itself is a combination of really shitty policies on both sides of the Palestinian and of the Israeli side of it, which culminated in this point of view. Now, the Gaza situation isn't being helped by people like Hezbollah and Iran, who keep funding shit in and giving like missile shit for them to fire off at Israel. That's not helping them at all. Now, this was 7 months ago, so I'll give Benji a little bit of benefit out. Some things is from about 5 months ago, Israel has overstepped a lot.
Oh yeah, a
In
shit
this.
ton.
Yeah.
And that. Some of it justified, most of it not, in my opinion. Especially recently with like the Israel now hitting aid stations and
Yes.
stuff. Because I just saw when the news articles popped up recently for the show started was another 30 people died at an aid station because the people were panicking because they ran out of wheat flour to feed the kids. And
Yes.
the guards, they just opened fire.
No, there was also like that entire time the IDF got a bunch of pager systems that were being used by Hamas and rigged them to explode randomly, which caused a lot of civilian death because the clue's in the name of random. You can't control where and when that blast is going to happen, so a lot of civilians got caught in it.
Oh, Operation Grim Beeper.
Yep.
Now, I will say nothing about the IDF is the IDF is a mandatory service for anyone between the ages of 18 and 25.
Yes.
Right? And again, a lot of these people who go into the military would get a basic 6 weeks training, and that's it, and they basically thrown straight into the military.
Yes.
And that's pretty much straight out of high school. So, for them, I can understand them somewhat like overreaction of them in the situation because of basically youthful age and not enough training.
Yes.
Because people believe in like how military works is, yes, you have to be basic technically you're a soldier, yes. But then after you do that 6 weeks, you get what's called a post, which then you have to train a year in before you actually go and see combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you do specialty training first, in which case you're looking closer to like 2 or 3 years before you go do combat. But yeah.
Yeah. Some people train for the full 4 years contract before they have to go out to get anywhere near battlefield.
Yes.
Although it does depend on if the U.S. was at war or not, because sometimes when the U.S. is at war, we just kind of speed run that shit.
Even then, even to the height of World War II in Vietnam, the average between boot and actual boots on the ground was about 9 months to a year. And that Vietnam was the highest point where they were just dragging kids off the street and throw them in the military.
Yeah, even during Vietnam, it was. I think the bang on median average was like 10, 11 months.
Yeah. Because they put a lot of the kids through like forestry and ranger school just to make sure they survive long enough in the jungle not to be killed.
They also around the halfway mark of the Vietnam War started putting a lot more of the troops through the jungle warfare school out in Hawaii because it had actually been fully set up properly and they had doctrine to work off of.
The biggest problem with Vietnam as a war front is anyone survived like a year in the theatre were basically put stateside trying to train new troops to survive for the year. So they ran out of veteran soldiers who knew how to survive. Which is the stupidest thing you could ever do in the warfare, but America did it.
I mean, on paper it was a good idea, but
yeah,
they overdid it. Rather than sending back like 10% of the troops that survive a year, they sent back most of them.
Yeah, it was 90% of the anyone survived like a year to 2 years when put back stateside.
Yeah, and it's like, no, it should have been 90%, say 10%, the best of the best, get sent back to train the next set.
Yeah.
The ones that not only survived, but survived and had, decent fucking, like success rates on missions, had actually done some interest in shit and could really teach the new recruits a lot about the survival environment.
Well, the two rules they had were the two strike system where you've got injured to be hospitalized twice. You had to be retired from the army and sent back home.
Yes.
So a lot of French soldiers basically had like a wound that would heal in 6 weeks, sent back stateside, weren't allowed to return back to the theatre.
Yes.
Which again was idiotic policy of America. But I don't have much to say on this one because I've talked a lot about the Palestine War and history of it all and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it's a topic where both sides are wrong and right at the same time of this conflict. And it's gooey, shall we say.
Yeah.
So let's move on to our next one. Who do we have?
To me, being Catholic.
Trent Horn. I don't know who this guy is.
I've heard the name, but I'll probably recognize him if I see him.
I've never heard the name.
It rings a bell.
Respecting everyone's human dignity through Catholic social teaching, which is why I don't find conservative values to be equal to Catholic
Do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. For instance,
I was
environment...
going to say, right, that is the most shit-eating, fart-smelling grin I've ever seen in my life.
Well, while we're at it, I'd also like that. It's another thing I've seen a lot of like fucking like interviews and like debates like this, where like someone's still like is basically given the context of their question before they ask the question, and the guy interrupts and I go, okay, but do you have a question? It's like, yeah, I'm fucking getting to the question. I'm giving you the predating context to why I'm gonna ask you what I'm gonna ask you. You fucking dick. Shut the fuck and you'll hear the question. I hate motherfuckers like that.
Here we go.
Environment and immigration. Aren't you going against the Catholic social teaching if you agree with conservatives on that issue?
What do conservatives believe about the environment?
The environment?
Yeah.
Mainly conservatives believe that, I mean, like Trump said, drill, baby, drill. They don't believe that taking care of the environment is a sustainable thing.
Drill, baby, drill. Do you think we should stop drilling for oil?
Yeah.
I think that increasing the amount of drilling we are doing is inevitably harming the environment.
Do you think that we should drill some oil?
I think it's not realistic to say we're not going to drill at all. But I'm asking you, when it comes to conserving the environment, conservatives normally do not take the stance that liberals do on conserving the environment.
No, I would say that the conservative view would be that the environment serves the welfare of human beings. Human beings don't serve the welfare of the environment. So, for example, if we just caused human beings to go extinct, well, think of this. Do you think it would be good if human beings went extinct if every other species flourished because of that? Would that be a good thing?
Yes, it would.
No.
Okay, so you value humans over the environment.
No, I value human life. Not over the environment. I value them both equally.
Okay, but if you had to pick, is the well-being of the human species more important or the well-being of every other species?
Man was made to be natural in the environment, so why are you pitting them together? Why are you pitting them against each other?
I'm not pitting them against each other, but you would agree, though, that for human beings to live, other animals might die, other species...
Okay, I can't take that much anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
Okay. Quick 5 points that you got wrong already is human beings need natural environment to live in order for us to survive in the first place.
Yeah, like it's a delicate balance that nature serves us and we serve nature. That's
we're stewards, not outright destroyers. Right?
Yeah.
Second thing is, I agree with one thing is a lot of environmental so-called policies that are in place. A, do not work, and B, are more harmful for the environment. Right? Case in point is electric cars, batteries, mining for cobalt, lithium, and shit is one of the most destructive things you can do with the planet.
Yeah,
correct.
Right? Outright. Solar power plants don't work because they don't last long, they get damaged, and again, they require a lot of rare minerals and materials, which again, mining for those fuckers destroys the planet.
Yes.
Wind turbines don't work because A, they're big and they're shit. At large scale, a small scale wind farm like a mill to run for your household, yes, works. Large scale for a country doesn't work. Proof of this: Germany. Germany moved all its power production to wind farming and and renewable, and they cannot produce enough electricity for their country to live. They have to buy it from other countries.
So that's why Kills Internet shits itself half the time.
Yeah.
No, that's a whole other issue, but yeah.
That's whole issue because Germany classified internet as a human right, so therefore it's standardized and just crap.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I will say, mining for oil we are doing damage to the environment. Unfortunately, humans are not very good at fixing our mistakes. Mitigating the damage afterwards, we're pretty good at.
Yeah, we're pretty good at mitigating the damage, but like fixing it is a bit of a big ass there. That's a big ass there, buddy.
Also, yes, we have sped up the cycle, but Earth regularly goes through cycles of extinction events and rebirth events. It's happened 19 times over the history of our planet.
That we know of.
That we know of, yes. Now, we are speeding it up slightly, but the buildup of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere warm the planet, causing then trigger an ice age event. That's happened numerous times. Right? And any archaeologist or any science historian knows this fact and can point it out, but again, a lot of leftist leaning points don't refuse to accept that fact, same with the conservative side. So both on side of that one.
Yeah,
I mean, if I can very quickly, 'cause I don't disagree with you a little bit on a point you made there, Fat Man T. With the idea of like human beings being like bad at fixing the damage, and like echo like when you were like, you're like, oh yeah, like we're like it's a big ask to fix the damage. Like human beings directly as like doing the job ourselves of fixing the damage. Yeah, we are dog shit at that. I will grant you that. Right. However, something like very interesting that you can see, like for some ungodly reason, we collated the data on it, which I don't know why we collated the data on it, but it helps me a lot, so I'm thankful for it anyway. Is during the COVID-19 lockdown globally, the carbon levels in the atmosphere dropped dramatically during the lockdown because we were putting out less, and the ozone layer managed to fix itself during this process. Not completely, but the planet overall healed from a lot of the damage we've been doing to over the last 10 to 15 years.
So what you're saying is, if COVID came back,
what I'm saying is like if the human race did like tomorrow somehow figure out a way to make renewable energy 100% reliable and do zero damage whatsoever to planet Earth, and we stopped drilling for oil, we stopped using like fucking petrol cars, all that shit tomorrow, planet Earth would still be able to rectify itself in a relatively sensible time.
About 100 years, give or take, I think, total.
Yeah, like. Yeah, like planet Earth is still showing the ability to heal itself if we were to slow the fuck down a little bit.
And
the
Earth does, like, unfortunately, it does. At least I might be just completely wrong here, but I think I have seen shit where like nature itself has adapted to some of the shit that humanity like is doing to hurt.
Yes, certain shit that like human beings do that like historically has done damage. Like nature is starting to evolve around it. You can see this a lot with like animal behavior studies.
I was gonna say oil spills because I think isn't there like a bacteria that eats the oil? Like
yes, but it's incredibly rare. There is a bacteria that can do that, but it's very rare to find it.
You might eat radiation as well.
Yes, there are some plants that can eat radiation, but you need radiation in the environment for that plant to begin existing. One of the key ways you can see like nature evolving around human behavior comes from like wild animal behavioral studies, where you can see like I think it's over the last 25 years specifically, if I remember rightly from the study I read a few months ago, is that like the number of like wild animals like raccoons, foxes, and deers, so like entering into suburban areas that are like newer developed but still like very loud and like busy, is on the rise. Like wild animals are becoming less scared of human interaction because most civilians in like certain locations where these studies were done are less likely to own firearms or be willing to harm animals. And the animals are starting to figure that out, and also figure out, especially in the cases of raccoons, that we leave our trash cans unlocked a lot, so they have a buffet right fucking there. And it's like, yeah, my ass might get shot, but also Twinkie. You know, like they figured that out, and it's beneficial. Yeah, so I might get shot in the asshole, but also Twinkies. Like they figured out that that upside downside math and have picked the Twinkie, and I don't blame them. Like, it's
you would get shot over a Twinkie,
and you're damn right I would. I like Twinkies; they're quite nice, but like,
I don't like Twinkies.
Like there are certain like behaviors that like the human race do that is again historically has been harmful that nature and animals are evolving around, but they're just with a lot of especially the more harmful behaviors they're not evolving fast enough. One of the biggest complaints about like wind farms is that wind turbines kill a shit ton of birds, and that's been a complaint for about 80 fucking straight years.
Yeah,
and birds still haven't figured out to just fly fucking higher or fly around that shit. Like there's wind farms that have been like there for 80 straight goddamn years. Birds are still flying into those fucking things. There's certain shit we're doing the animals just ain't figuring out, and the planet ain't figuring out yet.
There's a big problem with wind farms.
I think that's more of the birds than us because like.
I mean, yeah, but also like if we stop building the wind farms in the middle of fucking migratory bird paths, it would cut that down.
I've got a couple of things. One is like wind farms take up arable land we can use for farming, and we've got food shortage across the world at this point in time, right? Because let's be honest, our farm market over here is dog shit because our government treats farmers like crap. farmers are now selling land off for wind farms because, ironically, they can actually live if they do
Farmers over
that.
here, I believe, are treated. Farmers over here are treated relatively well, at least from the few that I know. Like
They're not.
They're treated relatively well.
No, U.S. farmers are treated alright, actually. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of like governmental aid available for U.S. farmers. It's like British and European farmers that get fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, shaft
because like again, without farmers, like the U.S. would just collapse. Like
Yeah,
farmers
no
are
one
what
would have
are, farmers and truckers are what run this are what like keep this like farmers and long haul truckers.
Yeah, at this point, like farmers and long haul truckers are single-handedly the only thing between the country of America and an economic crisis.
Yeah, and like
and even then, y'all are having an economic crisis.
It gets to my point that though, right?
That's why like long haul. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I guess my point, like, with like people trying to force electric cars, like American government and not British government is, right? I have to go see my sister when I can. If I try to do that in an electric car, even the best one on the market, right? That's a 3-day trip.
Yeah.
By the time I finished, because I've got to stop and charge the damn car. Right?
Yeah.
If you do that average, like, I'm going to be found in America, which is like a 3-day drive in a normal car, you're looking at a week's holiday just to get the fucking there by the time you charge your car up. If you can find a place to charge it.
Yeah.
Unless that trip involves going through Texas, in which case you're on a 6-month adventure.
Yeah.
Actually, I've seen electric cars like where I live, and I don't think there's a single place to charge.
You can charge them at home.
Charge at home. And that. And most supermarkets generally have them, like, is stations you can do it. But again, the infrastructure for an electric car does not exist to make it actually a viable technology. And the batteries are so crap for it, it's not viable technology at all.
Right. We're getting there, but we're just not quite there for electric vehicles to be fully sensible.
Yeah. Ironically, vaping to it. Ironically, what will work if it gets come out is the new nuclear battery that's China and the University of Newcastle's working on.
No, like fucking nuclear battery, right? Quite literally, humanity had the answer 75 fucking years ago.
What, the Transky Electrics?
No, even fucking better than those pieces of shit. The fucking turbine engine.
The gas turbine.
You can run a turbine engine on any flammable liquid. Yeah. You can run a fucking turbine engine on turpentine.
I mean, I think the only thing America uses gas turbine engines for,
trains,
at least that I know of. Yeah, the tanks
and planes. A lot of planes use them now, right? And the thing that's annoying is I believe it was Ford, and about 70 years ago, built like concept cars that had fucking turbine engines in them that you could run on literally anything, all the way down to like fucking tequila.
Yes, it did. In fact,
and you know why that technology didn't take off?
Because it was so fucking loud.
No, they were literally threatened by oil companies to stop it.
Oh.
Every time
I thought it was gonna be because of the noise, because gas turbine engines are fucking loud.
No, you can't really get the sound of gas turbine engine fairly easily. Yeah. Right? The problem you've got is any new technology that came out to solve the reliance on oil, right? The inventor was either forced to sell it to the oil company by threats of violence and a ridiculously shit price, and they just dumped it in a hole somewhere, or the inventor suddenly died and his invention vanished.
Yes. Or they mysteriously shut the fuck up about it for a while. Yeah. All the examples of that technology mysteriously vanished overnight, and they just never spoke about it again.
Now, key one of these for me
for the turbine car
was the hydrogen-powered car that GM revealed back in the early 2000s.
Yes.
Right. That car was enough power to power a small city by itself on a single bottle of hydrogen, which would mean you put one tank of hydrogen in the car, and you're talking you have a range of 5,000 miles on the damn thing.
Yes.
Christ. That's fucking amazing.
It's incredible technology, but also, like, you crash that bitch, you're taking out 15 square miles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's you're driving to Hindenburg. Like,
that's something I'm worried about.
That bitch.
Yes.
That's something I'm worried about. Like, I don't. This might be just me being stupid and not knowing how like nuclear shit works. But I feel like a nuclear battery, if that malfunctions, it's just like bye, like to like
Yes, you are.
Theoretically, yes, if it malfunctions in the correct manner, but the statistical odds of a nuclear battery failing in a manner that would cause a nuclear detonation is slim.
I mean, my point is, for the clean.
I mean, go
Go on,
ahead, sorry.
I'll let you go on, because I'm bring my point in a second.
I was about to say I could say the same for like the statistics with the Titanic, like
No, the Titanic was guaranteed to sink.
Yes.
The Titanic set sail with so many fucking like construction flaws due to many happenstances of upsetness that it was literally guaranteed to sink the second a light breeze hit it at the wrong angle.
Oh
no, I fucking you know the exact spot in the ship where the iceberg made connection with the Titanic.
yeah.
Right, the sheet plate that got hit, took the initial impact on the boat. On paper, should have been able to take that impact.
Yes.
In practice, on every other model of ship designed along the same lines, would have taken that impact. The reason the Titanic's one didn't was because that exact fucking plate, alongside several other plates that were used on the Titanic, were kept inside of a storage shed that caught fire with them inside it, which fucking basically ruined the structural integrity of those plates.
What's worse
those plates were supposed to be destroyed and replaced.
Who was the retard that okayed using those?
Many retards.
Several engineers and a large group of executives of the the White Star Liner Corporation who figured out they couldn't afford to replace the parts as they should have done, so just used the damaged parts anyway and went, it'd be fine if we just weld it a bit more, it'll hold. Spoiler warning: it didn't fucking hold.
The armor plating for the icebreaker at the front was cut by 2/3 the thickness it should have been.
Yes.
Oh.
Also, they missed an engine out of the whole thing. That's what your 4-engine job was only 3.
Yes.
You know, the bulkheads, the watertight bulkheads are supposed to be reinstalled. Didn't reach the fucking ceiling.
They also were not watertight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were water resistant.
In theory, the which I did look into it and did model it. The Titanic could be 3/4 full of water below the waterline and still sail perfectly fine.
If it had been built correctly.
Yeah, if it had been.
And do you know what's wild as well? About all that information, the fact that a lot of people don't know these things about the Titanic.
What?
See if you go to the Titanic Museum in Belfast, they openly tell you all of this.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know, the museum dedicated to the Titanic and its sinking that is built where the original shipyard it was built in used to be.
What did it was its sister ship, the Olympia? Did it have the same design?
Lusitania.
No, it didn't.
Wrong ship. That's wrong ship. Lusitania was his sister ship.
I know what ship he's on about. The sister ship to the Titanic. No, because it was actually built correctly.
Yes.
At a different shipyard by competent people, and was funded by a different company.
The contract on the Titanic is so bad that the insurance payout for its sinking still hasn't been paid out yet.
Yes.
Oh.
Hence why a lot of people were trying to raise Titanic up so they actually bring up the main protection hull so they can test it to find out why the damn thing sank. What exactly was the main fault for its sinking?
Again, the fact that the fucking structural integrity of its front plates had been ruined by a fucking fire that most people, including the insurance company, believes was done on purpose as an act of arson.
Yes. Also, one of the biggest controversies there is if the Titanic kept sailing at full tilt, it would have reached about 3 days from New York into a shipping lane where more people could have survived. The damn thing turned round.
It did, yes.
It did a 180 and started heading back towards Ireland for no goddamn reason.
As I said, several fuck-ups of happenstance happened.
Yeah.
Also, just going back to the video very, very quickly, because I'd like to make another point that I've been sat on for a few minutes about this particular video.
Pardon.
Because I want to approach the argument just for a moment from the same perspective the question asker is approaching from.
Yes.
Which is from a slightly more religious point of view, that being specifically Catholicism.
Christian morals. I think I was going for.
Yes. Now, either way, Christian, Catholic, either way, right? They all read the same book. They've all got the same source material. My point will stand either way.
Yeah.
Right? As someone that was raised as a Roman Catholic and has read the fucking Bible a few times, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm 98% sure I'm fucking correct. Pretty sure. Pretty fucking sure. Says in the Bible on like page 3, right? Pretty sure it's like one of the first fucking things God said to Adam after he made the motherfucker was, Adam, mate, these are the animals over here. And, these are the plants and the trees and whatnot, right? This is the fucking earth. It's your job to look after that shit.
Yeah, I was about to say, he was told that it's like you're the
Yeah.
caretaker.
You're the caretaker of the animals and the plants. For the animals and the plants will provide you with the sustenance and materials you require to live.
Yeah. Actually,
require.
I just had a really funny mental image. Like after like Eve ate the apple, right, and like Adam did it as well. God's just sitting there strangling Adam like Homer Simpson does the Bart.
Right. Do you know what the apple did in its context?
It gave them, if I remember correctly, it gave them all the knowledge, like all
No.
about like life and death and like shit like that.
No.
I may have run.
I mean, hang on, no, like you're technically right, but it's not. You're technically wrong, but it's not your fault because you're also technically right.
Give them shame.
You're both right and you're both wrong, and for very different reasons. Well, actually, both for the same reason. Like in specifically Catholic religious education, basically you get taught the story of Adam and Eve 3 different times, depending on like your age group. So like when like you're a younger kid, you're taught the version that the Echo said there, where the apple basically gave Adam and Eve like full consciousness and understanding of life, death, and basically all of the knowledge that God had been keeping from like humanity, that humanity would be able to comprehend. Such as the concept of shame, the ability to create clothing, the requirement for clothing, all that lovely shit.
Yes.
Right? That's why Echo is technically right, but also technically wrong, but it's also not Echo's fault, because the Catholic Church does teach you that when you're younger. When you get slightly older, the story gets changed a little bit because you're older and able to understand more complicated issues. And it's at that age where you're taught that the apple basically gave humanity the understanding of the concept of it's jealousy, lust, shame, and self-image. That's the version you get taught usually when you're about like high school kind of age, like 14.
I was actually never taught that, but then again, I did kind of like stop going to church and all that around. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know from like the church side of it, like if you're going to church every Sunday when you get taught it. I just know it from like religious education, being at like Catholic schools. It's like when it's around teenager, like high school years, again about 14, you learn that version. It's not until like you're like an adult and are going to church regularly as an adult, usually doing like adult Sunday schools, where you'll get taught the more commonly accepted version of the story, where the apple basically gave humanity, human beings, specifically Adam and Eve, it gave them consciousness and the ability to have free will and consideration for themselves. Basically, the ability to have free will to make decision and the ability to be like make selfish decisions.
Yeah, what I was taught was basically that would give Adam and Eve the understanding of their own ego.
Yes,
type thing. With not the ego, like ego as in the sense of like their own version of consciousness and the idea of like wants and needs of oneself.
Yeah, that's a better way of explaining it than I did for like the adult version of it, but both work.
Yeah,
like ego, self-awareness, like how do I put it? Like it's basically like the apple granted man the ability to basically be a selfish fucker if he wants to be, and actually make decisions for himself based on observation, not just provided information.
Yes. I'm going to skip the next video because I can't stand this guy. He's a constant prick.
That's fair, but that's the point. A lot of people get. It's how you can tell if a Catholic like basically stopped self-educating on the Bible like at a younger age.
Yeah.
It's so that those Catholics always get that point wrong of like, oh, God gave man free will. Wrong, motherfucker. Man stole free will from God on a technicality. That's why we got kicked out of the garden.
My favorite one you can also tell is the story when Jesus was told he was son of God. A lot of like, especially young ones say, oh, he was happy about it. No, he fucking was pissed.
Yeah, he was devastated by that information. That's why he disappeared for fucking, 10 years into China?
He was 15, 16 when he was told. And he didn't return. He travelled off to the east, it says. and didn't return until he was about 25.
Yeah, so he disappeared for a straight decade over it.
Yeah.
Man went on a gap decade. You heard of a gap year? This motherfucker took a gap decade.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, when it's, like, even, like, churchgoers, they go over the scholarly part of it, believe that he was happy with it, and a random skip there was suddenly an adult. They don't question it.
I was going to say also very quickly, Fat Man T, before you go into the next video, I'm going to run downstairs very quickly. I'm just going to grab another can because I'm warm and I'm thirsty.
Fair enough,
I'm
man.
gonna go grab some. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Do, 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 do. Also, your haggis tarts are done, by the way. Your haggis tarts are done.
Yes, right. I have a big concept of plastic.
I thought even cold, these are alright to nibble on. The weird.
I actually got a bar because I need to eat, and then I've got some paperwork I need to get done. So I will catch you all later. I might be back before you guys end. Might not be.
Fair enough.
See ya.
Hi, thank you.
Have a good one.
Alright, so what were you saying to me, Fat Man T, when I was at the bottom of the stair?
I can't remember now.
And fucking something about, like, even cold.
Yeah, even cold, the haggis experiment we did, they're actually still quite nice. I thought they would be. Like, the taste would change because, like, cold haggis, like, sometimes like, food changes when you get cold versus hot.
Yeah.
Type thing. But no, it's still holding up quite well as a flavour profile for.
Yeah, with haggis, the only thing that changes with haggis when it goes cold is just the texture.
Yeah, the texture hasn't changed that much. To be honest.
As it's a subtle change, but it's like when you're when you're trying to like work with cold haggis, you notice it more versus trying to eat it.
I did when I was like trying to make when we were making them damn thing, you know, like
Yeah,
it wasn't
you can
spread
feel
as easy.
Yeah,
and that's
because I get like kind of glue, like not gloops it. Emulsify, is that the word I want?
No, emulsify, they blend together.
To coagulate.
Coagulate.
Coagulates. There you go. So the fat kind of rises to the top a bit more, and it kind of like hardens up and does its thing.
Right, we'll go on the next question. There's another Ben Shapiro one by the looks of it.
Oh, dear God.
On socialism, this one. This would be good.
Oh, goody.
Thank you so much, Ben, for coming to Cornell. My question revolves around wealth redistribution. You often argue against wealth redistribution and higher taxes on the wealthy. However, in the past 50 years, the wealth gap between the working class and the upper class has been growing by almost 10%, with single women, Africans, and Latinos being lower on the economic ladder, oftentimes, which you have said, are the people playing the victimization card. With these inequalities continue to grow, how can you not argue for some sort of wealth redistribution or taxes on the wealthy?
Okay, so there's a few points to be made here. One is that when you talk about the gap between the rich and the poor, these are not stable groups of people. Okay, people go from the bottom quintile to the top quintile and back down to the second quintile and back up and back down. Okay, I in my life have been in probably the second to bottom quintile when I was growing up, and now I'm in the top quintile. Right? That's fairly common. This happens actually over the course of life for many people who just age in the United States. As you get older, you start to build wealth. Hopefully, you get a job, and then you grow out of that. And the reality is that if you want to escape permanent poverty in the United States, you really only need to do three things. As I've discussed before, this is not my research. This is research from writers for The Atlantic, the Thurnstroms back in the 1980s, but it's been very well verified. You don't want to be in permanent poverty in the United States. Finish high school, get a job, don't have babies until you're married. Those three things, you won't be in permanent poverty in the United States. There is income mobility in the United States. That's number one. So when we say gap between the rich and the poor, you have to understand these are not stable groups of people. People are moving up and down between various wealth brackets. Point number two, the only way to solve the disparity in wealth, which sometimes is historic, meaning like your grandma had a house and now she passed it on to you. I will point out here, the vast majority of people who are very wealthy in the United States are not wealthy because grandma had wealth. Right? Elon Musk actually, contrary to popular opinion, did not grow up wealthy. Right? I did not grow up wealthy. In fact, most of the people that I know who are very, very wealthy did not grow up wealthy. There's tremendous income mobility. The way that you solve for wealth gaps in the United States is with better income mobility, and that only comes with an opportunity economy that allows people to move forward based on their efforts, right? Based on innovation, based on keeping the wealth that they generate in and of themselves. If you take that away from them, then it removes the incentive, and it also perverts the incentive structure. So there's that as well. And then finally, the biggest question of all is everyone, who talks about wealth redistribution, they like to talk about the wealth gap. Hey, I don't care about the wealth gap. I honestly don't. All I care about is the people at the bottom and are they getting better. I don't care if the person at the top is earning 100 times more than the person at the bottom. I just care whether the person at the bottom has a better life than they did 20 years ago. And it is bewildering to me that people are so concerned about what the guy next door is doing. Right? That just seems to me Cain and Abel jealousy. Right? I've never thought to myself, man, my life is way better than it was when I was a kid, which it is, economically speaking. But you know who's way richer than I am? Elon Musk. And that's not fair. Right? That's a silly way to think about life. The question is whether all ships are rising. And for all of the talk about the middle class having stagnated in the United States, that is manifestly untrue. It is simply not true. And you can look in your pocket right now and you know it's not true. Okay, the device that you have in your pocket is a magical device that no one on earth had 50 years ago. It did not exist. And then only the rich people had back in the 1980s when Gordon Gekko was carrying around a shoebox on his head in Wall Street. And now we all have in our pocket more computing power than all of NASA had when we sent a man to the moon. Right? That is because everybody has gotten wealthier through innovation. Things they start off as a luxury item and then they become a common everyday necessity. Right? Who would have called a cell phone in 1981 a necessity? But today you'd call a cell phone a necessity. We would all call a cell phone a necessity. And everyone in the United States who is deemed poor basically has a cell phone. Okay, that is because everybody has gotten a lot better. Final point on this. When you look at the wealth redistribution in the United States, the truth is the United States has an extraordinary amount of wealth redistribution. Very often when people talk about the income gap or the wealth gap in the United States, they're ignoring the benefits that are actually paid out from the top quintile on down. If you look at net benefits in the United States, if you look at net taxes in the United States, net taxes in the United States are not paid partially by the top quintile.
I won't hang on. No, I'm saying it now. I'm saying I need to make this point because I don't like it when people who don't understand basic fucking math try and talk about economics, right? Because it's so simple to disprove his fucking entire idea here, right?
Okay.
With the idea of like fucking, I only care if all the boats are floating and rising with the water, right? And fucking motherfucker, right? Fucking, I only care if like the bottom percentile are better off now than they were 20 years ago. Motherfucker, let me make a quick point about that, right? The minimum wage since the 1990s has increased by roughly 10%. However, inflation, but like the inflation rate from the 1990s to now is up at over 60%. Your minimum wage is 10% higher than it was in the 1990s. However, the strength of the money is 60% less than it was.
What's minimum wage at the moment?
So no, the bottom percentile are not better than they were 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 40 years ago. They are worse off.
What's current minimum wage? Give or take.
On the average out, I know here in Britain is about £11.
When I first started work, the minimum wage was £7.93.
Yeah, so I'm working off the minimum wage at 21 for anyone because I know for some age groups it's lower, but I know at 21 it's like £11.10.
I will make one point of view which Benchview is right on one thing. Right now, with tax, especially because it's going a bit more the US than Britain, because Britain has a very weird tax system.
My 10% to 60% isn't Britain exclusive. That's the global average, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to make a point about how American taxes work. Right, on the blunt run, unless you make more than 40 grand a year, you don't pay taxes.
Yes.
Right, in America. Now, the top 1% people twist about, right, usually, where they clarify, Elon Musk and all that top 1%, they're not the top 1%.
Correct.
The average top 1% is about 100 grand, which again in America isn't a whole lot of money, and they're taxed around 35%.
However, I would argue with people like Elon Musk and Bill Gates and shit, they still count because while they're not personally worth that kind of money, the companies they fucking own are.
Yeah. Elon Musk and
they choose to be in the top 1%, which is just cheating.
Elon Musk and all them, right, are what I call the top 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the 1%.
Yes.
They are the extreme outliers of this, of the economic policies, where just the first part is that you can tell we basically forget about them existing at this point.
Yes.
For economic reasoning. Because again, they technically don't have any liquid assets, or they're in a trust fund, that type of stuff, and they
Yes,
basically
or-
survive on loans.
Yes, or
Most of the
they're tied up in a company because they refuse to take in like a sensible wage.
Mhm.
Like when, and it's a point I'd like to make. 'Cause it's a point that both the right and the left fuck up so often that it bugs me. Is like people like myself that are like a bit more left leaning when it comes to tax laws. We're not saying personally tax Elon Musk because we understand Elon Musk is worth about 40p. What we're saying is, you see that multi-billion-dollar company he owns that pays no tax because it's technically headquartered in the Cayman Islands.
Yes.
Yeah, up the amount of tax that fucking thing is paying because it's worth fucking $10 billion. Make it actually pay a fair tax to the country so as to, kind of stabilize the economic crisis happening globally.
At that point, I can agree on. Large corporations should have more tight restrictions on how the tax is taken from them. Unfortunately,
Yes.
we don't live in that world. Unfortunately, but the idea.
The thing that makes it so maddening, right? It's so easy to implement a tax system that would fucking ensure that would be a piece of piss.
Oh yeah, because to be honest, like China and Japan do it by simply is if you have a branch in our country, you have to pay a tax bracket of, it's not the highest tax bracket like a homegrown company, but you have to pay a percentage of the profits that branch makes as a tax benefit, which is then about like 15, I think like 9% or something of the company, which is an okay company tax rate.
It's even easier. It's so much easier, right? The way I would personally implement it, right, is let's say, right, for argument's sake, Fat Man to you, right, you're Apple, right? You're Apple, I'm the Prime Minister of Great Britain, right? You come to me tomorrow, right? You say to me, excuse me, Mr. Prime Minister, sir, right? I would like to start selling phones in your country, right, as the company of Apple, right? Is that okay, right? I would say to you, yes, of course, Apple. Of course you can sell your wonderful, telephonic products here in Great Britain. However, right, you can open stores, you can sell your products to stores. However you want to sell your shit, that's fine, right? What you got to do, however, is you have to open a corporate headquarters here in Great Britain. You have to register that headquarters as a British corporation. The profits and proceeds made from your business workings in Britain has to go through that office before it goes to your main office, into your main bank account. Yeah. And it is transactions that go through that main office that is registered in this country as its own separate business that will be taxed. Right? And I would propose that every country did the same thing. That way you can't have none of this bullshit where it's like, while yes, we made $8 billion out of, say, Germany last year, we don't have to pay Germany any taxes because technically our corporate headquarters is in Cumania. It's like, no, motherfucker, you made the money here, you paid a tax here, get fucked.
To be fair with Apple, like companies like Apple, Sony, they do avoid taxes in a way. What they do avoid but don't is they sell most of their products through third-party vendors. So me, as the owner of a store, I buy their products and then I sell their products on. I pay tax on me importing that product, which government gets a chunk of.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Even then, I would have it be that transaction has to be conducted through a a company headquarters is based in Britain, is a registered corporation as a separate entity in Britain, and it pays the taxes on the main company's behalf in Britain for that British transaction.
Now, I will say one thing is, yes, a social system will just benefit the country in a way. Right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Britain's social system does work to some degree. It also doesn't work because it's poorly managed.
Yes, it's poorly managed, and let's be honest, it's got a lot of just design flaws.
Yeah, people we always rave on, the other governments rave on about NHS and free healthcare. Yes, it's great if you have an emergency need in there and then. You broke your leg, you broke your arm, you've been in a car crash. Yep, it's beautiful for that. Long-term care like cancer or palliative care, no, because we have to wait so long to get. Anyway, that's one thing Americans are very good at with their healthcare system is that long-term treatment of cancer and that type of stuff. They're very good at that. With survival rates.
What I will say, I don't know what it's like down here in England, because I've not worked with a cancer patient in England before. But my experience with the NHS in Scotland when it comes to long-term care for cancer patients and palliative care, fucking phenomenal, so fucking good.
I can add on this because my dad technically died of cancer. right?
So did my grandmother.
Is right. He got diagnosed with a terminal tumor on the bile duct of his liver.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He was in our hospital for about 6 months because they had to grow his liver. He was also celiac, and the food he gave him food the hospital kept feeding him was just it wouldn't. Put away, prison food would probably be better.
Yeah.
At the time. Right now, don't get me wrong. The hospital was at Freeman's Hospital was designed as like a long-term cancer facility, so it had some nice features inside for those long-term patients. But from like the purpose of like treatment to surgery was so long, it was like 9 months, that when he eventually got his surgery done, his body was already weakened because of the shit food and everything else on top of that.
Yeah.
You know, then like he was supposed to be on permanent dialysis until his liver could recover enough to stop processing the toxins. They kept taking him off dialysis and moving it around because when you had 2 damn machines for the full fucking ICU would have 30 people.
Yeah.
You know, whereas in America is you get cancer is like your tests done within the week, surgery needed, your surgery scheduled within a month, you have your surgery done, and everything else follows very quickly afterwards.
Yeah.
Right. In England, it's like 6 months before you get close to a surgery type date.
Yeah, I mean, like in Scotland, like, because like my grandmother had lung cancer, and I've got an uncle at the minute that's got, I think it's stomach cancer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Like the only issue like between the two cases I've had, like my family's had so far with the NHS in Scotland, was with my uncle with his stomach cancer, like more recently, where he was supposed to start getting chemotherapy done. When was it? I think it was originally supposed to start in like April. Yeah, it was supposed to start in April, but it got postponed into May. It got postponed by, it was like supposed to be the end of April. It got postponed to like the second week of May. It was like a 2-3 week postponement, and it only got postponed because quite fucking literally every cancer doctor that could do chemotherapy, like the nurses and shit that specialize in doing chemotherapy at his local hospital, got food poisoning. Every fucking every cancer nurse got hit with food poisoning. It's like half of the ward just wasn't staffed, so it just didn't have the manpower to do it for like 2 weeks.
I mean, again, like,
that was the only reason this shit got postponed.
Our bypass surgery, you look at like an 8-month wait list on that on average.
No, my mum got a heart bypass done, and so did my dad. Both got them done in Scotland, and it was like 48 hours.
No, bypass
Like
down here, you're looking at an average of about a good 6 months, 6 to 8 months on average. America, you're looking at best part of a month.
No, my dad got stents and a triple bypass done 3 days after a heart attack.
You know, so there is like, as I said, a British could like benefit from some Americanization. And that.
Frankly, the English NHS system could benefit from just doing what Scotland does with theirs. I don't know the difference behind the scenes wise, but like, fuck, we're clearly doing something different with our NHSs. Y'all should be taking notes from the Scottish one.
Well,
we're doing better.
Scotland didn't have as much administrative bullshit going on in the background.
Correct, and we also like actually pay our doctors and nurses a sensible fucking wage.
Because one of the ones that pissed me off is when I used to go for me mental health appointments. Is the taxi was booked from a taxi rank that was 30 miles from where I fucking live.
Yeah, which is just fucking stupid.
And they didn't turn up half the time. You know, trying to get a taxi to get me to my appointment was a fucking nightmare. You know, technically my appointment was like 7 miles down the road, and there was like several businesses that could do it around the area, but because the headquarters of the NHS that we have is based in the Darlington city it was in, they only negotiated with the Darlington-based one for the entire fucking region for taxis.
Yeah. You know, I know specifically, the English NHS has a lot of flaws to it, and I said I'm only realistically familiar with the Scottish NHS because I grew up in Scotland. I've been to a lot of Scottish hospitals with a lot of different injuries and ailments.
Yeah.
Because I'm only like well versed in the Scottish side of the NHS, and I've had very little issues. The only part of like the Scottish NHS I've ever had issues with, and it's more recently, has been like at the GP level.
Yeah.
You know, and And to my understanding, it's an issue across Britain because like we're running out of NHS GPs because they all
Yeah.
keep leaving.
I mean, like I say, when I was younger, we called the family GP.
Mm.
You know, same doctor you saw all the time. You knew your family's history, knew the patients all the time. Great, I used to love that. Now, right, I have no idea who I'm getting. Half of them are locums who come from a hospital who have specialties and have no idea about general practice and how to work one. My best one was when I first went mental health. I was looking from a hospital, right? And his exact treatment for my severe depression, well as confident suicide was, you're too fat, go and exercise, and here's some leaflets and some websites to do your own fucking research on depression.
Yeah. Now, I mean, in all fairness, like a lot of GPs in general, like even like some of the best GPs are just not equipped for mental health difficulties. And like the NHS's own guidelines on like mental health treatment at like early stages is just send them in the direction of shit like CAMS and ask them if they meditate.
Yeah, I mean, the one that got me to start my medication cycle was a nurse we had. I went to see, and she started me on my medication cycle and everything, and going to some like actual company things. It wasn't until I had my mental breakdown that I actually got involved with a proper psychosis team.
Yeah,
and even then they were poorly funded. And it turned out like the problem with medication, because they say the problem with like putting on medication as early as I was is you can't tell what's effective medication and what is actually my problems.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I actually took to a proper psychologist. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're not just got depression. You got delusions, hallucinations. You got PTSD on top of all this. You're a bag of mixed nuts, and you fucking need immediate help."
Yeah.
That's the point where the doctor said I'm not allowed to work until I pass a certain psych eval, which they won't give me until I've been stable for at least 5 years.
Yeah.
Especially in my profession I'm in, where I'm a chef. Even when a chef has hallucinations or like a dissociation episode where, let's be honest, the dissociation is worse than hallucinations because, like I say, everything feels fake. You can't trust anything with your eyes or what you feel. It's
exactly when
horrible.
You're a chef, that's just dangerous. Like a chef that starts second guessing himself for any reason, especially a mental health crisis, he just can't be in the fucking kitchen. He's gonna kill someone on accident.
Yes, I mean that's what you described it once, like that permanent feel, like that permanent uncanny valley feel of everything.
Yeah.
So
everything just feels like almost like everything's AI generated.
Yeah. It's like a very good VR rendering, but you still know it's VR.
As I one of my friends that has dissociative episodes quite often described it to me like that. Of it's like everything you're looking at is AI generated.
Yeah.
But you can't put your finger on what's wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks just wrong. It looks AI generated.
Yeah, which one reason I got stripped of all my weaponry I had is because even though I know I was talking to my sister, that feeling is, who are you? What are you? It's that kind of.
Yeah, it's like, are you actually my sister? Or are you like a fucking a changeling that's replaced them kind of thing?
Yeah, and it's a horrible feeling. It's worse than the PTSD in my mind, to be honest, or the hallucinations.
Oh yeah,
these hallucinations, I can understand that it could be fake and it's a trick of the mind. You still can't do much about it. But I can understand that.
Yeah.
With dissociation, it's just that feeling of it's not right, and it creeps
and
you
to be
out.
fair, see if both hit at the same time. To my understanding, you're basically fucked. That's both in one go is just done. But
I've had that before, and it's just it's terrifying, but not terrifying in the same aspect. And what's worse is when your mind then erase the event, what's happened.
Yeah.
So you're getting told you've done this and you've acted this way. Like, what are you on about? I've seen you. One sister member, it's like, to my mind, I hadn't still any of them in about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And we're here every fucking day, and I had no memory of it whatsoever. My dissociation kicked in along with hallucination and just completely erased that entire section of my life.
Yeah.
And what the fuck have I done in that week?
It's like as some I'd like to preface this very very quickly. I've never been diagnosed with PTSD. However, I display a lot of the symptoms for PTSD, privately. I won't get into said details of said symptoms, but I have very very good reason to believe I probably fucking have it. I just from shit I've gotten up to over the years, and like from the way I've had like dissociative episodes and hallucinations described to me, I would take a PTSD episode every fucking time over ever having those symptoms ever. Like I would rather be haunted by the ghosts of the dead than whatever the fuck hallucinations and dissociations are. Fuck that noise. No, the fuck, thank you.
I'm going to watch out for a guy called Alfred, which is like a humanized penguin in a.
I was saying your sister briefed me on that at one point.
A well-fitted three-piece suit. He was also a fraud psychologist at the same time. It's a very weird penguin.
Yeah,
and that,
like,
you know, and the only times he's ever turned up is at my house, cold in cups of tea.
Yeah, which, to be fair, makes it difficult because I enjoy tea. You'll notice I've stopped buying like the good tea in because I'm constantly worried, like, fuck, what if I like? Because I'm really bad for like making a cup of tea and forgetting about it.
Yeah.
I don't do it with coffee, but I do it with tea sometimes, or I'll make a cup of tea and forget I did it. And it's like, what if I do that and we start blaming Alfred? Yeah. Fuck. So I just don't buy the good tea anymore. I don't buy the tea that I drink. I only buy my medicinal tea now. So because I don't fuck that up with my medicinal tea because it tastes too good.
It's one of the things.
Like, I'm worried of accidentally like fucking sending you down a spiral on completely by mistake and gaslighting you on accident.
Yeah, because like one thing is like a lot of my hallucinations come from like things I've seen or like media. So like one of my darkest ones is if you played Dead Space before, haven't you?
Bits and pieces.
Hey, do you know about the baby with the tentacles on his back that shoots you in the face?
Vaguely, it's been a while, but it rings a bell. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my dark one. When I used to go outside, I used to catch it creeping about the corner of my eyes, and then I could see the little hand covering an eyeball over my vision.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
Oh, fuck that. Fuck that all the way to hell. Yeah, no, I would have killed the guy. Straight out. Like, yeah, I won't. If I was in like a shopping mall or some shit, and like a baby hand starts covering my eyeballs, I'm throwing hands. Yeah. I don't fucking care who's in the way. I'm throwing hands. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's one of my that's my darkest one I have. But then I've got a weird one is I have a dancing gnome that looks like oh man, what's his name? Elton John dancing in a Speedo.
Again, I'd be throwing hands. Also, weirdly, I know exactly what movie you got that from.
I haven't seen the fucking movie.
Yeah, you got it from Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, but I haven't seen the movie though.
Really, it's a good movie.
No, what I think it's come from is I've seen like an advert from like on YouTube somewhere.
Oh, probably.
And my brain's just locked on. Like the other one is like a floating mask, which is like the same like mask face from like We Happy Few.
Yeah, great game.
Again, I have not played that game, but I have seen adverts for it every now and again.
That's what, to be fair, it's a fairly common mask design because it's the same mask design that's used in like Greek plays historically.
Yeah, it's a
comedy and tragedy? I think they're called, or humor and tragedy.
Comedy and tragedy, yes.
It's
one that Shakespeare used a lot of.
I can't remember the name of it. The happy one.
It's comedy and tragedy. It's what Shakespeare used a lot for the concept of his plays.
Yeah, but they're also like the main folk. They're technically characters in Greek theater, but not at the same time. The more characteristic expressions of emotion. It's complicated.
Yeah, in Greek theatre, it was generally used, like ancient Greek theatre, they were generally used as narrators to the play.
Yeah, and again, they're there to like depending on which one is saying the lines, like telling you the audience, and is a representation of what emotion you're supposed to feel about what's being said.
Yeah, the duality of like light and dark emotions, that type of stuff. It's an odd concept that it sounds hard to explain to people who haven't done like drama or theatre work, but as a concept, when it's used correctly, is an interesting and powerful way of doing theatre. It's having the narrators do that.
The way I'd describe it, right, is it would be like if you had a like comedy panel show where like two comedians are gonna have like just a roast battle with each other, right?
Yeah.
And you had like, say Jack Whitehall versus Jimmy Carr.
Yes.
One does very light-hearted, haha, silly humor. The other one will make a joke about scraping cum off of your mum's teeth.
Yeah.
You know, that's the best modern example of how that would work.
No, tell everyone is like you're watching a newsreel of say like the LA riots, and you've got like you you can think of like Jimmy Carr on one side, like making jokes about like what's going on. Like, look, we've got a ferry there throwing Molotov cocktails, warm fursuits and that type of stuff. So on the light heart of the right, and you got on the other side of it, you've got like who was that twat who did the yearly roast?
Oh, fuck if I know, mate.
Well, like, okay, so you got fuck my brain.
I mean, the reason I say it's like, again, like someone like Jack Whitehall versus say fucking like Jimmy Carr. It's like in a lot of like Greek plays, like both characters did crack jokes.
Yeah.
But when tragedy cracked jokes, it was dark humor. It was like poking fun at like a dark topic, or it was like a say for example like a suicide joke or something. Whereas like humor would usually, comedy would usually do like more light-hearted jokes about the play at like the happier moments and.
Let's move on to this one. This is Michael Knowles. Oh, that's something good.
Who?
Michael Knowles.
Never heard of the guy.
Oh god, you're gonna enjoy it.
Good.
Hello. Thank you for coming, Michael. So, conservatives are against the ideology of political correctness and social justice, which is the ideology that says that white people should hate their culture and that Asians and whites should be treated worse than blacks and Hispanics. So that same ideology said it was okay for Zionists to throw Palestinians off their homeland and deny Palestinians the right to live in their homeland.
I don't know if it was the same ideology. It was the ideology of Zionism, is what you're saying.
It's the ideology.
Which is different
that's
than
the reason
political
why that's the reason why the whole world supported it. They condemned apartheid South Africa because it was white people doing it, but they don't condemn it when it's Jews doing it because they're considered more oppressed.
Everybody condemns Israel. What are you talking about? We're like the only country in the world that doesn't condemn Israel.
We give them more money than any other country in the world.
Right. One thing is that guy's nasally and he's making a very shit point for his question, and that he's got a really bad analogy over what's happening in.
I mean, I get what he's trying to say. Like, it's a good point, but it's being very poorly made.
Yes.
Like, I understand he's trying to point out the hypocrisy of, hey, look, when these guys did genocide, it was wrong, but when these guys are doing it, and it's like, making a valid point, but you're not articulating it in the best way possible. You're kind of
he's also
waffling it.
Probably made one false analogy at the beginning, which kind of destroys the topic, is throwing Palestinians off their natural homeland, which, again, isn't their natural homeland.
Technically, it is culturally because of like the stories of the Quran with Muhammad and the Cube of Mecca and whatnot, and like a lot of like the Muslim faith was born in Mecca, much like Judaism. Can take its roots back to Mecca as well, and just Jerusalem in general. It's like technically, yes, it is their homeland, but it's also Jewish homeland. It's kind of the very root of the entire issue itself.
It is, yeah. That's the point. It's one of those ones that I don't think is ever going to be solved at any kind of easiness of it.
I reckon I could fucking solve it, but
that's
I reckon like if you got all of them right, and you threw them in a jar and you get a shake and you just go right, y'all fucking live together. Right, you have the government where it's like, right, half the government's going to be Jewish, the other half's going to be Muslim, y'all are going to democratically elect the motherfuckers, and if anyone steps out of line, we're going to slap them up the head. Motherfuckers would figure it out.
Yeah,
like, if you sort of just don't give them the option to fucking argue anymore, they'd get along eventually.
I mean, I think the biggest way of doing it is, like, remove religion as a political point in the first place.
Even then, like, fucking, like, let them have religion be part of, like, the politics, but also, like, make it fair. Just like, yeah, we're going to democratically elect everyone into their positions. You know, regardless of like what their faith is, we're going to democratically elect your ass. When it comes to passing bills and making decisions, we're going to vote on that shit. Bada bing, bada boom, job done. You're all going to live together and share apartment buildings. And if you start fighting, the police are going to come round, slap both of you in the dick, and call you idiots. People would stop fucking fighting real damn quick about it.
Let's see how Michael Knowles is going to handle this one, because I don't think it'll be great. Problem Michael Knowles is he's heavily Christian.
We do, but I'm saying
yes, and
most countries, including in the West,
other countries do too. But we sanction apartheid South Africa because it's white people doing it.
We did sanction
the Jews are pretty white. I mean, some of them are a little dusky, but some are pretty white. So, but what is your question? Are you saying that Zionism is the same thing?
Wait a motherfucking minute.
What?
Oh, run that the fuck back. What the fuck did you just say, motherfucker?
I didn't hear.
Run that back. Run that fucking back.
That's the reason why the whole world supported it. They condemned apartheid South Africa because it was white people doing it, but they don't condemn it when it's Jews doing it because they're considered more oppressed.
Everybody condemns Israel. What are you talking about? We're like the only country in the world that doesn't condemn Israel.
We give them more money than any other country in the world.
We do, but I'm saying
yes, and
most
other
countries,
other
including
countries,
in the West,
other countries do too. But we sanction apartheid South Africa because it's white people doing it.
The Jews are pretty white. I mean, some of them are a little dusky, but some are pretty white. So, what is
Right.
your question?
Fucking.
There goes the pen.
You are a professional speaker in a professional environment. And you think it is fucking appropriate while having a serious discussion about realistically the morality of what can be very easily described as a potential genocide. You think it's appropriate to pick that moment to make a fucking a joke about skin color when
What was that?
That was me slapping my fucking couch with a fucking notebook. Fucking.
I thought Mount Walsh would have pissed you off the most, but
You are a professional in a professional environment being asked a serious fucking question.
yeah, I agree with it.
Now is not an appropriate fucking moment to make a fucking color of skin joke, you fucking dickhead. Right? If you're gonna talk about a serious topic, take it fucking seriously. Especially in a professional environment, in public, where you're being paid to do it.
Again,
fucking.
To me, if we're going off skin color alone, like Jewish, authentic, Orthodox Jewish, which are like the more like situated of Israel type, skin color wise, they're not much different from like the Muslim people in the area, skin color wise.
Correct. But also, maybe we don't describe them as dusky.
Yeah, it's a really bad word for that one. To be honest, what's correct?
And also, maybe we don't point out the distinction as a joke.
I think olive is the correct terminology for the skin color, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's it's
because they have a Mediterranean tone of skin, which would be technicalities to olive, much like the Greeks and Italians and the Turkish.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Because I was like Turkey, and I can't remember what Turkey was described as.
Now, the argument can be made that the Turkish are darker than traditionally olive would present as, but it's technically olive for certain parts of Turkey that are closer to the Mediterranean. You get into mainland, like deeper Turkey, it's closer to like a brownish blackish, but yeah. I guess a pedantry issue. It's a regional thing, but with Israel specifically, they're right on the Mediterranean coast, so they technically fall under as being olive in tone.
Yeah, that's what
because of their geographic location.
That's really going for. It's not like there's a massive distinction between the two. I mean, yeah, yes. Ben Shapiro's white is paper, but that's because his heritage falls back from like German Jews, which
that's more European Jewish.
Yeah, which is although he follows Orthodox Jewish faith, he's not technically an Orthodox Jew. It's
yes, my problem isn't with like making the distinction of the skin color. It's doing it as a fucking
joke,
as a joke point, using it as the punchline to a gotcha joke. Is like fucking shut the fuck, you dumb piece of shit.
It's a very bad offhand joke.
Yeah, it really is. Like,
I mean, yeah, the guy's asking the question. He's not very good doing it. And he's very nervous and he's very lazy. He's mincing his words badly.
Yeah, but also, the guy's probably fucking nervous. It's probably his first time like talking in public.
Also, they say he was on about like he's trying to African apartheid. And again, he made the joke in such a way as like to just brush it away. like the African thing away as a comment type thing, which is not the way of doing that. You could say, look, you could wave to them was like, right, the African apartheid is a completely different situation to what's going on in Israel with Israel and Palestine. Because it is. It's a completely different scenario of how that happened.
Yes,
and it's back to
Israel-Palestine is a cultural religious disagreement, not a, genetic disagreement.
Yeah, because it was basically the Dutch, basically holding from the Dutch slave trade, that type of stuff. It's a different set of problems that created that kind of situation.
Yes.
I'm going to carry people a bit longer on this one because I might switch over to the next one. I don't think we get much substance out of this question.
I vote we do just because it's on Israel, and like you said before, we've talked at length about the Israeli conflict, and there's not a lot realistically we're likely to be able to say that we haven't said already in episodes.
I'll give it 30 more seconds and see how it goes, because it might be something might say that I'll jump on again.
Yeah, I'll go fucking ape shit again.
Because I do not like Michael Knowles. I say Ben Shapiro, I can stand him, and he can make some good points now and again. Just words him badly, where Michael Knowles, to me, has never made a good point in his life.
I don't know. I mean, given if I just refer back to my notes here, given the last time Ben Shapiro was on screen, I had, let me see here, 8 points to make about his statements, which, for the record, is double the number of the previous discussion, which was only 4 points that I wanted to disagree on. I disagree with your statement of Ben Shapiro having good points ever in his life, but that's...
I think sometimes, I didn't say all the time.
Even then, I mean, granted I have a limited research pool to work with there, but also it's pretty fucking damning evidence, if you ask me. Then again, I'm biased because I don't like Ben Shapiro by default. I think he's a dick.
Are you saying that Zionism is the same thing as political correctness?
Yes, I believe that conservatives shouldn't support Israel because it's the same ideology.
I'm trying to figure out what your question is.
Because it's the same ideology as political correctness that says that white people should hate their culture and that white people and Asians should be treated worse. It's denying an indigenous population the right to live in their homeland. Imagine if people took it a step further and said that Native Americans and black people should throw white people out of their homeland because of political correctness.
Hold on. At first you said that Zionism denies the indigenous people the right to their homeland.
Because of the Holocaust.
But in the first thing you said, the Palestinian Arabs would be the indigenous people who now have the right to throw the occupying Jews out of what is the Palestinian Arabs' homeland.
I support a state.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to make some sense of what you're saying. I'm trying to just make some sense of the things you're saying. Because then the second part, you said, imagine if the Lakota Sioux, say, tried to throw the white Americans.
I understand what Michael Knowles going on here, but he is right that Zionism is different from the idea of political correctness. And
yes, Zionism is completely different depending on the exact context we're using the word Zionistic.
Yeah, in the context this guy's trying to use it, he's getting it wrong badly.
Literally, no matter what context you're using Zionistic in, it's different to what he thinks it means. It's just how different depends on the context.
Yeah.
Zionistic in this context is exactly as you were saying. Zionistic under a more religious context would be someone that hails from the Garden of Zion, but that's a whole other fucking conversation for Bible readers to have.
Yeah. There you go.
Look at the Canaanites.
What have I turned into?
Oh, dip fuckery, that's what, mate.
I'm just going to skip it because I don't think any context will come out of this one.
As it basically echo, you know that podcast we were doing earlier, mate? Yeah, you've come back to us still doing that podcast, mate. That's Sorry, that was needlessly sarcastic of me. Sorry, I'm in a mood right now. I had to get very angry earlier, so I'm in a little bit of a mood. I didn't mean to.
Did I miss a Scotty Rage moment?
You did, yes. I slapped my couch with a notebook, so yes.
What were you?
I've also lost my last functioning pen. I'm back to the broken pen.
What were you mad at?
Oh, a guy made a very distasteful, very racist joke at a terribly timed moment.
Can we go back to it?
No, we cannot. No, we cannot. No, get fucked. No, you and your racist sense of humor can go fuck yourself for the same reason the guy that made the joke can go fuck yourself, because we're supposed to be consummate professionals in a professional environment.
Again, this woman I've never heard of. Paula Scanlon.
I don't know because I'll be honest, on Discord your name is kind of in the way of the the thumbnail title, so I can't see it. Scroll it down a little bit for me, just thank you. Paula Scanlon. Paula Scanlon. Again, rings a bell. Don't know it off the top of my head though.
I don't. Right. Here we go. This is about just down leftist proclaims trans women are women. That's gonna be good.
Oh, I'm gonna hate this. Okay.
I must admit though, the question after that's the question is not helping herself.
Yeah.
You'll need to download the state farm app on your phone and allow permission.
Fair enough. I'm gonna play it now.
Like how, you talk a lot about wanting to have conversations and debates, but I'm left wondering how you expect to be able to have those conversations when, regardless of the fact that the American Medical Association and the American Psychological Association and, dozens of other licensing boards across the country and the world all acknowledge that being transgender is normal and fine. How do you expect to have good faith conversations when you won't acknowledge that trans women are women, even though medical associations across the world will, and people who have degrees in medicine?
So funny you say that, actually. There are a lot of countries across the world that are actually pulling back on transgender medications. No, it's true. France is, Switzerland, a lot of countries in Europe have. And I think that's a very interesting point that you say that, because there have been time and time again that the medical industry has made mistakes. Have we seen the opioid crisis, where people were abused and victimized by big pharma and medical industries? It's happened, and I think we need to have a serious conversation about how these people are being turned into patients for lives. We need to talk about how people are profiting hundreds and thousands of dollars per patient on people who are being told that if they just take some hormones and get some surgeries, that all their happiness will be back. This is not something that I take lightly. We are talking about young children who are being victimized by the medical industry, and if we're going to talk about that, we need to talk about these young kids who are being convinced that the best way to solve their problems is to become a patient in big pharma for life. And again, we've seen it time and time again. The opioid crisis has victimized people, and this is just another example of that.
Trans women are women, or are you not willing to go there?
They're not. They were born men.
Oh yeah, I could ask another brief question. So if you want to reach across the aisle or, talk to people who disagree with you, how do you expect to do that when you won't acknowledge that they are humans who are the gender that they have transitioned to be? How do you expect to have this conversation if you won't say that trans women are women?
I'll give you this. I believe that some trans women believe that they're women, but that doesn't actually make it true. I know kids that... I know kids that think they're dinosaurs or dogs or cats, and that doesn't make it true.
And that's
just because
enough
you
of
believe
you.
something doesn't mean that it's true.
Oh, God. What did Scotty just do?
You punched something.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for trans people to be compared to fucking 6-year-olds that think they're fucking dinosaurs. I wasn't mentally braced for something that fucking brain dead to be part of the argument.
That came out of left field.
Left field?
No, that came out of right field. Sorry.
Like,
Sorry.
fucking, like we got a gamer right here that doesn't understand the basic concept of the difference between gender and sex. For a start, we got a motherfucker that very, very fucking clearly has no fucking clue how the opioid crisis happened. We very, very, very fucking clearly, huh?
Didn't the CIA play a part in the opioid crisis?
Yes.
Partially, but not in the way that anyone thinks they did. Fucking very clearly just have a motherfucker that just doesn't understand psychology whatsoever. Like, just... I wish... I swear, there should be a law, right? There should be a law written down somewhere on planet Earth where if you're not educated in a matter, you shouldn't be allowed to open your fucking mouth about it. I swear to God,
To me, the question the woman with a stupid hat on her head was trying to ask, oh, well, I think she's trying, I'm going to guess it here, is the problem we've got is the distinction between biological female and the concept of what a woman is.
correct.
Right. You know,
Because one is a gender identity, the other is a biological sex. There is a difference between the two concepts of sex and gender.
Yeah.
One is a social construct, the other is a biological fact.
Now, I will admit both sides are mixing them two up quite a lot.
Frequently, yes, but...
So I believe
You
I
know.
believe the one with the pink triangle, they say, you know, trans women are women as in terms of like biological needs type thing, where Missy
Well,
here was...
I mean, technically, yes, like, especially like a trans woman that has actually like done the full transition, done the surgery. Yes, biologically, their needs are much closer to a biological female. Yes,
Yeah.
but when it comes to using the term woman, she is using the gender term of woman correctly in the sense of yes, trans women are women because women is a gender, not a sex.
Yeah.
You know, that's why we say, hey, all trans women are women because woman isn't a fucking sex; it's a gender. It's a really simple concept to get your head around if you have more than 2 fucking brain cells.
Unfortunately, our British Supreme Court didn't agree with that one.
Yeah, but that's because the Supreme Court of Britain consists of Nazis and 75-year-olds, neither of which have more than 2 brain cells. Sorry, allegedly Nazis. Before I get sent to jail for a hate crime.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's defamation. Well, don't act like a fucking Nazi. You won't get called one, you dick.
The other thing, both the question and answer on this one, unlike Matt Walsh's, where we had some like meat to dig our teeth into, this is straight up of, you know, I believe this, well, I believe this, and both mention it, both put their career across very badly and in bad faith.
That's all. I've never seen an argument devolve to name calling so fucking quickly. Like just
It's
fucking
like 3 minutes.
Yeah, just like, well, I know 6-year-olds. I think they're dinosaurs. Fucking. I'm not gonna finish that sentence because we're live on air. And I nearly unironically committed a hate crime there.
Yeah. You almost did a game. You almost did a gamer word.
I almost said a gamer sentence. Never mind a gamer word. But
yeah, it's.
I
mean, again, I think Story Cage probably has some more like context in this one, but I've got nothing to dig my teeth into this one. It's just straight up like, you know, a 5-year-old at the playground. You know, mine wouldn't be your money.
Let me tell you, as a gamer that is well educated when it comes to the transgender community and like transgender as a medical issue, there is no context to dig your teeth into. It like
you think I know? You think I know more about
of bad faith arguments?
There's only one thing I would say that I disagree with the woman in pink on is transgender is a mental disorder which treatment is transitioning.
Correct.
But it is a medical disorder which has a treatment protocol for it.
Yes. Now, technically, the argument can be made it's more of a biological health problem than a mental health problem, but it's pedantry.
Yeah, it's
like most mental health problems are caused by like traumas, physical or emotional, whereas like transgenderism is more of a traditionally it's usually like a hormone imbalance that causes it, or it can like usually in a lot of cases it's what's the word I'm looking for now? It's not chemical imbalance. It's fucking
hormonal imbalance.
No, because I already said hormone imbalance. It's that when fucking neural pathways fucking connect to the wrong parts of the brain sometimes.
Oh yeah, I know what you're about. I don't know a medical term for that one.
I think it's like neural pathway misguidance, I think it's called, or something along those lines.
I mean,
I don't remember the proper name for it off the top, but that's good enough for the point I'm going to make.
Oh, you're about neural misalignment.
Neural misalignment. Thank you. Yes. Which
What does that? What does that do?
so basically, certain parts of the brain, traditionally it happens in the decision making part of the brain, but it can happen basically anywhere. But the neural pathways in the brain that would basically dictate how that part of the brain would work. So, say for example, if it's happening in the decision making part of the brain, right? Let's say I gave you a problem to solve of like, let's say, like, oh, do you want peanut butter on your sandwich or do you want marshmallow on your sandwich today, right? Most people's brains
I
would
want
basically
marshmallow.
most people's brains would approach that problem by doing like quick math of like, okay, well, I like peanut butter, I like marshmallows. I'm not in the mood to like try a new food today, so I'll stick to the peanut butter because I know I like peanut butter, right? That's how a normal brain would do that equation. Whereas a brain that's suffering with neural misalignment essentially did approach the problem by going, well, I know I like peanut butter, and I know I like marshmallows, but I've never had a marshmallow sandwich before. And that's as far as that decision making goes. There's no further argument on the decision. It's a new thing. Now, to be fair, that can also just be a symptom of like other like issues, like say for example, ADHD can cause that quite a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I get extremely upset when like things that I've gotten into like a routine get changed on me. Which is why I get so upset. Which is why I get so upset sometimes with like War Thunder BR changes, is because I'm so used to playing that tank at the BR, and then suddenly, oh nope, it's gone up now. It's just like
that's more OCD, which is a different syndrome entirely.
Just heavy breathing.
That's usually more like ADHD or autism that causes that. But like neural misalignment can cause it as well, but it's more unlikely to cause it. It's
the more common variant is say like because we use catch the motor center. So like say you try to send signals to your brain to move your left foot forward.
Yes.
Right, and misalignment would mean that your right hand starts slapping people.
Yeah, that's a slightly rarer version of it, where like it's muscle misalignment caused. But
you know what that's reminded me of? What is that one, the YouTube video where the guy slaps somebody, somebody goes, hey, he slaps them, and then it's just like a continuous
I don't know. I don't know because it isn't 2007 anymore, Echo.
I tell you what, like Tourette's is a common version of like neural misalignment.
Yes, Tourette's usually is caused by neural misalignment. Yes. Weirdly, Tourette's can also, like, rather than being its own like syndrome, can also sometimes present as a symptom of others, like disorders.
Yeah, you schizophrenia.
It's schizophrenia, but also weirdly ADHD. A lot of people with Tourette's have ADHD, and it's believed to be like a symptom of the ADHD spectrum is Tourette's disorder in certain cases.
Huh.
There's also been a handful of cases of people developing Tourette's syndrome after receiving like severe brain damage, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that's like the brain rewiring itself to function differently.
Yeah, it's like those cases are way more fun to like research because you get a really cool insight into like how the brain works when those ones happen. But
I'm going to skip the rest of this because it's not worth time.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
At least to my knowledge, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, there has not been a case of someone who's been transgender who has become transgender due to traumatic brain damage.
Yes, there has been. There's been 3.
I'm not aware of them. Hence why I can preface this that. But
there's one in America, one in England, and the one I know most research was done on was the one in China.
Even then, I will say
does China
it did happen, it should be more.
Is China cool with the whole? Is China cool with the whole gay thing? I can't remember.
Yes, gay, yes. Transgender, 50-50. Depends on the exact region, but yeah, for the most part.
Huh.
Japan is very so in favor of trans and gay people.
Yeah, no. Unironically, Japan loves gay people. They they love the gays. They love those guys.
It's one of the few countries historically never outlawed gays. In fact, they embraced gaysism well into the medieval period.
Yes, gayism.
He's not wrong. Gayism is actually a correct term, legally speaking.
Hold on, I didn't think that was a real word.
Yeah, no, unironically, gayism is not only a real word; it's technically a more scientifically correct term than homosexuality. But no, all I'm saying, especially when it comes to transgenders, right, and like transgenderism, all I'm saying, right, is Japan, medically and technologically speaking, is quite literally a couple 100 years ahead of the rest of the fucking world. If those motherfuckers are agreeing that transgenderism is real and correct and worth embracing, statistically speaking, they're probably fucking correct, given their literal every part of their technology and understanding of science and biology is worlds ahead of the rest of the world.
I mean, given the fact they have
if the guys that figured out the laser says it's correct, they're probably correct.
I mean, given the fact that Japan has literally shrines dedicated to trans gay deities.
Yeah.
Where all the tribes have to be male.
Yes.
Type thing. You know, it says a lot.
Again, if the guys that are quite literally building the robots out of Pacific Rim and making them work says that being transgender is valid and worth respecting and medically sound, I'd fucking wager they're probably more likely to be on the correct point than any other country, because again, they are technologically superior to every other fucking country. You know, like, all I'm saying, the guys that all damn near cured cancer just a couple of years ago and have, you know, led the charge when it comes to curing fucking cancer and has found most of the cancer treatments globally, those guys are probably right.
Wasn't there? I forget I think actually it was a student from. I forget, but it was a student here in America made a soap that like was really really effective at fighting cancer. I forget what it was.
Yeah, the
Like,
difference is that guy did that by accident.
That was only effective against melanoma.
Yes, and again, it was an accident.
Yeah.
Japan has invented several treatments and damn near cures for different types of cancers on purpose.
Couldn't want banned by the UN.
Yes, because it's a little bit too effective, because statistically it actually kills the patient long before it kills the cancer.
No, I'm talking about gene therapy using shock DNA.
Oh yeah, no, okay, but gene therapy it in general is banned for moral reasons. That
Probably if they allow that treatment to go through, that would cure cancer overnight.
It would, yes.
The sharks don't get cancer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I don't think. Do crocodiles?
Yes.
I don't like.
Yes, crocodiles can get cancer.
I know crocodiles and alligators have like some insane immune systems.
They do, but they can still suffer the effects of cancers.
Sharks, the only creature on this entire planet that doesn't get cancer.
No, there's two more. Both are aquatic, weirdly, but there's a type of jellyfish that doesn't get it, and there's that weird see-through skeleton fish that doesn't get it.
I know what that thing is. I just don't remember the name. I know what you're talking about.
They're like they're most commonly known as like the immortal skeleton fish because they literally never die. They're damn near immortal. They don't age, and they're immune to cancer.
Oh, yeah, the blub eye fish.
Yeah, they were the fish, like, at least when I was a kid, like in the early 2000s, was like they were like the poster child of cancer research, because like, we think we've unlocked the secret to curing cancer and maybe curing death itself. This immortal little skeleton fish. It's like, those are fucking cool. I can see his internal organs.
Unfortunately, that fish lives at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, and it's damn hard to get your hands on the damn thing.
To be fair, clearly you missed some interesting news about those fish recently. They found a new colony of them.
Oh, where?
Oh.
You're gonna love this.
You guys the Mariana Trench, aren't you?
It's the Marianas Trench, yeah. Do you know what's really fucking cool? There's a genetic difference between the two colonies of fish.
Yeah.
The ones in the Arctic are like the ones like everyone's familiar with. They've got they're see-through, but they've got like the white like hue to their skin.
Yeah.
The ones in the Mariana Trench are like a bluish grey. They're a slightly different color. So there is a traceable genetic difference between the two that presents in one of the most beautiful ways possible, but also like one of the just fucking completely pointless ways.
Yeah.
Because they're just a slightly different color. There is no other difference between them other than their color. And the worst part is, like, no one can figure out what the fucking, like, evolutionary benefit was to them becoming that bluish grey. Because it provides zero camouflage whatsoever.
I'm just assuming, like, a dark, like, Mario Trench is deeper. That's the only reason I can think of.
Correct, and, like, because that was the original theory when they first found them. It's like, oh, they're that color because they'll blend in better. No, in fact, they're more susceptible to, like, hunting fish at the depth they live at because they actually stick out like a sore fucking thumb.
Yeah.
Because the exact like hue of blue that's in the grey of their skin, basically it basically lights the fish up like a Christmas light, like to the hunting fish, because the hunting fish in that area basically see via infrared. So they're basically giving off they're saying it's essentially like being like in a dark, like from the fish's perspective, it's like being in a dark forest and a shadow man walks across your field of view. Because you're in like kind of dark and just a blob of dark, just void, goes across your vision. You're gonna spot that motherfucker.
Yeah.
That's what the hunting fish is like at that depth. See when that fish goes past is just a void mass in the vague shape of a fish. They're literally the exact opposite color to helpful. It's the weirdest fucking thing. No one can figure out why the fuck they're that color, and it's kind of funny.
Alright, moving on to our next question.
So to cure cancer. So what I gather from it is to cure cancer, we'd have to we would need to put back into effect like that you can like do like
gene therapy basically. Yes.
Yeah. Gene therapy, gene splicing, and/or cloning.
Verb, I know what we're gonna do today.
The problem is, though,
preferably all three.
Problem is, though, the gene needed from the shark DNA to cure cancer wouldn't adversely affect human beings whatsoever in their looks or functionality.
Correct.
But because it's gene manipulation, it's outright banned.
But why can't the UN just look away for this one time if it's for the good of like the entirety of humanity?
Because it's the UN.
Because if you make an exception once, you have to make an exception in every case.
The main reason for it is the kind of idea of designer babies, where you could basically manipulate the genes of the fetus to get what you want out of it.
I've gotten that. Like both Soda and Star have explained that to me. But like again, like just this one time, like it would benefit literally everyone.
Yes, but curing cancer is not benefit.
Famity, I've got this one. I speak fluent, dumbass.
Okay.
You see, at Echo, the reason for it, right, is when it comes to like rules, right, is if you make an exception to a rule one time, right, just this one time, we're gonna ignore the rules. We're gonna let it happen. It's never one time. There's always gonna be another time where, okay, for the same reasons, we'll turn a blind eye. There's always gonna be a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. The second you make an exception to a rule, someone else is gonna come up with a reason why we should make an exception to the rule. Then another guy's going to come up with one. Then another guy. And each time you have to grant it because there's that precedent of granting it.
Best case scenario is, right, we cure cancer using the shark DNA. But I can do, well, if you let me do this one, I can cure autism. Or I can cure Down syndrome. Or I can make your child smarter, faster.
Or I can cure heart disease and, you know, diabetes. We could cure diabetes. And there's always going to be someone coming along with an exception that would have to be granted due to that previous like case of granting the exception because it was for the good and betterment of mankind.
You get to the point where you know, I want my child white skin, blue eyes, blonde hair.
Yes,
because I believe that's better for the child.
Yes, like when like that is eventually the slippery slope it would go down to, of like it would get down to the pedantry of what classifies as a benefit. You know, it's like when it comes to something as delicate and as dangerous as things like, you know, gene manipulation and gene therapy, it very much has to be an all or nothing decision of either it's allowed or it's not allowed. You know, you can't have cases where it's like, okay, we make an exception for this case because it slips down a slippery slope. It's either do what the fuck you want or no one's touching that science again.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand why I've done it for, and again, it's that slippery slope, which, again, I can understand, like, okay, yeah, let's cure cancer, but again, once you take that step, the next step's easier, then easier, then easier, then easier, until you get to the point where, you know, Nazis enroll and making the Aryan nation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's unfortunate, but, you know, like, it's one of those rules where, like, selfish arseholes would abuse it constantly until we're in a point of no return where we're fucked.
Okay, that unfortunately makes sense.
Yeah, because like for example, like, you know, like eventually you would get to a point where like nation leaders would be basically like funding like scientific projects, and you know which nation I'm talking about.
Germany?
You know, would be like America, where they would be funding scientific research projects to basically use gene manipulation, you know, gene splicing, cloning, all those technologies.
Super soldiers.
Yeah, to make super soldiers or
that's
animal hybrids that would be better in combat, and like
a new technology comes out, America's just like, I can weaponize that.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, with things like gene therapies and that, like, it's one of the most easily weaponized technologies.
Yeah.
You know, like, 'Cause I mean, like look at like virology and like a biological weapon.
I was just gonna look over at 40K, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like look at biological weaponry. You know, biological weaponry in theory is are like you're banned. You can't deploy them, but you can still develop them. You can develop like a biological weapon. You can develop like an uncurable strain of polio if you really want to. But you're not allowed to launch it in a missile. Unfortunately, however, you know, because you're allowed to make it, there's always that risk that that virus is going to escape, and that's happened several times in the last 100 fucking years.
Yeah, the main reason for like biological warfare institutes is we make these viruses, yes, but we're doing it so we can make cures for in case, you know, this country makes it and releases it instead.
Yeah.
And that's been the excuse between America and Russia for the past, 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, that's really smart to do, but like in practice, like,
it's that slippery slope.
Yeah, like you'd have similar issues happening with things like gene therapy, where it's like like fucking, we're only like crossbreeding sharks, tigers, and humans to make this tiger shark like warrior, because like fucking they'll do it next, and if they do it first, they'll use it, and like you'll have people developing essentially, excuse me, like gene splicing viruses, where they develop a virus that uses genetic splicing as part of its attack protocol to basically rewrite human DNA as a weapon.
Yeah,
like
you can technically do it where I can make a retrovirus to remap certain genomes to make a population more docile.
Yes.
Or easier manipulation, or easier accepting, or more aggressive if need be.
Yeah, or if you really wanted to, you could use like gene splicing to basically make gene splicing with virology to make a virus weapon that would literally just rewrite your DNA into spaghetti code, causing the human body to disintegrate.
Yeah.
Or target a very specific population, even down to a specific family tree alone.
Yes.
That has been done before. It's scary as fuck.
It's terrifying, yeah.
And that's
like while yes, those situations would be very rare and unlikely to occur. The fact they can occur and would be very easy to do is why the technology is banned.
But wait, in order to pull that off, all you need is about 30 grand's worth of lab equipment and a very basic university understanding of virology and biology.
Yeah.
Not even anything really high-end stuff.
Put it this way, Echo. If I got a hold of the equipment, I could teach you how to build a virus that would literally just cause human beings to fall apart into a puddle of soup in about 6 weeks. I could teach you to do that in 6 weeks if I had like the lab equipment necessary. I didn't go to university.
Or teach you how to build a virus that only takes out your next door neighbor's immediate family tree.
Yes. And again, neither of us studied this at university. We only have civilian level knowledge, and we could do it in about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
With about 30 grand worth of equipment, which isn't hard to get your hands on. Or even sanctioned. No sanction against getting your hands on it. A 3D printed gene sequencer, it's about 30 grand and easy to get your hands on.
Yes, but if you got caught like, in possession of all of that equipment, it would be very obvious what you were up to, and you'd have to go to The Hague in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. I swear, officer, I wasn't trying to genetically engineer a virus. No, definitely not.
Like, make it even worse, right? Because this is a genuine, a genuine like thing. I basically sat and like mapped out once for a laugh, right? Is I could unironically use like gene therapy like science to basically like make neckos from like anime, like cat people.
Oh no.
And purposefully infect them with a virus that they are completely immune to, that like would unfortunately also be more than capable of wiping out the human race. I'd literally make a brand new species and infect them with essentially an STD that would melt the reproductive organs of every human being they come into contact with, whether it's like sexual or not.
Give an example, right? The most terrifying way of doing this. Plague Inc.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That teaches you all you need to know how to do what we were talking about.
I mean, it teaches you, like, roughly how it works and, like, more of, like, a naturally occurring evolutionary version, but yes, it gives you the fundamentals of roughly how it works. It doesn't give you the step-by-step instructions of how to turn on a gene sequencer, but it gives you an idea of how gene sequencing works on paper.
How to create a viral load and where to distribute it, and how to distribute it, and how to make it effective against populations. By the way, there's a general theory that game was built by like the CIA and MI5 to target people who maybe are too good at the game, because everyone who ever beats like, the extreme version of that game generally has a knock at the door.
You say that, but I've beat Plague Inc. on the extreme difficulty, and I've never been contacted over it.
Oh, that's because you're you.
I mean, you're not wrong, but, you know. Like, you're right, the feds are far too scared to chat my door, but, like, you know, it's...
Like,
I don't know why, I'm lovely, but...
You beat the game on extreme difficulty, suddenly you've got a government job. Or you're in a federal penitentiary, one of the two.
You'd think that, yeah, I have neither.
Again, it's because you're you.
I was taught some very minor explosive capabilities and nuclear physics at high school, and I'm on a list.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on a couple of lists, but not terror watch lists.
I mean, I'm on several lists, but still, it's one of those things.
Yeah. I'm just on no-fly lists.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm banned in several countries.
Right. We'll move on to our next question, and I think about abortion by the looks of it.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Organ donation should be mandatory.
Fetus deletus.
I do not.
You do not. Okay, so if you believe that even a dead person has the right to bodily autonomy, even if that dead person's organs could save up to 8 lives, and yet you also believe that women should be legally mandated to sacrifice their bodily autonomy in order to save the life of a fetus, by your own logic, a corpse has more right to bodily autonomy than a living, breathing woman.
Well, you imposed upon me a liberal view that I do not hold, which is that my views of abortion come from some sense of bodily autonomy. I'm not a huge autonomy guy to begin with. I don't think that I own my body. I think my body is sort of a gift, and I have obligations to my creator. The reason that I don't support mandatory organ donation is not because of some liberal conception of autonomy or something. It's because that's not what your organs are for. Your organs are for you. Your lungs are to bring oxygen to your blood. Your heart is to pump blood around your body. Your
Motherfucker, if I'm dead, I'm not going to be using them anymore.
Later on at the bar after this speech, and so on and so forth. My organs are not for you. Your organs are not for me. So you can give an organ donation, and that can be a lovely thing to do. But you aren't obligated for it because things are known largely by what they are for.
Okay. It
yeah.
sounded like you were just going to be anti-organ donation for a second. I was like, that's weird.
No. But I am against, going in and stealing people's organs. I think that would be quite wrong.
Stealing from a person who isn't alive, which gives
Just,
them
I think
more right.
desecrating bodies is pretty
More
bad,
right to their own
or
body
like
than-
digging up graves is bad too. Yeah.
So, if you don't believe that withholding resources like life-saving organs, which you would die without if you have organ failure, if you don't believe that withholding resources like that means that you're killing a person, would you be pro cutting the umbilical cord rather than removing a fetus so that the fetus would no longer be able to grow without the nutrients it needs?
I think it would be wrong for a mother to kill her child. So I don't view my organs, say, as resources, as you've put it in a kind of like materialist liberal
They
way. I kind of think of them as my organs. I think of my body as like body, and I think of me as a person, not just a big sack of flesh that can be chopped up for the pleasure of some liberal technocrat. I call
Right.
me old-fashioned,
Fucking. Right.
but
No.
then
Pause. Right. I swear to God, some fucking human beings should be punched. You cannot in one argument say I don't believe in fucking individualism, and then in another statement say I view myself as a person, not a bag of flesh. One or the other, guy. Right? You either believe in individualism or you believe in collectivism. Pick one. Pick a fucking lane, gamer.
The problem is
either you're a person or you're a group of people. Pick one, motherfucker.
Right, problem is, Michael Knowles is making a very shit argument against abortion.
Right? It is. I actually, unironically, I understand his base point, and I do to an extent agree with his base point. It's the logic that leads to that base point and the
Yeah.
surrounding parameters that are fucking ridiculously dumb.
The problem is also like the one answer to the question is a university student, and it's also making a very shit point.
No, I also agree with her point of like, yeah, no, it's actually an excellent starting point of, you know, like, okay, you don't believe in harvesting the organs from a dead body, you know, like fair, you know, like without their consent while they're still alive, you know. Yeah, like if a person didn't say you can harvest my organs and they die and you harvest their organs, that's theft, right? I know, good point. However, to then say that, okay, well, women aren't allowed to make a decision about their body, you know, and their internal organs, because like it or not, your fucking uterus is an organ, you know, like that's basically giving a dead person more rights than a living human. It's an excellent base point, an excellent opening statement. Fully agree. That is very hypocritical. You know, like, and again, the base point of his argument being, you know, that like fucking, it, like, it, you know, it's more a case of I disagree with the stealing of that person's organs versus anything else. Excellent fucking proposal. Yeah, I'm with you all the way, right? So I don't personally agree, but I agree with where you're coming from. It makes sense to me, right? See your point. It's a well-made point. Beautiful, well played, sir. However, you can't believe in collectivism and individualism at the same goddamn time. You're either an individual or a bag of meat.
Yeah.
Pick one.
I mean, my counterpoint to the girl would be, right, that the fetus itself is now a separate entity from the mother entity. Then, if the idea of body autonomy is a point to me, then does the mother have the right to make the decision against the separate individual currently sitting in the womb?
I argue yes, because it's inside of the organ and connected to the organ and the rest of the body. Therefore, I would argue technically, until it is birthed, it is still a part of the body. It's still a organ, theoretically.
You know, but it's like a better point he could have made than what he's doing. At least it's some kind of logical argument he could have made. But unfortunately, he's going straight for the spiritual type shit.
Yes, which that's it's base point of like, you know, I disagree with, you know, stealing from the dead. Yeah, fucking.
Yeah,
at first I disagree with him, but he made a good point there of like, you know, you wouldn't steal a pocket watch from a dead dude. Why are you stealing his liver? Good fucking point, actually. Well made.
Depends on the quality of the pocket watch.
Yeah, I mean, still, like,
It's
his
still
base premise, his base premise of like, you know, like fucking grave robbing is a crime. So like, you know, taking like a liver from a dead dude without him previously agreeing to it should be a crime. Excellent point. Well fucking made, actually. I didn't think I'd agree with him, but once he finished explaining himself, yeah, actually, good point, sir. However,
the way we got there was like he got the right answer, but his maths was wrong.
Yeah, because he's missing the entire point of what the woman is saying. Is like, yeah, like the dead guy consented or didn't consent to the liver removal. A woman is either consenting or not consenting to the abortion of a child, and you're removing their ability to make that decision.
Well, to be fair though, right, the point is I can make here is if the woman consented to have unprotected sex, knowing the risk of having unprotected sex is a child, therefore she consented to having the child. Because
theoretically, yes.
Because she knew the risk of doing the action she did and knew the risk of the outcome.
Yes, but also human beings make fucking mistakes.
That is true as
You know,
well.
But by your logic, you know, like if you consent to like having a pint on a Saturday night and you start suffering liver failure, you've given consent to die of liver failure and you shouldn't be allowed a liver transplant. Like, no, you made a fuck up. You made a series of unfortunate decisions.
Unfortunately, on the transplant list, that is counted as, yeah, you fucked up.
Oh, yeah, like if you're like an alcoholic, yeah, but it was like fucking, you know, it was one weekend, you know, I had the flu, so I was like, I'll pop like a flu pill, it'd be fine. You know, like, you know, you fucked up, you got your dosages wrong, and you give yourself liver failure, they're gonna give you the transplant. You're not an alkie, you just fucked up.
Yeah,
you know, like
exactly.
you made an oopsie is all. Like
if biology just decides to fuck you over, you should get
exactly.
Like, it's not your fault. Like biology has said, fuck that man in particular.
Yeah, or like if like say you're out skateboarding, right? You consented to go skateboarding, you fell off your skateboard, you banged your ribs off of a railing, right, and you've burst your liver. Your liver is
Oh, yeah.
destroyed. You need a new one. They're not going to say no to the liver because you consented to die of liver failure because you went skateboarding.
Yeah,
You know, like,
I know your point, but I'm saying it's one of those.
you know, human beings are allowed to make fucking oopsie poopsies.
Again, with like extreme sports, you do
Yeah.
accept some amount of risk of what you're doing to a certain degree, and you do
correct.
You do understand you suffer some consequence, like again, you know, broken legs, broken arms, some amount of damage to the body itself over time.
Yes, but you also go into it knowing, you know, if I survive this particular fuck up, should it occur, I'm going to have the option of fucking, you know, making some medical decisions to potentially make the consequences a little bit less.
Yeah.
You know, like if you have unprotected sex while fucking, you've had one or two babies too many, your inhibitions are gone, and you fuck your boyfriend without a connie on, and you end up fucking up the snuff 6 months later. Yeah, no, yeah.
I hate that I
You
understood.
feel the same way as fucking going skateboarding and busting your liver on a fucking railing of, I made an oopsie poopsie, doc, I need an assist here.
Yes, but again, though, with skateboard, you do take your management hands to do your safety, such as wearing safety equipment and
helmets, knee pads, like all the
stuff like that. Or not skateboarding in a manner which could cause like massive injury. Again, with unprotected
But they
sexes,
don't make liver guards.
They don't, but
I wish they did, though.
You get my point, though. You do try and mitigate the damage as much as possible.
Yes.
Should any occur. With pregnancy and that, the idea of mitigating damages, you're on the pill, or you're on some form of birth control, or you use some birth control.
Yeah.
You know, not doing so even when you're drunk. Like we say, no, I'm drunk and I drove and ran people over. Being drunk is not the excuse.
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, statistically, you get some leeway in a drunk driving accident versus just vehicular homicide, but that's a whole other issue.
It is, but you still go to jail regardless.
Yeah, but, there's still a lesser consequence because, okay, you were impaired.
Yeah, but even say you get a child, you don't want the child, there's this hint, there's adoptions, there's other means of like dealing with the child other than just deleting it.
Yes, but also, like it's the argument of, like with abortion versus childbirth into adoption, it's like the abortion, my body's gonna be fucked up for like 6 weeks, a couple months. If I give birth, like statistically, I'm gonna be fucked up for 3 months, possibly with life-changing damage to my body, or I could fucking die in the process of giving birth.
Okay, it's one of those ones. It's analogy as it's no perfect answer to the abortion question for me.
I argue there is, and it's allowing the abortion because, like, again, like with like banning the abortion, forcing the woman if they get pregnant, right? You're gonna give birth to that baby, right? Let's say worst case scenario happens, right? Like the mother dies during the childbirth, right? And as a result, this causes a complication that leads to the death of the baby. You've achieved fucking nothing. 2 human beings just died when you could have prevented the entire problem and had 1 person die.
Yeah, I mean, right, in general, to me for abortion, as I always have, I've always kept one simple rule is abortion is fine up to the first trimester. Right? Because
I'm fine up to like second, third.
I'm nowhere near third, because that's just a child at that point.
I say third, it's like extenuating circumstance has to allow me at third, but like second, I'm fairly comfortable still. Like, like someone's like it's like they ain't like making conscious thoughts yet. It's like okay, we can excuse it still.
Probably the brain develops at the end towards the end of the first trimester.
True, but but by that logic, it's one of those, and you're gonna hate this argument, but like if the brain is developed enough to be considered human and conscious at the first trimester, then like realistically, you shouldn't be against children being like getting transgender surgery because they have a brain and they can make decisions and conscious thoughts. Like, a functioning brain's a functioning brain at that point.
It's more question of this point is right. It's one bench if you're using this. I think it is a good one. Is you've got a patient who's in a coma, but there's a chance you could wake up from it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, a fairly decent chance.
Yes.
Right? Can you kill him?
Again, it depends on the exact odds and like what the consequences of him waking up would be. If it's like, yes, he might wake up, but he'll wake up, he's got a 10% chance of waking up, but if he does wake up, it's a 50-50 of he's going to be a vegetable or not.
No.
Yeah, I could probably kill the guy.
9 months, he's going to wake up and perfectly fine.
Yeah, I'd probably allow it.
So, you know for a fact, a child, after 9 months, is going to come out and be a conscious living human creature. Why kill him that?
Because that's not existed yet.
Because I'm not paying child support.
No, it's because the difference is, right, the guy that's in a coma has already been born and is fully 100% that is a living, breathing human being. 100%. It has a personality, it has a name, full set.
No, it's in a coma. Technically, it's nothing there.
Even in coma, right? Because there's plenty of coma studies that shows that most coma victims do hold some brain function while in a coma. Right? Ones that don't, the odds of them waking up and fully recovering are slim to fucking none. Right? So that is still, to me, and from a scientific viewpoint, that is a living, breathing human person still. A child, like an unborn child, isn't. It hasn't developed a personality yet. It doesn't have a name yet. You know, like if you really want to get spiritual, an argument can be made about whether or not there's a soul there or not, but we're not going to get into that right now because
oh boy.
Honestly, that could make several political problems across the globe get 10 times worse if we try. You know, like specifically the Middle East alone could explode if we try and have that discussion right now.
The Middle East is already exploding. What do you mean?
Oh, you know what I mean, though, gamer. You know, like it's like that's the difference.
The Middle East is almost always exploding.
Yeah, like that's the difference between the two. To me, is one is actually like fully human. It's developed.
Isn't the Middle East always exploding?
Yes, basically.
That's what I'm saying.
No, Echo. No. I was repeating what you said because I found that disappointing.
Oh.
No, he's not. He's actually not wrong, to be fair. But like, no, I meant exploding in a different context.
He's correct for the wrong reason.
Yeah, like I meant it under a different context.
Which means I'm technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Yeah.
No, Echo. In this case, you're not technically correct. You're correct for the wrong reason, which isn't really technical. Yes, you are technically correct, but you aren't the correct kind of technically correct.
How does this even make sense? Don't use your big words to try to confuse me.
Echo, she's not using big words, and she like her statements are factually correct. You're just too stupid to understand what the fuck's being said to you.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, you know, like fucking 3 out of the 4 people in this call could pass a university course, and you're not one of the 3. You know, but like,
here's where we could work it out, right? The moon gives off light, but the moon does not produce light.
Yeah,
exactly. My God! Wait!
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on.
Unironically, yes, that is a good analogy for my argument point. Yes.
Okay, I get it.
I thought that's what the topic of this debate was about.
No,
I'm like, hold on, please don't tell me this is it. This is one of those debates.
A good analogy for what my argument is like the fetus is the moon. Like it, you know, it gives off light, but it doesn't produce light. Whereas a coma patient is the sun. It gives off light. It produces and creates light. You know, it's a crude analogy, but yes, it works.
What is the topic that we're giving our opinions on?
So abortion.
Abortion. That's what I thought.
Abortion and autonomy, body autonomy rights.
The fetus. I believe that up until the fetus is fully developed, you should have the right to have an abortion. Obviously, within reason. Because I'm not saying that somebody a week before it's technically fully mature and like done abort it. No, I'm sorry. I got distracted.
There are certain circumstances for that where I would allow it. To be fair, there are some circumstances where I could allow that.
Sure, like if complications come around.
Yeah, say for example, you've got a pregnant woman that's suffering with what's known as phantom pregnancy syndrome, which is different to phantom pregnancy disorder. There's a difference.
What are the two? What are the two and what are the difference? Because I don't think I've ever heard of it.
So phantom pregnancy syndrome, which I'm talking about, is where basically you are pregnant, but you don't get like a lot of these showing signs and symptoms. So you don't get like the stomach growth. Some women still end up on their periods while pregnant with that particular nature. Whereas the disorder is where your body thinks it's pregnant when it isn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So when it comes to the syndrome version, basically it's known as a stealth pregnancy.
Yes.
Not unironically.
That is the clinical term.
Yeah, Mother Goose, right? When she was pregnant with the twins, she did not find out she was pregnant until she went for a smear test and found 7 months long pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what I was going to say. I've got a cousin that had a stealth pregnancy where they didn't find out till they were, I think, 8 months in. They were like in the middle of the third trimester.
When you
When they
said
were
stealth
found out
pregnancy,
they were
like
pregnant.
what,
Yeah.
what my brain thinks of is just like somebody holding like a little B2 spirit. Like that's what I think of when you say
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Like in a situation like that where it's like, you know, like straight out they did not know they were pregnant until like a third trimester or whatever. Okay, yeah, and I could be persuaded for that particular case. I could be even more persuaded if it was like they had like a stealth pregnancy and also like they were pregnant as a result of like being a rape victim. 100% in that scenario, no matter what. Yeah, I'm down. I'm on board with that.
Well, yeah,
I am also for financial stability.
Yeah, even
as
financial
well being a
stability,
factor.
I could make an argument there, but
financial stability, I'm not too generous. I've always made this caveat for rape abortion is rape, incest, or like severe genetic malfeasance.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Fair enough game for that one. Even if
I got a 3 hour guarantee no matter what.
Right? But I say for most other stuff, including like financial, I don't care too much about because, again, if you're that financially insecure, wrap the damn thing up.
Yeah, and even then, like with financial instability, I'm on your side where it's like, yeah, there's other options again, like adoption.
Well,
and
see, I'm from the financial stability side of that, from somebody in America who grew up really poor, and not being able to afford to even think about going to the doctor.
That as well, like with American healthcare specifically, I can still allow it to like across the board when it comes to financial stability because like medical expenses, like abortions
my God.
Abortions aren't cheap and neither's giving a birth. So like
it is $8,000. That is how much a human life is worth according to the hospitals, because that is how much it is to deliver a baby.
Yeah,
just to do the delivery. That does not include any amnestics that are that are put on, any other medications, anything else. Just the birthing process alone is $8,000.
Yes, but if you generally do what's called a birth adoption, that cost is usually absorbed by the person adopting the child.
Yes,
like
I do agree with that one.
That is a situation where, you know, like specifically in the US, I could take financial stability. Sorry, as I could take that a bit more broadly as an exception. Like specifically, like the UK and Europe, it's less so, but America specifically, yes, I could take it. Yes.
I want to put something into what you just said, Fat Man T. Not very many people know about that option. That is not something people talk about a lot. Here in the U.S., it is you do have the ability to do that, but no one talks about it, and nobody does.
Hear what it was.
It's very
taboo. Option, Echo.
It should be.
What is it?
Basically,
right after birth, you adopt. Somebody adopts the baby. Somebody else, and then
This is pregnant woman. You go to and say, look, I want to give my child for adoption. I'm carrying the term, but I want to give it for adoption. That age should then arrange for a adopted person to adopt the child, and then they assume all financial responsibility for the care and well-being of the mother until the child gets born.
Yeah,
including like any card. It's a bit like an odd version of surrogacy.
I mean, to be fair, surrogacy runs on a very similar system. It's just pre-arranged with surrogacy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It could be seen as another form of surrogacy, but kind of not at the same time.
Yeah.
Not familial surrogacy, I would say.
Because a surrogate still is biologically related to both of the other parents, and only a little bit related to the parent that's carrying.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes there are some surrogacy cases where, like, the child is only related to one of the surrogate parents, and
I know
like,
some of them do it like that. I've seen some home surrogacies that are just cover-ups for cheating. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm more mean like there's a type of surrogacy that gets done now for couples where, like, say for example, like the wife is infertile, but then the husband's fertile. Where like they'll do a surrogacy where the male sperm is used with the surrogate's eggs, and like the surrogate carries it. Where like the baby will be biologically related to the surrogate carrier and the father, but not to the adopting mother.
The reason why I use the similar thing with surrogacy is on a legal context is the child still the child of the surrogate mother regardless of the genetic material used to make the child.
Yeah.
But so the parents who are funding surrogacy still have to adopt the child legally anyway in order to claim it as their child. It's one of those weird laws around in America for surrogacy that's convoluted as hell. But
well, yeah, because the law was created fucking 200 years ago.
no, the surrogacy law was very recent, of the 80s, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 40 years ago.
Surrogacy law as it's
Not much better.
currently interpreted and implemented was about like the 1980s.
Yeah.
Technically, the concept itself of surrogacy has been around since. I mean, the earliest case I'm aware of was like 865 AD, but that's that was a very different version of surrogacy back then, and it was messy.
Yeah, that one was the one I described, where it's just more or less a way for the man to just have sex with another woman.
Yeah, technically, what's called the bastardization philosophy has been around for.
There was bastardization laws. There were like the one case I'm familiar with from, again, I think it was like 867 AD, give or take.
Yeah,
it was a common custom in a lot of like Norse and Viking cultures.
Yes.
In fact, most people will be familiar with this as the concept of a foundling from The Mandalorian.
Yes.
Where there were cases where like pregnant women from like other tribes or even other cultures could basically seek refuge or sanctuary in a Nordic village, give birth to a child, and the child would be given to a Nordic family to be raised.
Yeah.
Or if there was sort of like an unwritten rule with a lot of Viking tribes, where if they were in the middle of a raid and found like an abandoned baby or like a baby whose parents had been killed during the raid, that they would take that child in and raise it as one of their own.
Aw, that's kind of wholesome.
Vikings quite common for it, actually.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly wholesome, Echo. Yes, it's incredibly wholesome to rock up to a village in a foreign country, kill 2 people, and steal their baby. It's incredibly wholesome, Echo. Truly, that's some real Dr.
They were
Seuss shit.
Vikings, not monsters.
Well, some real Dr. Seuss shit right there, Echo. Real wholesome.
I've got there's one story I can give you, which was a common practice, especially amongst the Vikings invading down towards like Germany, is if the Viking found a pregnant mother was killed and they believed the mother was about to deliver, right? The Viking would then cut the belly open and take the child back as a trophy to give to his wife.
Yes.
Hence the term battle bones come from.
Weirdly, accidentally, the Vikings figured out and technically invented the cesarean section.
Yeah.
about 1,000 years early.
That's what terminology where you get the idea where people say, "Oh, this child's been battle-born," comes in mythology. That's literally what it refers to.
To be fair, in some cases, battleborn can also refer to just the mother went into labor during a battle and gave birth in and around the battle.
Yeah, no, that one's the more modern definition of the term battleborn.
Even historically, there were a good handful of documented cases of that happening.
Oh yeah, shield maidens suddenly going battle pregnant and giving birth on the battlefield out common, shall we say?
Even during the Viking raid periods, there were some cases of civilian women. Basically, from the shock of and adrenaline of oh shit, a Viking raid, triggering the birthing process, and in many cases, women giving birth basically in the middle of a church that was damn near on fire mid raid. And, you had battleborns that way. Technically, there was the two classifications of battleborn.
You think a Viking raid is bad? Suddenly, baby.
Yeah, unironically, yeah.
But imagine being that child. I'd like to point out, imagine being that baby in that such circumstance. The first thing you see in this world is a blood-soaked Viking in a burning church. I think that's when you understand where you land on the difficulty slider.
Unironically, battleborn children, at least in Viking culture, were treated in very high regard.
Oh yeah, they're
I know they were
given incredible rights. If you were a battleborn child in Viking culture, you were basically a prince.
Yeah. Wow. I believe the reason why is because they valued battle so highly that they believed if you were born during battle, you were born with the spirit of battle.
Yes, you're both the spirit of battle and the blessings of the gods, specifically Tyr, Odin, and Thor.
Yeah, Odin himself, pushed you out of your mother's womb or something.
It's more a case of Odin witnessed your birth, Thor condoned your birth, and Tyr blessed the birth.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, also
that's actually really cool. Correct. It is Tyr, isn't it? Fat Man T is the god of war.
Yes, it is Tyr.
Yes,
thank you. I can confirm that. I was gonna say
I usually fuck that up, so I wanted to make sure it was Tyr because I usually say Baldur by mistake because he's
probably depending Also, depending on the
Baldur's
season,
Gate?
Sorry.
depending on the season, it also could be like Freya could bless because the goddess of harvest and of fertility.
Yes, Freya.
Depending on the
Freya,
season.
Yeah,
sorry.
sometimes it's Freya, yes, but
Freya,
for the
Freya.
most part, it would have been like Odin for and Tyr,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
sometimes Freya would get involved.
Odin especially.
Now, in European, a battle-born child, if like say one's found after a battle in the church with a mother, a noble would then come to the child, and that child generally becomes raised to be like a high knight commander or something like that. So in a few
Yes.
times, a peasant could be
Yeah.
raised to rank of knight. Shall we say?
Yeah.
It's one of those weird quirks of history where it's the mother has no choice in the matter. The noble's taking the child.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah, just yoink.
Essentially, yes.
Yoink.
Yeah,
Yoinkity, spoinkity, this is mine now.
No.
But
Echo. This is
only
how
if-
it would go sometimes.
Only if it could be
Hold on,
proven the father had been killed, though. I'd like to make that clear. If the father survived that battle, the child was still left in the custody of the parents.
Okay, so I know Echo. So and this is how I'm imagining it. You imagine you just gave birth. You're holding your sweet baby boy, and suddenly your king busts open your door and says, "Gimme that baby."
Okay,
You're
no,
not wrong.
Let me put it in a way that like Echo will really understand, right? Echo, imagine it like this, right? You're a woman, right? You just gave birth.
God,
You're
Already
holding,
off to a bad
you're
start.
holding,
God,
you're holding your
horrified.
baby. You're holding your freshborn baby in your arms, right? Next thing you know, Donald Trump comes through your front door. Right? He hands you 15 gold schmeckles and a hot dog and steals your baby. Unironically.
He gives you 5
You know-
cents. He gives you 15 cents in only pennies, and half of it in a half
And
eaten
half a
hot
bagel.
dog.
A half a bagel.
Oh, no, hang on.
Half a
No,
bagel.
I'm gonna wait.
That sounds like a good deal. I'd
Is
trade
that-
soda for that.
No, I'm
Is
gonna
that where I think it is?
bear with describing
What
Echo.
map did you... Is
Right.
this Skyrim?
I'm gonna bear with describing this Echo. Right, Echo. Imagine
Hey,
you
Echo,
you find a lovely Panzer Mark III on the battlefield. You take it, you repair it, and then some facts comes and says that's now mine and rips it away from you.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah.
Is this like the sweet
That is a better way to explain it to Echo. He cares unironically more about tanks than he does human life. You're not wrong.
Yes.
It's not true.
It is.
Gamer, what would you rather be? I'd like unironically a father or the owner of a Panzer III?
You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, Your Honor, I rest my fucking squidgy.
I mean, like I said, it's not true, but then I remember saying explicitly that I would trade soda for the clickbait.
Yeah, exactly my
You
point.
also said that you would trade me for a single bean.
In fairness, I would kill Echo twice for a Klondike bar. I would kill Echo, bring him back to life, just to kill him again in exchange for a Klondike bar.
So you're also going to necromancy as part of this deal, are you?
Yeah. Also, in fairness, I would kill soda for a Klondike bar, but I'd only kill soda once because I actually like soda.
Huh? You don't like Klondike bars?
No, I do like
God.
Klondike bars.
No,
I'm saying I would
thank
kill
you.
Echo twice for them, and I'd only kill you once for one.
No,
I love
Inky
Klondike bars.
doesn't like Klondike bars or
All right, Inky
That's fair.
has been.
Klondike.
Klondike.
I don't. How's it spelled?
Klondike.
Klondike bar.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
I will say, Scotty, once Starla finishes her din, I will be leaving.
I will be too.
I'm
Fair
going
enough.
to play one more video because I finished
Oh,
this guy.
speaking of which, actually, she just finished.
Do me a favor though. Never say the word
Carlos.
din din in my presence again. do me a favor and never baby
Carlos
talk around
doesn't.
me again, you simp son of a bitch.
Oh, yes.
Right,
Scotty, I never call any drink that I have like a drink or what it is. It is a sippy.
Both of y'all leave that goo goo gaga shit at the door and keep it to yourselves and your partners. Don't say none of that shit around me never again. I swear to God, I'm going to I'm going to break your Nico kneecaps.
Oh, good God.
I can hear how hard Fat Man T is rolling his eyes.
Like I will fly to America. I will acquire tactically a 12-gauge shotgun and some rock salt, and I will blast away your Nico kneecaps. And I will do so in such a manner that there will be no fucking DNA evidence of the shotgun being involved. Keep that goo goo gaga shit to your partners. Never say that in my presence again. Do not din dins and fucking sippy cup in my presence again.
Okay. It's the last one we're going to do tonight. It's a short one, 25 minutes.
All right.
And are you ready?
It'll be a bit. We're doing one more video, apparently. Yeah. Oh, and this one's good.
I say I'm ready, but also my notepad is literally on the other side of my room because I'm not going to collect it after launching it. I'm not going to be collecting it either.
Character already has
Because I know if I collect it, I'll just throw it again.
Probably.
So what's this one?
It's from the Michael Knowles.
So trans student debates. I need fucking glasses. Michael Knowles on. That doesn't help me at all. I won't lie to you, gamer. On transgenderism, it's completely owned.
Yep.
I got there in the end. My ass needs specs. Fucking hell, that is blurred to shit to me.
Or a better monitor.
Huh?
Or a better monitor.
It could just be the size of my monitor, to be fair.
Your monitor size of a thimble.
I was going to say.
My monitor is a normal size television.
No, it's the size
Your
of a
monitor is a
tic-tac.
7-inch TV. That's it.
I mean, no, motherfucker, I've got a tape measure on hand. I'm going to live my monitor. Fucking fuck you.
12 inches at best.
It's 17 and a half inches. Corner to corner.
So it's a monitor from the 1990s.
No, because it's a flat screen television. It's a 17 and a half flat screen television.
It's from the early 2000s.
It's from like 09.
Early 2000s.
Built-in DVD player as well.
I mean, yeah, no, unironically it does, and I don't use the built-in DVD player because I have a PlayStation. I use that for my DVDs instead because it means I can watch Blu-rays if I want to.
Yeah. I probably have to date it because like, the inbuilt DVD player that size monitor didn't happen until about 2009.
Yeah, like it's about 2009, maybe 11. 09-11 period for this TV.
Here we go. I'm going to play it now. Here we go.
9/11.
I think it's a Toshiba. Let me check.
In the recent past, you've
Oh, it doesn't say. Oh, never mind. I think it's a Toshiba, but it does not say.
It's a generic brand number 9.
Yeah, probably. Probably a Samsung.
Samsung?
Yeah, that's an actual brand.
Yeah, unironically, there's a knockoff brand called Samsung.
Here we go.
I don't like
advocated for the outright eradication of transgenderism from public life, with the claim that the supposed right of confused people to pretend to be the opposite sex necessarily infringes on your right to distinguish between men and women. I'm standing here now, a biological male, wearing a dress with a pair of leggings. Do you sincerely believe that I should be subject to punitive justice on the basis of what I'm wearing? And if so, are you willing to turn yourself in for wearing women's panties in your gay college film?
Well,
my
I'll take those
God.
questions in order, I guess. The first one.
Get
I would-
fucked.
Okay, maybe I'm starting to get to understand who's actually getting owned here.
Loki, that was fucking amazing.
Was.
Bruh, I was not ready for a bitch to get slapped.
Yeah, look
like
at that! Look at that stare. That's a come at me, bitch.
Yeah.
I was not ready for a bitch to get slapped that hard. God damn.
Yeah,
Also,
the visible recoil in his face from getting hit by that.
Motherfucker came out swinging at the jugular. Holy shit.
Also, she said a question in just over 30 seconds. That's pretty impressive.
And did so well, just ending the man's entire career. Well fucking played, miss. Well fucking played.
Let's see his response, because it's Michael knows, so God knows what's going to be. Well,
It's going to be fun.
It'll be a God argument, I guarantee you that one.
Probably.
Encourage you to behave as a man is what I would do, because you are a man, and I don't know how exactly you came to the point where
I don't
you
know
think
where
you're
they're
a woman
saying
or
where
would
he's
much like
saying
to be a
man.
woman. But you aren't, and I don't think anyone who is affirming your delusion is helping you. I don't think that they're actually an ally of yours.
No, she said she was a biological male at the beginning of her question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying C. Yes, I understand that they know that that she is a biological male, but I'm saying appearance-wise.
Yes, you're saying that the same. I was earlier in the show of like there's a definitive difference between gender and sex, and for some reason, a majority of people can't wrap their head around that fucking concept.
Yeah, because gender is purely a social construct.
Whereas sex is a biological fact.
Or
a difference.
Or called one woman would listen to. The same as a child imagining they're a dinosaur.
Yeah, and that was the moment where I threw my fucking notebook across the office.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think they're lying to you, and I think it's very disrespectful, and I think it will not lead to your flourishing. I think it will only immiserate you. And so you might hate me for telling you the truth, but I think the truth will set you free. And furthermore,
shut the fuck up.
masquerading as a woman does infringe on the legitimate rights of other people, the rights of women to have their own bathrooms. I don't know if you're an athlete. I'm not much of an athlete myself, but the rights of women to have their own sports leagues and the like. That is not something that you have a right to do, no matter how sincerely you believe the fantasy that you are a woman. As to that Yale thesis film, this thing dogs me. Back in my wayward youth, I was never a transvestite or a homosexual or anything, but I was something even more morally suspect. I was a professional actor, and I played 200 roles, I would estimate, in my acting career. Soldiers, football players, real macho guys. But you play one half gay guy in a Yale thesis film one time, it's all anybody wants to talk about.
Right. I have a genuine question.
From that undergraduate.
Oh, God.
I have a genuine question. What the fuck thesis film? Like, what class requires a thesis film where you're appearing as a half-gay dude in women's panties? What fucking class were you doing that was relevant?
Hang on.
Why do you want to enroll in it, Scotty?
I can answer that question. It's generally what I feel he's referring to is the
pornography.
No, the students doing the the film thesis courses where they have to do their own film.
Yeah.
And they basically just hired him as an actor in his thesis film for his final grade.
Yeah, even in like a fucking like a film class like that like there's not a fucking media thesis class on earth where that would be a required role for the film to get the grade.
I think it's just the guy's story he picked it thingy.
Still,
I'd like to point out,
motherfucker was allowed to say no.
Yes, that was what I was about to say. In all of this, he's not saying that he didn't try and deny this role. He fully accepted this role, knowing who the character was.
Yeah.
And going through that scene and being completely okay with it instead of just saying no.
Yeah. Like, you were allowed to turn that role down.
It's almost like he doesn't believe in consent.
Yeah.
No, I think what I'm giving a bit of a doubt here, is, from what I know about Knowles, he converted to Catholicism later on in life. I think about 30 when he converted.
Which, fair.
And like, he said he's wayward youth. And that, so I'm guessing, I'm giving him a massive benefit of the doubt here of this. Is he's on about that was his past before he converted to Catholicism. That he did that.
Which,
type thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
And just how he now regrets it.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say something real fucking controversial, right? I'm gonna say something that could very well get me in trouble. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna and not in like the way you think. This isn't like I'm gonna get like politically cancelled trouble. This is I could wind up getting Bruce Lee kind of trouble. Which is he was assassinated by the. In fact, I'm not going to finish that because that might get counted as hate crime in British law.
Yes.
Yes.
He was silenced allegedly. Which is why I'm going to, before I make my statement, I'm going to pre-emphasis by saying I do not currently, nor do I intend to have in the near future, any suicidal ideations or considerations. I have no plans or desires to self-harm. And if the media tries to tell you differently, should I wind up dead in the near future, the Catholic Church killed me. With that being said, I'm going to let you all into a little known secret about the Catholic Church and the Bible. In the sense that if you are a Catholic, right, practicing Catholic, right, Christian, whatever the case may be, right, your ass reads the Bible, you believe the Bible, right?
Yeah.
And you believe, right, that, like, say, for example, being a man and wearing a dress, right, you wear women's clothing, that is morally wrong. You woefully misunderstand the Bible and how clothing works according to the Bible.
Yeah.
Yep.
For you see, mankind didn't develop clothing until after Eve ate the fucking apple. Human beings were cutting about the Garden of Eden, stark bollock naked, right up until Eve ate the motherfucking apple. Which means technically the Bible is telling you wearing clothes full stop is a sin. So unless you're willing to whip your dick out live on stage here, pal,
I will.
You're agreeing that wearing a dress doesn't fucking matter no matter what your gender is.
Also, in the context when the Bible was written, technically, and that's supposedly for the Ten Commandment period, the ideal dress, the ideal like clothing people wore, was that fucking dress.
Yeah, well, it was technically a robe, but yeah.
It still counts.
Also in the Bible it says it is illegal to wear clothes that are sewn but with two different types of thread.
Correct.
Yes.
Why?
You cannot have multi-threaded clothing.
Yes.
Why?
According to the Bible, because it is a sin.
For what reason?
Opulence.
I don't know.
Greed, obsolescence, and the one that counts as narcissism. What's the word for it now? Someone help me.
I don't know.
Envy.
No, the other one. Self-importance is a word for it. The biblical word for self-importance. Fucking.
All I could think of was
Pride?
self-indulgence, but
No, the other one. You're really close though, but no, the other one. Caring too much about your own self-look and self-worth. Fucking.
selfishness.
Greed, envy, jealousy, pride.
Pride.
I said
Thank
pride.
you.
Pride.
Yeah, that's why I jumped at it. It was pride. That's the one. It's fucking. It's greed, jealousy, and pride. As well as fuck. I said it a minute ago.
Envy would be Chris. Rather jealousy.
Partially envy. No, I said one a minute ago. Fuck it. Self. Oh fuck it. A handful of things is why. Basically, showboating. That's why, right? You're showing off that you can afford multi-threading because when the Bible was written, multi-threaded clothing was more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it took a lot more. It took a lot more work to do it.
Yes.
The machines back then weren't built for multi-thread.
I mean, in the early era of the Catholic Church, like first century AD, in that is they classified their colored clothes as a sin as well because it showed opulence.
Yes, opulence. That was the word I was looking for a minute ago. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
But I still know the fact of like the reason why gays are hitting the Bible is because of mistranslation.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, technically two mistranslations.
Yeah.
Because weirdly, I forgot about a mistranslation, and really weirdly, I figured this out after watching an episode of South Park. Do you guys know the episode of South Park where Butters gets sent to gay conversion camp?
Vaguely.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, unironically, I watched that episode like a couple of weeks ago, right? Because Loki is a really good fucking episode. And there's a character in the episode that's like a gay kid at the camp that like basically like recites scripture like incessantly. And one of the scriptures that he rattles off, and I checked, it's actually in the Bible. It's a genuine scripture point. I can't remember what bit of the Bible it's from. I think it's a John statement. But it basically goes, and the Lord did say that man shall not lie with another man as he lies with a woman. Yeah, and that is what it says in the English version. However, in the original translation, what it actually says is a man must not lie to a man as a woman would lie to a man.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Telling lies, not having sex. Just like in the Ten Commandments where it says a man must not have relations with a man as a woman would have. It actually, in the original fucking Hebrew, says a man must not tell lies to his man.
Yeah.
as he would as he would to a woman.
It's just been mistranslated into shit.
Yeah,
So
like in the original Hebrew, it's a man cannot lie to a man as he would lie to a woman, and a man cannot lie to a man as a woman would lie to a man. It's
So what you're saying is God won't let me have a threesome.
no. What I'm saying is God says don't tell fucking Porky Pies.
Yeah. Probably
God is telling you don't lie. It's telling you just tell the truth.
No. What it's saying is you can lie to your wife about where you went Saturday night, and your wife can lie to you about where she was at Sunday morning. But you better not lie to your brother about where you were Saturday night, right?
Yeah.
If the guy that works at the office that you will 5 bob to, that you do skiing with every Wednesday, asks you what you got up to Saturday, you tell that asshole the truth. But you can lie to your wife if you really want to.
Yeah, you gotta be honest with the whole.
Exactly. Unironically, it's the bro code.
Yes, technically, Echo.
Bible was the original bro code.
Technically, Echo, you can lie to Stoner now, but you cannot lie to me or Vegas.
Exactly.
He already does lie to me.
Yeah, I do all the time.
Yeah, regularly. He loves me.
Wait, when did I lie to you again? Hold on, what?
Last time you said that you love her.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry, Soda. I love you, and you'd know I'd never lie to you knowingly.
Knowingly.
Like I said, it's one of those things I do love with the Bible. I always do, especially with Catholics. Like I say, it was translated from Hebrew to Greek, and then Greek back into Hebrew, then back into Latin.
And then into English.
And then from Latin to French to English.
Yeah.
Oh, was it French?
No, it was Germanic.
Spanish.
It was Germanic, then to English.
German.
Yes,
it was
on which
Germanic
version of the Bible, for the record.
No, I actually do remember the Germanic version. Because I used to have it. I used to have an old German prayer book.
Yeah,
that was written in German from a monk back in 1600s. It's not that old, but still.
For what it's worth, the modern version of the Bible that gets used by the Catholic, like if you bought a brand new Bible today that was printed recently, that version is the Hebrew translated to Latin, translated to Greek, translated to English.
Yeah, King James's version.
That's a lot of translations.
Yes, it's also had to be edited as well.
Also,
correct. There's a lot of it that's missing.
I was gonna say there's also a lot of the Bible that has been intentionally mistranslated.
Oh yeah, I mean,
a lot of the Bible has changed.
Admit
if you were to try to retranslate the original Bible just straight to English, it would be so incredibly different. It would be its own book.
Oh no, straight up. If you tried to translate the original Hebrew Bible into English just straight, it would literally be incomprehensible gibberish.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, it's because unironically, Hebrew is very similar to Japanese as a language in the sense of there's a lot of words in the language there is not an English equivalent to.
Yeah, it's very descriptive as well.
That's why they translate it to Latin and Greek and that, because those words have bridge words between what the Hebrew meant and what we would mean.
Yeah, there is a reason they were translated like that. Yeah. But if you were to contextualize and translate it that way, or contextually translate it, sorry, it's the words I was trying to find.
Yes. If you were to basically translate it and continue reading the original every step of the way of the translation process, yes, you would get a bang near perfect Bible.
Yeah. Also, it's a lot of the Bible is put out during the meeting of the Scions, in that every woman apart from Mary was cut out of the Bible. And that.
Yeah, and Eve. Eve is still in there, but Lilith is missed from most modern Bibles now, which is
also, I'm so really depressed about.
Also, the Gospel of Mary's gone.
Yeah,
and that which is Jesus' wife.
I was saying, yeah. A lot of the backstory and Mary the mother is also missing, which is a shame because.
Hey, you want to know what else has been lost in translation when it comes to the Bible? The fact that Jesus was black.
You know, the Bible in its original text never stated skin color. Jesus.
Correct, but also it shouldn't have to because it's fucking obvious. He was born in the Middle East.
It's the Middle East.
Yeah, he would have been the only white man around for 5,000 fucking miles. The fact he would have been the color of a snowman would have been the fucking miracle.
I don't remember what comedian said it, but the real miracle was the fact that there was a snowman in the middle of the desert.
It was Daniel Sloss that said that. You know, like it was Daniel Sloss was the comedian that made that.
It was. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no, I know that because I'm a huge fan of Daniel Sloss because we grew up in very similar areas. Like unironically, Daniel Sloss grew up in a like not too far away from where my dad grew up.
Oh shit!
Like unironically, my dad and Daniel Sloss grew up in very similar parts of Scotland.
Also, what's also missing in the Bible as well is the Book of Lucifer. It's been completely ripped out.
Oh yes.
That's a fairly good read.
As is the Angel Devil War arc, sorry, the Heaven and Hell War arc.
Yeah, that's gone.
The original Rapture has been basically butchered in the modern version, which is devastating.
Because in the middle of Heaven and Angel War,
Your father of mine. Don't call it an arc if it's the Bible.
No, it's a story arc. Let's be fair here now.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm being like as
listen,
a literature nerd and a religion nerd. It's still a story arc.
Yeah,
the Bible has already. Yes, I understand, but I think it's funny. The Bible has already been made into a manga. We don't need to have another fucking.
It has, yes.
Unironically, it's also been made into an anime and several cartoons.
Yeah.
Actually, there is an anime that I do want to start watching, where it is a slice of life anime, where Jesus and Buddha are roommates.
Yes, I've watched it. It's funny as hell.
I would watch that. That sounds fucking great fun.
It's the end, but even better, the animation style is amazing. If you've watched stuff like Chainsaw Man, where the proportions are a lot more realistic, but you still have that smooth, flat texture.
Yeah,
I need to watch Chainsaw Man at some point.
You do, Echo. You would love Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man's good, but it's a bit overhyped.
Okay, I like it, but that's just because my ADHD likes the constant movement and the action. I really like its pacing. I
remember what there was one the only little bit I've seen was where he was fighting the one sword dude.
Oh, you mean literally the last episode?
Yeah.
You mean the season finale? You fucking
dickhead. Yeah, you literally saw the season finale.
And then there was an episode where a bunch of people got Order 60.
Are you talking about the zombie one or?
It was like people. It was like younger kids, but they had like adults with them. And
the fourth last episode.
It's been listen, I watched it. I finished season 2 after it came out, so it's been a while.
Season 2 finally. I haven't seen season 2 yet.
Oh no, it's season 1. Sorry, season 2 hasn't come out yet, and that's why I'm pissed. Because season 2 was teased for summer of this year, and then it's been postponed.
I think it's outright cancelled actually. Season 2.
Oh, it was outright cancelled. You're right.
I think.
See how mad it makes me.
Damn, I haven't heard you that mad, Soda, since the last time I made a George Floyd joke. Holy shit, you got fucking heated over that. God damn.
I think Toonami's going to pick it up. I'm not too sure. I think Toonami's bid to pick it up. But if they do, the art style's going to change. They pick it up.
Yeah. That's the problem. Yeah, Toonami's going to try and pick it up, and they're not going to have the same art style at all, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah. Why was season 2 canceled?
Lack of viewers.
Yes. Despite the fact it was so incredibly hyped that it flooded the internet upon release.
Yeah.
The reason why is because people pirated the shit out of it after it came out.
Yeah.
That's the problem, Echo. Anime nowadays is becoming less and less profitable because people are pirating it more often.
I mean, Crunchyroll was funding it at the time when it was releasing out, but they say it got pirated that bad, they just went, nah, not worth the effort.
Yeah. No, that's the problem. You can't hype up an anime too much, or people will just outright pirate the whole thing. Because they don't want to either wait for the full release, or they don't want to pay for it.
I mean,
or more likely, they're just in an economic scenario where they can't afford to pay for it.
Yes, that's also way more likely.
I mean, I use Crunchyroll and I pay for that all the time because I get most stuff.
Actually, the financial situation was a really good point out for you. I'm putting clothes in here to go put in the washing machine. I'm just talking
Like,
to them while I'm doing it.
As someone who used to pirate shit
I'm
all
not
the goddamn
Stefan.
time, I found a lot of people that do piracy just economically couldn't afford to not do piracy.
I mean, I do
Oh,
a bit,
okay, well, I mean,
bit now, not even now. But that's most because some of the stuff I want to watch, England doesn't have the licensing for it. So I kind of have to do it if I want to watch that particular episode or season.
Yeah.
There's quite
also,
about
really
half of them I don't
quickly,
get.
Scotty, to what you said about the economic situation, that one works even more in this because the main character is homeless.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the huge parts about his character is the fact that he's been homeless for a while and he's in massive debt.
Yeah, he's finally gone through a massive amount of debt.
Yeah, I would say he inherited a massive amount of debt from his father. I think it was said it was like 30 million yen.
It was 30 million yen,
think.
and then he got a loan for 60 million yen, which then got ripped off again, so he kept having to...
Yes, thank you.
As I only bring it up just because I grew up doing a lot of piracy because I couldn't afford to not do piracy as a younger person, but also since I've gotten into a situation where I can afford to not do piracy and I've stopped doing it, I've looked into the statistical data behind piracy a lot more, and basically if you look at like piracy rates globally, like what countries have the highest piracy rates for shit in terms of like consumer piracy, not like people pirating to distribute, but the ones that are pirating to consume the media, be it video games, movie, TV, whatever the case may be, you tend to find it's either like if you do it like just as a country, it is like the areas of that country that are the most economically like just depressed. And if you take it globally, it's countries that are in the worst financial situation. Like you know what country has the highest piracy rate for consumption today, right now?
I believe, isn't it India?
Nope, it's Brazil.
Yeah, it's Brazil.
Thank you.
Like if
I know India is within the top 10 or top 5 of the most.
India's in
countries in the world.
India's in the top 5 when it comes to movies and TV. But if you take movies, TV, books, and video games combined, it goes in order: Brazil, not Venezuela, the other one, fucking Cuba, Estonia, Russia, then what's
just one moment up.
Used to be Haiti was on that list.
No, Tahiti's gone down to 7.
Haiti.
No, Haiti's at 6. It's the other one. It's fucking the really obscure little European country with the stupid name. Georgia.
You mean the U.S. state?
No, the European country.
Yes, I know. I'm making a joke. Because I said that last
Land
time.
Georgia,
then
land of
it's
beaches.
Haiti, then it's Tahiti, then it's Cuba, then it's the one with the fucking dog problem. Hungary. Sorry, close enough. And then
I want to say something real
Romania.
quick. The amount of these that are really really close to the U.S. is
I mean, I think the biggest problem Chainsaw Man had when it was released was it released at the same time. I think it was season 3 of Demon Slayer was. And it had to compete with that, which got way more attention on the global scale. And that's at the time, so I think that's kind of hit it as well. Plus, as Chainsaw Man as a market, it's a very niche market for its stylizing and storytelling.
By the way, also just going back to piracy point. Do you want to know another fun statistic about piracy?
What?
Do you know what country currently hosts the largest number of piracy servers globally?
What?
I was hoping you'd say pirates so I could say something.
No.
Probably
the U.S.
Canada.
Yeah, it's Canada. Yeah.
Canada?
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
Time until you shut up, because I know you know why. You like America, guess.
It's because the French are there.
Nope.
Is it because of their proximity to America?
Nope. A good guess, but no. Canada doesn't have copyright laws.
They don't?
You're right.
Canada does not have copyright laws, so even if those piracy sites get caught, technically there's fuck all anyone can do about it.
Yeah.
Other than block access to that website in their country.
Right.
Canada has internal copyright laws, but not external, not international ones.
Correct.
Yeah.
So as long as those servers aren't hosting any like Canadian created media, they're perfectly fine to like
Why
do
don't they?
business. Hmm?
Why don't they?
They just don't.
Don't do it. It's one of the holdovers because of the Commonwealth type ideology. Is internal laws are fine, but we don't give a shit about the rest of the world.
Yeah. It's basically like a leftover loophole from when they didn't need that law because Britain had it.
Real.
Okay.
Anyway, it's like some of the countries like place in England, like UK, like Isle of Man, Hebrides, and Orkneys, still technically have like you can buy handguns and use handguns all the time. It's because they're technically under the Commonwealth, which is the Queen's law, and the King's law now, and the royal law doesn't cover like copyright laws or law like corporate law as a whole.
Yes. So just like a really fun little quirk of Canadian law.
Yeah.
Like even like piracy like groups and companies that aren't based in Canada, 9 times out of 10 host their servers in Canada because it's cheaper and they have less like rules about it.
I mean, 90% of all BitTorrents come out of Canada.
Well, I'm gonna. Thank you. We need to move to Canada because we can pirate as many movies or games as we want, as long as they're not made in Canada.
Just okay.
Yeah, like unironically, yeah.
Yes, we're going to Canada. I know. I'm making a joke.
Oh yeah, your life about that's plan for the future.
Oh yeah, we're shooting. Yeah, we're shooting to be able to move to Canada. Oh, God. Well,
and hear me out here,
get invaded by the U.S.
I say, and hear me out here, Soda. If you move to Britain, I can just set up enough VPNs on your computer that like MI5 wouldn't know that you were pirating. Never mind anyone else.
Okay, there's reason behind Canada.
There is reason behind it. I was gonna say, it's Echo. That's the reason why we want to move to Canada.
Oh, come on, you guys know you love me a lot more than you love Echo.
To be fair, a lot of people love a lot more things than they love me.
Okay, well,
True.
okay, Scotty. Yeah.
For instance, I'm fairly certain Starla would trade me for a wheel of cheese.
She would not. She wouldn't trade.
Echo, let's be fair. Your mum would trade you for a fucking used Fiat.
Maybe a good one.
Like your mum would unironically trade you for like a fucking like a Vauxhall Corsa.
Ew.
Your mum would genuinely trade you for an 05 plate Corsa.
Nugget.
Gamer, I would unironically I would trade you for the clap. I would trade you for chlamydia.
What do you, that means you got touched at some point?
No, like if a scientist came to me right now and said, "I will take Echo off your hands, but in exchange, I have to give you chlamydia via an injection straight to the urethra," I would take that deal in a heartbeat. I would take the syringe to the urethra in exchange for your life. If it meant you stopped being in my presence, I would take that injection clean to the
weed in your mouth.
Unironically, I would let a lentil sit on my face and expect me to die.
Oh, mine immediately broke.
I would let a German man who has lived on nothing but potatoes and vodka for the last 8 months take a shit into my diaphragm. And I ain't talking like a log shit. I'm talking liquid diarrhea shit into my diaphragm. And I would swallow if it was required.
Oh well, this took a very wide turn.
And I tolerate you more than I do most people in my life. Now consider what I'd be willing to do to get rid of someone I don't like.
Okay, hey Scott.
What about Taylor?
I just something really quick. Specifically thing.
Soda's internet is having a squidgy.
It should be fixed now. I'm connected. I'm not connected to any Wi-Fi.
There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna show you
something.
Okay, show me your something.
Ugh.
Look at my
Nice.
camera.
Gamer is smoking a cinnamon
No,
stick.
look at that.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
cinnamon stick.
basically that's. I can't even like hit this because of that hole in it at all.
Yeah.
And he's not liking that one. I haven't tried it yet.
It's almost completely out.
Nice. So my son literally cannot roll a J to save their life. Good to know.
This wasn't even this was my dad.
Oh, it's so much worse.
Who has been rolling for about the past 25 years.
I haven't rolled a J in about 5 years, and I still think I could roll a better J than that.
Was he high when he rolled it?
I gotta
Give
give
it-
it. I'll be right back.
You could give me a severe concussion, and I could still roll a better J than that. You could genuinely wrap a sledgehammer around my skull, and I'd still roll better than that. And I ain't rolled a J in 5
See,
fucking
that
years.
was, mind you, that rolling paper was 1, old, 2, that one was made of hemp and we had bought it from a smoke shop in the middle of fucking nowhere. That made me feel like I was back in Detroit.
Yeah, I still could have rolled a better J with that equipment while suffering with a severe concussion. Frankly, you could have gave me a concussion and cut one of my arms off, and I still would have rolled a better J than that while bleeding out. With a concussion. That was a sad excuse for a cinnamon stick right there. Like, how the hell do you put a gunshot wound into a J while rolling it?
I don't know. Huh?
Frankly, that's an
I'll go get
insult
you
to
a-
gunshot wounds.
You want me to flip for you?
Yes.
I've returned.
All right, I got it. You spit on it.
Who shit on it?
Spit on it. Gotta spit on that thing.
I heard shit on it.
I don't say this. Have you not told the rest of the panel what happened for us the weekend?
All I can hear now.
What the fuck
all
happened
I can
to
hear
the
is Steve Harvey saying
Our
spit on it.
little exercise montage we had. Where BQ
Oh
was
yeah,
stiff.
you abused me. Yeah, no, I've told these two about it. Yeah,
Yeah, we've heard the abuse. We've heard about the.
they
I approve domestic violence against Scotty.
You know, weirdly, so did my ex.
Oh,
That's a dark fucking joke. Jesus, damn.
He had a fighting chance. Yeah, his own
I'm
sword.
glad that- You know, I did have my own sword. I had a fighting chance. Unfortunately. I didn't have the proper protective gear on my face at the time, and I bust my face open. In fact, no, more accurately, you bust my face open,
Yes.
but you know. I assisted by headbutting the sword on accident.
And to be fair, right, the ultimate
You're
win
not-
that spar mission was against me. I'm like 3 times your body weight.
Yeah.
There's 3 times everyone's body's weight, you fat ass.
Where's that live again?
121 Negro Arroyo Street, New Mexico.
New Mexico.
I'll just check
let me
the
open up
address.
Google Maps.
Fine.
If anyone didn't get that reference, you haven't watched enough Breaking Bad, or you're just too young to be watching the show.
Oh, did you?
I did the Walter White meme of my name is Walter White. I live at fucking,
Allegra, Rain Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
fucking Negro Arroyo Avenue, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I'm trying. I've never watched a second of Breaking Bad, but I think I remember the scene.
Loki is a really good show. It's pretty fun.
I can't watch it.
That's fair.
No, not because of anything like content wise. My ex tried to get me to watch it.
Wait, which one?
Both Finn and a really, really old one.
Yeah.
Is this by any chance the same ex that somehow ruined Stardew Valley for you, or?
Yes.
Well, see, all I'm saying is you recovered from the Stardew Valley like burnout. You might be able to recover from the Breaking Bad one.
It's also been memed to hell, so I just
That's fair.
To be fair, yeah, no, you can piece together the plot of the show via the memes with relative ease, actually.
Breaking Bad explained through memes.
Like the only part of the show that doesn't get explained by memes that's vaguely important is that time Walter White accidentally almost murdered a child with ricin. I say it was accidentally on purpose, but that's a whole other story.
Actually, no, people have memed him dying.
Yeah, they've memed the child dying, but not the fact that it was accidentally on purpose via ricin.
No, I meant Walter White dying.
Yeah, I mean the child that he almost accidentally very much murdered with ricin.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you this. Update on the Greta Thunberg situation.
Yeah, she's been deported from Israel, Gaza, one of the two.
She's been deported from Israel with a permanent ban on returning, or sailing within 1,000 miles of the Gaza shore.
Yep, all because she took a boat.
Took a boat and didn't sign the proper travel authority documentations.
Yeah. But when she got released, she came out with a statement that basically saying that the Israel government kidnapped her crew and were going to torture her.
I would say, yeah, no, she actually had, there was a clip of her even saying that, allegedly being, captured by them, but I heavily doubt it because that was still a film camera.
Yeah, basically the shit that sent after it was said, turn around. She went, no, I'm not, I'm going to sail here. Turn around, no, you can't stop me. Then they stopped her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's well. It's almost like she got caught smuggling. You know, like
Yeah.
it's almost like she got caught committing, a fucking felony.
Yeah.
Probably
Like an international crime.
Well, even stupider, they give her a port to sail into, right? It wasn't the Gaza that she could offload the supply aid to, which then be picked up by Red Cross and delivered to Gaza. But she refused, saying she had to deliver it personally to make sure they got there.
Yeah. Even though, like, currently the Red Cross is literally the only aid organization making any actual progress in terms of delivering supply.
Yeah.
Yep. Because Red Cross Red Shield is the only like actually good healthcare company out there.
It's also because they're the ones that give the less number of fucks and are more than willing to break the speed limit when it comes to driving through a bomb zone.
Also, what I read was that it goes, look, we're allowed to keep sailing closer a little bit, but we have to inspect your cargo, and she refused to let them do that.
Yes. Even though nothing that she was carrying aboard the ship, as far as we know, was contraband. It was only food and medical supply.
Yes.
So, fair enough, she was detained. She was presenting herself as if she was smuggling contraband. Like weaponry.
I think it was like a ham radio as well, she was trying to get in. And that. But that was iffy on the report.
The hand, I believe it wasn't hand radios. I believe they were like walkie-talkies to talk, for like personnel to talk across long distances to try and aid in finding injured people.
Yeah, it was about ham radios.
Yeah, even then, it's like if it was just a case of okay, the crew was equipped with that. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
The fact that stuff was in the cargo hold is no, that's contraband. You cannot bring that into an active war zone and take it into a territory that is controlled and contested by a fucking terrorist cell. You idiot.
I mean,
especially not as part of your supply.
I would go as far to say 2 terrorist cells.
Yeah, okay, I'll grant you 2 terrorist cells, yeah. But in fact, technically, I'd go as far as granting you 3 on a technicality, but
I mean, like I said, the ones escalated ones, like similar to what I've got in the car right now. Which is, it's military grade, and you can actually use it for like triangulation, that type of stuff, and data transfers. If you know what you're doing.
Theoretically, espionage too, but that's a whole other issue.
Because even what I've got, I'm technically supposed to be licensed for.
Yeah.
Even though they're sold everywhere.
Yeah, we get away with it on a technicality, and even then, it's a loose technicality.
Yeah, I took a very broad view of the rules when I bought it.
Like it would hold up in court, but it'd be a 50-50. You know, like it.
Yeah, it depends if I've got pretty good or not.
Probably get away with it.
Scotty, your son is telling me to tell you to look at your messages.
Yes, I've just seen it. I got the ding.
Are we gonna wrap up soon?
Why does that look like concrete?
What did you
Jesus Christ.
The photo I.
What do you mean?
Sorry,
It looks-
the lighting was like perfect. The point was that I thought the lighting was really perfect for that.
Fuck you! It's
Maybe
not
no,
concrete. It's just the color of the paper. It's just really white.
It's
I
it's
really
the
don't-
white and the speckling up and down. It makes it look like fucking concrete.
Oh no, that speckling is the weed. That
I know, but it looks like you're smoking a fucking concrete tube.
Ask him if he thought the photo looked cool.
he can hear you, Bubby.
Oh,
I can
did the
I can
photo
hear you,
look
sir.
cool?
Kind of, I suppose, yeah. Lighting wise, yes, especially with the smoke. That part looks very nice.
I'm not.
Your center framing work is good. The lighting's decent.
Yeah,
Posing and scenery could use some work though.
I tried my
Oh.
best. Keep in mind, I'm not sober while doing that.
Well, that and
Overall, you get a B
although with
minus.
that shot, he almost got a really good rule of thirds, but
I took 3 different photos. That was the best out of the 3.
that's not what the that's not what rule of thirds.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just saying that that's what I kept out of the 3 I took.
Yeah, you always take multiple photos.
Either way, you get a B minus. Well played.
Yeah, we're not going to show up now because like we have a drive tomorrow.
We do.
Oh yeah,
And
are we not having a show Friday or?
Friday, no. Sunday, probably.
All right.
Next week, we won't be in the country or the office on Friday, but we should be back for Sunday.
Oh, the country. Where are you going?
We're going to we're going north. We're gonna go and see a man about a horse.
A horse?
We're gonna go see a man about a horse.
A horse.
A horse. All right, we're gonna go see a man about a horse.
Wait, does this mean we're gonna go play?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're getting your hair in.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It's been nice having you all. As we said, join us again on Sunday, where we'll be doing something. I'll like we'll let you guys know what we're doing probably Saturday, what we're doing on Sunday. Folks at home, I'll probably put a thing up on the channel's fucking community posty page, if that's even still a goddamn thing on YouTube by the time I get back. Telling you folks at home what we're doing for the Sunday show. Just because we'd normally announce it now, but we don't know. So yeah, keep your eyes open there. Yeah, neither do I. So I'll announce that there for the public. For you two, I'll announce it beforehand to you guys, probably here in the server. Or I'll just DM you, one of the two.
Well, God fucking sorry. I dropped my Pepsi.
Well played.
So I'm just gonna leave it there for a minute because close
Because you don't want a Pepsi bomb, you know, like.
Yeah, I'd rather
you don't want a Pepsi pipe bomb, you know. No one wants a Pepsi pipe bomb.
Although opening it or over the grass might be fun. That's too late now.
You know what else is fun is like opening it and very quickly like opening and throwing it at the same time, but throwing it in the direction of your local ICE enforcement agency office.
I know, right?
I just read this.
Although what I would be throwing at the ICE office would be a little bit different, and I don't think I'm allowed to say that on YouTube.
Correct. That's hence why I said like a Pepsi. You know, like
All right, that's about it for open poetry night. Before we all get
yeah, that's about that for open poetry night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here on the podcast.
I'm going to quote. I'm going to like a thing we're going to leave you all with.
Okay.
This is a thing I've just seen. Suicide.
Please don't be a hate crime. Please don't be a hate crime. Please don't be a hate crime.
It's not a hate crime. Suicide is never the answer. Outlive your enemies.
Correct. You gotta outlive your enemies. That hits me right where I live.
Yeah, outlive your enemies. Kill them instead.
Exactly. Don't kill yourself. Kill your rivals.
And with that,
All right, so to come here.
It's the Spartan way.
Just think about it. You don't want Donald Trump to outlive you, will you?
Exactly. Or in my case, I don't want Elon Musk to outlive me, or the King of England, or most politicians, or
Or most politicians. I like
most
that one.
most people I went to school with.
Fucking mood.
Alright, I'm gonna call the group now, Soda.
You know, Phil from the east side of Kirkcaldy, because that guy shot at me once. I definitely don't want to outlive that asshole.
I'm not about to
Good night. Good luck.
My ex-drug dealer.
Have a good one, y'all.
I'm ending the show now.
Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you all on